read it on this end? Let's call the meeting of the commission to order. Nancy, can we have a roll call, please?
Certainly. We have a quorum today in the council chambers with 3 commissioners that are present. Regina Fultz.
Present.
Need a green light. Do you got your green light?
Mm-hmm.
Say it again.
See if you heard me. Present.
Okay. Amber Bressler.
Present.
Jim Byron. Thank you. Oh, we have I should say he's not here today. Jim Rodino is not present today. He recused himself from the hearing, and Benita Fields Buggs is absent, but we are a quorum with 3. Thank you so much.
All right. And before we start with the hearing, are there any housekeeping matters from either side that we need to address?
The only thing from the city is the format for the disciplinary hearing is the way it's presented is should be reversed because Captain Flagg is petitioning his discipline. So our statement is that he should go first, present his case, and then the city in rebuttal. That's all.
We've prepared our case in the order from the format, so we'd be unprepared to flip around. I mean, we can, but it should have been probably brought up before now.
Okay. I kind of agree that was probably something that should have been discussed. I really don't think that it will have a great deal of bearing on how the board views the evidence. I want to get through this as expeditiously as possible. Unless there is an objection, Mr. Davis, do you have a problem? And I understand where you're coming from, at least from a burden of proof, but I think as long as you make an argument as far as the burden of proof, do you have an objection to just proceeding?
No, we can proceed as for the format. It's just normal that it's just normal that the petitioner who's asking for the reversal of the discipline would go first, present their case as to why they're asking for that, and then the city in rebuttal would make its argument. But it sounds weird. I'm sorry.
There is a slight, yeah.
So, and the city's prepared to go forward.
Okay. And I think if you want to argue as far as burden of proof, I think that might be a better way to address that.
Yeah.
That was a question I had, the first one.
Mhm.
So who does have the burden of proof?
And I'm going to let the parties make that argument. But it's Mr. Davis, if you want to address.
The city has the burden of proof to show beyond the preponderance of the evidence that the action for which the petitioner is accused of he actually committed.
Is there any deference given to the decision, original disciplinary decision?
Do you have a green light on your microphone? It's
How do I do that?
Just press them.
you push. Green light is
Did I
on.
push it to be heard? I have to push that?
That's better.
Right?
Yeah,
That's
Okay.
better.
it'll be on.
Oh, now it's on.
Yes.
Got it.
Mhm.
Okay. So is there any deference given to the original decision of discipline, or we're just looking at this fresh?
The chief has already issued a discipline. The petitioner is, I'm assuming they'll make the argument as to the discipline that was issued and the investigation that was done by the fire department in the city. Does that answer your question?
Well, I'm not sure. Am I looking at this de novo, as they say? I hate to use that word, but
I think it's more of an abuse of discretion argument.
That's the question. Is it abuse of discretion?
Abuse of discretion, because if this was a discipline for which the chief would bring to this commission as something
Just
beyond the scope of the chief's discipline.
they need to adjust the mics.
Oh, okay.
Time out just a second.
Okay, all right.
We're
Gotcha.
getting a,
Yeah, it's driving me crazy.
okay.
All right. Does this better? Doesn't sound better to me, but go ahead.
All right.
So the chief has already issued the discipline, so this would be an abuse of discretion review of the discipline that was issued.
Okay. Do you agree with that?
I don't know what that term means.
Okay,
Use of discretion. What's that mean?
well, is it like an appeal? And so
Correct.
there's already a decision been made.
Hmm.
So does that carry weight into, so we have to find an abuse of discretion? It's abuse of discretion versus we looking at it fresh, we're looking at this to begin with, and we judge it as if we're the first one seeing it.
Okay.
Versus, are we evaluating the administration's decision? Did they abuse their discretion in rendering the discipline? And so there's discretion's a lot of, there's a
Okay.
lot of leeway.
Yeah.
Discretion versus, are we just looking at it the first time and we're making a decision like the administration did
Yeah.
when they looked at the facts?
As far as I understand, it is up to you to make the decision if the discipline was appropriate enough to be upheld or if it should be reversed. I think those will be the two decisions by the end of the hearing.
Okay, all right. I guess I'm approaching it then as abuse of discretion. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. First time, so I'm trying to figure out where I'm coming from here.
Okay. Anything else?
Nothing from the city.
From the
Nothing from
union?
the union.
Okay. All right, then we'll proceed with opening statement.
Good morning, members of the Fire Merit Commission. Thank you for taking time out of your busy schedules to hear this matter. The city is here today to ask this commission not to reverse The city is here today to ask this commission not to reverse Chief Dale's decision of a 3-day or 24-hour suspension for Captain Flagg because it was the proper discipline given such an offense. On May 19th, 2025, at approximately 10:25 in the morning, the Fire Station 4 apparatus bay camera went offline. At that time, the cameras went offline because there was only one person in the apparatus bay, and that person was Captain Flagg. The city conducted a thorough investigation to determine what happened on that day. The City of Elkhart's Information Technology Department notified our Human Resources Department to determine if there was an employee misconduct issue. Testimony will show that the human resources investigation consisted of interviews of station personnel. They also took photographs of the scene and even conducted a reenactment of the event. Following employees were interviewed: James Gerald, the City Information Technology Director; Matthew Riggs, the city's IT Public Safety Administrator; the firefighters on A shift: Zach Leo, Valente Valdez, Armando Taguna, Jennifer Minix, Chelsea Antonelli, Holly Reed, Brian Holt, Hunter Price, James DeWitt, and Captain Flagg was even interviewed twice. Testimony will show that the investigation and reenactment were conducted to verify Captain Flagg's statements and his accounts of the events of that morning. For a little background, the city, in an effort to protect the millions of dollars of equipment located in fire stations, installed cameras in the apparatus bays. The city's goal was to protect its assets. Firefighters spend a great deal of time at these stations, and some of them see them as a second home, and there were firefighters who expressed concern over the cameras being installed in the station. The cameras were installed in the apparatus bay to protect the engines and the ambulances at the station. Testimony will show that Captain Flagg expressed his discontent with the camera installation in an email to the station, as well as during his interview with Human Resources. Testimony will also show that this was not the first occurrence of the cameras going offline at Fire Station 4. Prior to that day, on April 19th, 2025, at approximately 6:46 in the morning, all cameras at Fire Station 4 went offline. The city's IT department, after verifying network functionality, inspected the station to determine the cause of the damage. That was the cause of the outage. The inspection revealed that someone at the station had physically removed the network cables from the network panel box. The missing cables were later placed in a bundle in the room outside where the network cable box was located. The city was unable to determine who had removed the cables and who had later returned them. Testimony also showed that on May 1st, 2025, at approximately 10:25 in the morning, the Fire Station 4 apparatus bay camera went offline again. The IT department received notification that the cameras had gone offline, and upon arriving at Fire Station 4, an initial ground level inspection showed the Ethernet lines appeared to be connected. However, closer examination discovered that the connection had been loosened enough to disrupt functionality. Further evidence will show Captain Flagg was on a scissor lift in front of the apparatus bay camera at the time it went offline and when the picture froze. He was the only person in the apparatus bay at the time the cameras went offline and the only person who was within reach of the camera connection. The opportunity for him was there to disconnect the camera. Captain Flagg may tell you the connection was loose and that he bumped into it, and that's how the camera went offline. However, testimony will show that that's not a plausible excuse or a plausible reason. The connection used was chosen because it does not come apart without human intervention. So the idea that it was loose prior to Captain Flagg's actions is not reasonable. So if you use a little bit of common sense, you just think about it, there's a connection that's about 30 to 40 feet above the apparatus bay floor, and the IT department would install a connection that could easily come apart. It just doesn't make any sense. A connection that's installed in various fire stations throughout the city would require regular maintenance just to ensure the connectivity. This would require IT personnel to use a scissor lift every time they need to check on the camera connections and see if there was any issues. There would need to be basically a scissor lift at every station located throughout the city because of the distance of the camera connections off the ground. This does not make sense. The city is not questioning the need for station maintenance as part of a firefighter's routine or their schedule to work on various items at the station, such as doing rigs checks, checking the soffit and fascia in the exterior of the building, or even working on the Plimo vent. These were all maintenance items for the station. And some of those items would require the use of a scissor lift. So a firefighter being on a scissor lift working above the ground would make sense. The city is not questioning Captain Flagg's need to work on the soffit and fascia or even working on the Plimo vent. Those are tasks that are definitely within the scope of his duties. What was not in the scope of his duties is unplugging the apparatus bay camera. The evidence will show Captain Flagg, when he was done working on the Plimo vent, the soffit and fascia, again, which are authorized maintenance, proceeded to re-enter the bay and approach the camera. The evidence will show Captain Flagg positioned himself near the camera where he's visible from the waist down. He then raises the lift to a point where only the lower bar of the lift and his knees are visible. Shortly after getting into position, you see him reaching in the direction of the camera, and then it freezes, indicating the signal had been lost and had been disrupted. In other words, the connection was broken. Testimony would show that on May 23rd, 2025, a reenactment was conducted. One of the reasons for the reenactment was that you cannot see Captain Flagg's hands at the time of the disconnection, and there was a need to verify Captain Flagg's account of the incident. Captain Flagg states in his interview that he was searching for a continuous electrical supply and that he bumped into the camera connection when doing so. The reenactment was designed to check his account to see if that made sense. Testimony will always show that during the reenactment, the scissor lift was positioned in the same position as it was on May 1st, 2025, at the time the camera froze. Chief Sullivan stood in the same spot as Captain Flagg on the scissor lift, and the evidence will show that same positioning. Chief Sullivan attempted to execute the same task as Captain Flagg, which was to reach the junction box in the overhead, and Chief Sullivan was unable to accomplish that task. The evidence will show that the junction box Captain Flagg states he was working on or attempting to reach was not within the reach and was actually behind him. The city's investigation was thorough, including interviews of any possible witnesses, interviewing Captain Flagg twice, as well as conducting that reenactment. These measures were taken to ensure the findings were based on facts and not opinions. The city's investigation established by a preponderance of the evidence that Captain Flagg was the only one who had the ability to disconnect the apparatus bay camera at Fire Station 4, and that no other possible reason for the camera going offline existed. This investigation was shared with Chief Dale, who issued Captain Flagg a three-day suspension of 24 hours. a discipline that he's allowed to issue under Indiana Code 8.3.519, which is its chief summary discipline. The city will prove by preponderance of evidence that Captain Flagg disconnected the camera bay, apparatus camera bay, fire station floor 4, and that the chief's suspension for 3 days is justified and should not be reversed. Thank you.
Okay. Union?
Okay, is this better? Okay. Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today and for the time and attention you are dedicating to hearing these matters. You've just heard the city describe a straightforward case. The camera goes offline, a firefighter is nearby, and therefore misconduct must have occurred. But that story leaves out everything that makes this situation what it truly is: an exaggerated, overblown, and reactionary investigation that has grown far beyond reason. But rather than treat it like a technical hiccup like it was, Human Resources and Administration treated it like it was a breach of ethics. They jumped immediately to the worst possible conclusion, and from that moment forward, the investigation wasn't about discovering the truth. It was about defending that assumption. Human Resources even titled the video, "Firefighter Unplugs Fisheye Camera," before any interview or review had even taken place. On May 1st, the Station 4 camera feed briefly went offline. Captain Flagg was removed from duty and placed on paid administrative leave within an hour of the camera going offline. Paid administrative leave that extended from May 1st through July 15th. For nearly 3 months, Captain Flagg was placed on mandatory paid administrative leave totaling 26 shifts, costing the city nearly $30,000 in overtime and forcing 16 mandatory holdover shifts of other firefighters to work the unnecessary vacancy. Captain Flagg was removed from duty for nearly 3 months for an investigation of a loose network cable connection. There was no damage, no data loss, and the system came back online as soon as the cable was pressed back in. Once a process is escalated to this magnitude, interviews, reports, legal involvement, even a reenactment, it becomes almost impossible for the people running it to admit that they were wrong. Someone had to be punished so that the investigation could look justified. And that's how we arrived here, at a Fire Merit Commission hearing over a cable that wasn't clipped in. That's how the situation inflated from normal maintenance into a Class 1 violation for tampering with city records. Captain Flagg's actions that morning were exactly what we would expect from a proactive station captain. He was maintaining his station, identifying issues, photographing the ceiling and bay, and communicating the entire time with Division Chief Noah Lace, with requests for quotes and repair and paint. The city will tell you that the cable must have been clipped in and therefore couldn't have come loose on its own. Our IT security expert will show you that that is not accurate. They'll tell you that Captain Flagg, the city will tell you that Captain Flagg couldn't have been where he was. You'll see photos proving otherwise. They'll say an email expressing concern about interior cameras shows motive. You'll see that the email was respectful, professional, and reflected concerns shared by multiple firefighters who simply wanted clarity and privacy. Beyond the obvious overreach lie fundamental procedural failures. Not one of the tests for just cause is satisfied by the city's actions. Test 1, notice. Captain Flagg was charged under 2 violations. First, a Class 1 tampering with city records offense that actually reads falsification, altering, misrepresentation, dishonesty, or tampering with the City of Elkhart records or records submitted to the City of Elkhart or misrepresentation of records to any third party in an attempt to fraudulently draw benefits. That's the entirety of the violation that he was accused of. The offense is completely misapplied and taken out of context. And second, a supposed rule from a 2003 policy manual that is not distributed, not available to employees, not trained on, and it's not even utilized on daily operations. The only time that that 2003 manual is ever mentioned is to apply discipline. Test number 2, a reasonable rule. The rules themselves are unreasonable as applied. Tampering with the city records refers to falsifying or manipulating official documents in an attempt to fraudulently draw benefits, not an incidental network disconnection. And relying on a 22-year-old manual that's been obsolete and unused for years is inherently unreasonable and arbitrary. Discipline cannot be based on rules that aren't accessible, trained, or in effect. Tests 3 and 4, investigation and fairness. The investigation was incomplete and targeted. It did not seek facts, it sought validation. If HR was willing to escalate the investigation to the level of employee interviews and to attempt a full-scale reenactment with the city legal, IT, fire department administration, and the head of human resources, Wayne Belock, then why did they never preserve the cable or test it or fingerprint it? Human resources never conducted an objective technical analysis. They ignored reasonable alternative explanations. The investigation was designed from the start to confirm the predetermined belief that firefighter unplugs fisheye camera. Test number 5, proof. The city has none. There is no witness, no video of the unplugging, no legitimate evidence of intent, and no record of damage or falsification. The only thing linking Captain Flagg to the allegation is proximity. Test number 6,
I
consistency.
didn't hear what you said. The only thing linking is
Is
what?
proximity. It's the only thing linking him to the allegation.
I still didn't hear the word. Is
Proximity.
Submitting.
proximity.
Yes.
Gotcha.
Test number 6, consistency. What further illustrates this imbalance is the city's own handling of a previous complaint filed by our union claiming this very same Class 1 violation. In a prior grievance proceeding, Mr. Belock physically altered an exhibit by whiting out part of the document without notice. The head of city legal later reviewed that complaint and concluded that Mr. Belock had been attempting to provide more candor by making the document appear more accurate, acknowledging only that better communication should have occurred. Yet when a firefighter is accused of causing a temporary camera outage with no damage, no falsification, and no actual evidence, the same city, by way of Human Resources Director Wayne Belock, immediately removes the firefighter from duty, initiates a 3-month investigation, and recommends discipline up to and including termination. That contrast speaks for itself. It's a double standard, understanding and leniency when errors occur within HR, but maximum escalation when assumptions are made against a firefighter. Test number 7, appropriate discipline. Even if this had been a simple misunderstanding, the reaction and resulting penalty are wildly disproportionate. Nearly 3 months of administrative leave, a $30,000 cost to taxpayers in overtime, and a Class 1 violation over a loose cable is excessive by any reasonable measure. It fails the test of fairness and proportionality completely. Not one of these tests, not one, is satisfied by the city's handling of this matter. Commissioners, Indiana Code 36-8-3.5-17 describes that discipline must be for cause. Cause means proof of misconduct after a fair process. What happened here was not discipline for cause. It was an administrative overreach. And that overreach has consequences far beyond this room. It tells every firefighter watching that communication can be mistaken for intent and that initiative can become misconduct. At the conclusion of this hearing, we'll ask you to correct that overreach, reverse the 24-hour suspension, remove it from Captain Flagg's file, and reaffirm that fairness and truth, not fear or bureaucracy, are what guide this commission. Thank you.
Thank you. Attorney Davis, are you ready to call your first witness?
Oh, man. City calls Matthew Riggs.
Normally I swear all of the witnesses in.
Yeah,
You want me to,
do that.
wanted me to do it in a group? Anybody that's present right now?
If everyone that's present, yeah, if you want to go.
If
ahead
you
and-
are present and you are set to testify today, go ahead and stand up, raise your right hand, and we can do everyone at once. Thank you. Do you affirm the testimony you are about to give is true, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please answer, I do.
I do.
Thank you. All of you that are standing are duly sworn in. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Nancy.
Can you state your name, please?
Matthew Riggs.
Are you currently employed by the city of Elkhart?
I am
Okay. What's your current position?
IT Public Safety Administrator.
As the IT public safety administrator, can you describe some of your responsibilities?
I'm the first, I maintain the IT, well, the first point of contact for the IT for police, fire, and comms.
What do you mean you're the first point of contact?
So whenever police, fire, comms has IT problems, I'm the first person they come to. And so I'm the face of IT for the first responder group.
Okay. So when you talk about comms, what kind of comms, or I'm assuming comms is short for communication?
Yes, sir.
So what kind of communications are you responsible for?
The 911 center.
Okay. What other types of devices, is what I'm asking?
What do you mean?
The types of devices that you are responsible for in your responsibilities as the IT public safety administrator.
So all the computers in the police cars, police stations, fire trucks, fire stations, communication, the computers in the comm centers,
And part of that responsibility are the apparatus bay cameras.
apparatus bay cameras, fire station cameras, police
Okay.
station cameras.
Okay. So are there any other city employees with similar responsibilities? As a
Patrick Stokes does city side cameras as well.
Okay. So are you familiar with the city's fire station cameras?
I am.
Okay. So why were those fire station cameras installed?
The fire station cameras were installed to ensure, sorry, a little nervous here. Oftentimes when the firefighters leave the station, there's nobody there. So we want to make sure the protection of the fire station, or if any damage happens to the fire station, that we can see what happens. There's plenty of times where I go to a fire station and nobody's there. Fire Station 2, I believe, put their own cameras up to protect their cars. So the city also wants to make sure that their equipment is overlooked as well.
So are you familiar with the cameras at Fire Station 4?
I am.
Okay. Oh. I'm showing you what's marked as City's Exhibit D. Do you recognize City's Exhibit D?
I do.
How do you recognize City's Exhibit D?
This is the patch panel on the switch.
Okay, and is that, where is that normally found?
That's in the basement of Fire Station 4.
Okay. So that's found throughout the city of different fire stations as well?
Every fire station has this.
Okay. Okay. And what's the purpose of the network panel?
So the network panel, this is where the cameras come into the network. This is where the cameras cables come in to the network patch panel, and then from the patch panel runs into the switch.
Okay. I make a motion that City's Exhibit D be entered into evidence.
Any objection?
Mhm.
Okay, show city's Exhibit D admitted.
Which one is it?
Hold on.
Okay, got it.
Get it?
We good?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Proceed.
All right, Mr. Riggs, I'm handing you what's marked as City's Exhibit A. Do you recognize City's Exhibit A?
I recognize it.
How do you recognize it?
This is the apparatus bay camera at Fire Station 4.
So what can you tell, say that again, please? I'm sorry. Say that again, please.
Apparatus bay camera.
Okay.
At Fire Station 4.
Okay. And so why is that, and that's in position for what reason?
Why it's there?
Yeah.
Well, it's hanging down low enough to get around the tracks, but it's high enough to avoid fire vehicles.
Yeah. So, so basically for the fire vehicles that you're talking about there, can you an estimate of the value of those vehicles that's sitting in there? Ballpark figure of the values of the engine and the apparatus and the ambulance that are in the apparatus bay.
What's that?
Do you have a ballpark? The cameras, let me restate this. The cameras are there in the apparatus bay for what reason?
So make sure nothing happens,
Nothing happened.
to see if anything happens.
So the goal is to have them there for what reason? Okay,
To surveil
what are we surveilling is my question.
in the apparatus bay.
All right.
Um,
Okay. I'm handing you what's marked as Citizens Exhibit E. Do you recognize Citizens Exhibit E?
Yeah, that's the same camera.
Okay. And,
Also the network connection.
okay. And I'm handing you what's marked as Cities Exhibit F. Do you recognize Cities Exhibit F?
That's the service loop with the connection to the camera.
Okay, so where is that in relation to the camera?
It's connected to the ceiling.
So the camera connection, not the camera connection, but the camera itself is wired to the ceiling. The cable is also connected to the ceiling as well.
Correct.
Okay. I make a motion that Cities Exhibit A, E, and F be entered into evidence.
No objection.
Okay, no objection to all three, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, all right, we'll show cities exhibits A, E, and F admitted.
So, Mr. Riggs, can you tell us why why that camera, the apparatus bay camera, is wired in such a fashion?
It's there because it's not near anything else. There's nothing around it to interfere with its location. The way the wires are hung is it doesn't interfere with anything else.
Okay, so the camera and the wires are up out of the way of the normal daily
So-
traffic.
It's there because no one can bump into it. It's not easy to get to. You have to purposely go there to get to it.
Okay. So when the apparatus bay cameras were installed, do you recall who installed those cameras?
Yes.
Who was that?
It was a third-party company that we used to install all of our cameras.
So those were contractors with the city. Did they install the cameras throughout the fire station?
All the fire station.
Yeah. Okay, so let's get into a little bit of the technical side. So the camera connections, now let's get into those. So there's certain types of camera connections that are preferred over others. And for the ones that we use, in the city, why did we choose the camera connections that we chose for that location?
So these RJ45 connections.
Right, yes.
So
I'm handing you a marked as Cities Exhibit Y.
So the RJ45 connection has got this little plastic clip that when it clips in, it has the connections at the end of the plug that they essentially have to be clipped in. And when it clips in, you hear the click. In order to pull it out, you have to push the clip down to pull it out. So if you tug on it, they don't come out. So in order to pull the clip out, you have to push the clear piece down, pull it out.
So when the cameras are installed,
So if you push it back in, you'll hear the click.
okay. So when you hear that, what does it mean when you hear that click?
And then when it's installed, there's a little rubber piece. They put the little rubber piece underneath of it, which prevents you from pushing the clip. It's an added protection where it prevents you from pushing the clip down. So it prevents the accidental unplugging of it. So it's an added feature.
Can you explain why that type of connection was chosen over, say, another type of connection, like a phone jack type similar connection?
We use RJ45
Yeah,
Ethernet connection.
but why was that type of clip chosen over any other type of clip? Can you explain why that type of clip connection, can you explain why that type of clip connection was chosen?
Disconnection.
No,
Disconnection.
that connection, yes.
Oh, this connection?
Yes,
This box.
this box.
This box. So we do this box. I'm confused as to the question. Sorry.
There's a reason why the city chose the connection that is in your hand.
Right.
What is the reason behind the choosing of that connection over another type of connection?
Okay, so nervous, sorry.
Okay, gotcha.
So when we do the connection from the camera, we don't run straight to the camera. We run from the camera to this box, and then we connect it to this. That way, if there's a damage to the wire, we can simply replace the wire and on the wire that runs to the server or to the switch.
Okay.
That's what you're getting.
No, but my other question, and I guess I'm heading down the path of, so the connection that we chose, I mean, there are multiple, I mean, as an IT guy, I'm sure you're experienced, and you know, there are different types of Ethernet connections that can be used, and we use different ones in type throughout the city. But for the camera, why did we choose that one? And what's the difference of that one over something that may be different than that one?
I'm sorry, man.
Okay. So when
Patrick comes up, you can ask. I'm sorry.
okay. So when the installer is installing the connection, how do they know that the connection is properly seated?
When you hear the click.
Okay. So what does that mean? It's properly. So that means that the connection is seated.
Yes.
There's no gaps, no spaces in
Right.
between. Okay.
Yeah. So like I was saying before, the connection at the end of the RJ45, that's where the metal connection is.
Okay.
So at the end of the connection, and then the inside of the connection, that's when you hear the click, that's when it's connected. That's where it makes the connection. When you disconnect it, when it's pulled apart, the metal connections aren't connected.
So when the metal connections are not connected, they're not fitting together, is there a signal? Do you get a signal?
Not likely.
Okay. So can you explain to the commission what is Uptime Kuma?
Uptime Kuma is a software we use that sends a constant signal. So it sends what we call a ping back and forth. It sends it every minute. So every minute we're sending a signal to the camera and we get it back. So every minute it sends a signal to the camera and the camera sends it back saying, yeah, we're connected.
Okay. So what happens when that signal is lost?
So when we get a connection, I don't know if you have a picture of this that we can, it's easier to show.
What do you? Which one are you looking for? Okay. All right. I'm handing with marked as Exhibit J. How do you recognize that?
So this is our software called Uptime Kuma. This is what I watch. Here's your.
Can you explain to the commission what
Yes.
you're seeing?
So I don't watch cameras. I watch this Uptime Kuma. So this is the software that sends a signal back and forth. If you notice all the little green bubbles, that's letting me know that cameras are online. And when it gets down to fire station 4, it's green and then it goes red. So when it hits red, that lets me know that a camera is offline.
So if that connection were loose and it wasn't making contact, would that be something that you would see through Uptime Kuma?
Yeah, Uptime Kuma would send me a report saying that it would be red. It would if it was loose And if it was vibrating, it would be like red, green, red, green, red, green, red, green. It would be intermittent.
Okay.
Being solid green lets me know that it's a constant connection. If it's red, it's a solid disconnection.
So if the signal is lost or the camera does not return the ping signal, you explain again, is that what you see in City Exhibit J?
Right. So apparatus bay, camera 4 went from a solid green to a solid red, saying that that's when it lost connection.
Okay. So I'm handing you what I've marked as City's Exhibit G. Do you recognize City's Exhibit G?
Yes, this would go with the other uptime Kuma where all the fire stations went off. This is all cameras went offline.
Okay. So on April night, let's go back to April 19th, 2025 at approximately 6:46 in the morning. What happened to the cameras in Fire Station 4?
Objection. Are we here for the April 19th incident or are we here for the May 1st incident? For the sake of time, in the investigative file, it was concluded that there was no even recommendation for discipline, even by a preponderance of the evidence.
But it still shows, it goes to the fact that there was an issue at Fire Station 4, and it's the only fire station in the city that has had this issue with the cameras being disconnected. It goes to the fact of showing how the uptime Kuma system works in terms of what information is sent to IT and how that information is tracked.
That is correct, but also the investigation was done from April 19th already and determined there was no preponderance of evidence that anything that they could say who did anything on April 19th.
The two investigations were linked together in the same investigation because they happened so close in time. Yeah. Yeah. Because in both cases, what happened was someone disconnected the connections. Human intervention is the reason why the fire station cameras went out on April 19th and as well as on May 1st.
But yeah, we're only here for the May 1st outage.
But it goes to the scope of the entire investigation as well. It shows a pattern that's there.
To the extent that we're talking about the discipline, I agree. We're only dealing with the May 1st discipline, but if we're going to talk about the functionality or the historical functionality of the cameras, I will allow that question.
Thank you. So I'm handing you what's marked as City's Exhibit H. What do you recognize that to be?
This is saying that all cameras stop working all at the exact same time.
Okay.
This is from the software. This is from the Exact Vision. This is from the camera software saying that all cameras stop working at the exact same time.
Okay. I move that City's Exhibit G and H be entered into evidence.
Okay. All right. As far as Exhibit G, do you have any objections?
G and H are both related to the April 19th outage, correct?
Yes.
Then yes, we would object to the April 19th evidence.
Okay. And the basis for the objection?
Just that we're here for Captain Flagg's discipline from May 1st, and we're not here from an April 19th investigation.
Okay. Response?
There will be testimony later offered by their expert that will go to the system connectivity. And so this just basically describes how the city system works and how it's impossible to say that the connection was loose without human intervention.
To the extent that it shows the historical functionality of the city's camera system, I will allow it. But we are cognizant that we are only dealing with the May 1st incident.
Thank you.
Okay. So when you got the alert at 6:46 for Fire Station 4 we're going back to April 19th, what did you do?
I called my director.
Okay,
And I let them know that after seeing this and then seeing the Uptime Kuma, that all cameras went offline.
okay,
Then I went over to Fire Station 4
okay,
and I took a picture of the patch panel.
okay. And so what did you find when you arrived at Fire Station 4?
That the patch panel, all of our cameras were unplugged.
Okay, I'm handing you what's marked as City's Exhibit I. Do you recognize City's Exhibit I?
Yes, this is the patch panel with all of our cables missing.
Okay. Do you recall what time the cameras went back online on April 19th, 2025?
When they came back online is after I called my director to let him know that the cables were missing. I asked him what I should do. And I went back and got cables and I went back and replaced the cables and the cameras came back online after I replaced the cables.
Okay. I move that City's Exhibit I be entered into evidence.
We would have the same standing objection
Okay,
that it's related to the April 19th.
okay.
All right. Let's look at the events of May 21st, 2025. Were you working that day?
I believe so.
Mr. Davis,
Yeah.
there's an objection to the admission of Exhibit I.
And the city has the same answer as before.
Okay,
It goes to the pattern of what happened at the fire station, the fact that they're going to have an expert to testify about the connectivity issue. And so this goes to show the city's case that there was no connectivity issue on the day of either April 19th or May 1st of 2025. And this is how the city system operates.
And I would say that as long as we are discussing the connectivity and not necessarily linking it to a specific person, then that should be in line with what you were saying.
yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and I will admit it just again for historical functionality of the camera system. And just so we have a clear record, we did admit Exhibit H as well.
Yeah.
So we have Exhibits G, H, and I admitted over the union's objection, keeping in mind that we are only dealing with the May 1st incident.
Understood. Thank you. So as part of your work routine, were you monitoring, at the time, were you monitoring Uptime Kuma?
Yes.
Okay, can you share what happened on approximately 10:25 on May 1st of 2025?
The the apparatus bay camera went offline.
Okay,
The red line again.
okay. I'm showing
Just for the one camera this time.
I'm showing you was marked as City's Exhibit K. Do you recognize City's Exhibit K?
Yes, this one is just apparatus bay camera. So these 4 pictures is of one camera.
Okay, so what does that show? Can you explain to the commission what that shows?
This shows that the camera's has no view. It's offline.
Okay, so what is it? So after you get notified that the city's camera goes offline, what do you do next?
I called my director again.
Did you notify anybody else?
I believe we called Central
Okay. What do you mean central?
Fire,
Do you recall who you notified at Central Fire?
Captain Sullivan.
Okay. So what did you do after you notified the fire department and your supervisor?
I think we all went to Fire Station 4 together.
Okay. So when you went to Fire Station 4, approximately how long did it take you to get there? Ballpark, doesn't have to be exact. Minutes, hours?
I think by the time we all got together, it's maybe an hour.
Okay. So when you got there, who did you meet at Fire Station 4?
Sullivan and Summer,
And-
Christy Summer.
And Chief Summer? Okay. So,
I'm sorry, I didn't hear, who did you meet?
I believe Christy Summer was there and Sullivan.
okay. So when you got to the Fire Station 4, what did you do next?
The first thing I did was I went down to the switches and I noticed that all the wires were intact, unlike previously.
So when you say you went down to the switches, what do you mean?
I went,
Remember, not all of us are IT guys. So when you say the switches.
yes, I went down to the patch panel and I noticed that all the wires were intact. Nothing was disconnected like previously. And from the ground, looking up at the camera, it appeared as if everything was connected.
So you looked at Exhibit I, so what you're saying?
Yeah, I looked at Exhibit I and everything was connected, unlike before.
Yeah.
So and then looking at Exhibit I and then going out to the apparatus bay, looking up from the ground, everything looked like it was connected. So everything looked like it was, like it should be. But even though the uptime Kuma was showing it was disconnected.
Do you have Exhibit J with you?
Yes.
Could you explain to that? Can you explain to the commission what Exhibit J represents?
Exhibit J is the uptime Kuma. That's when it went offline. That's when I called my director and that's when we called Central Fire.
Okay. So let's return back to the time that you're standing on the floor of the apparatus bay. You look up and you can repeat again what you saw from the floor.
So when I looked up from the floor, everything looked connected.
Okay. And so then what happened next?
I believe Chief Sullivan got up on a scissor lift.
Okay. So Chief Sullivan, you observed Chief Sullivan getting on the scissor lift. What was Chief Sullivan, what did you observe Chief Sullivan doing?
Looking, observing the connection,
From what point?
the scissor lift.
So where was the scissor lift in relation to the camera?
He was right next to it.
So he took the scissor lift up to the camera.
Right.
Okay. So what did Chief Sullivan tell you when he got up there?
He says it was pulled out.
Okay. And so what did he do? So what happened next? Do you remember, do you recall what happened next?
I don't recall.
Okay. So in part of your, in your trying to figure out what happened that day, did you happen to review the camera footage?
Yes,
Okay. Do you recall what you saw?
I saw an individual get on a scissor lift and drive up to it.
What else did you see?
After he got up to it, it went dead.
Okay. So this is my IT. Hold on half a second. Okay. All right. Well, is this, all right, we're gonna, if you, IT can play the video from, are you gonna play the entire? You can take it to the, okay. That's a J.
So what is this video?
So it's an hour-long video, and to spare the commission having to watch dead space, we're going to start it at the point, if there's no objection, we'll start at the point when the rig comes back in, and
No
then that's
objection.
where you have people in the apparatus bay.
So this is real time. It's not reenactment, right?
This is the real time. This is what occurred on May 1st at 9:45 in the morning is where we're starting it. Okay, and it'll run for the next 45 minutes. Question for the commission. If in terms of an accommodation, if you don't mind, we can speed it up to the 10:12 point, 10 minutes, 10:12 in the morning.
I would object to skipping. We could maybe fast forward double speed or something, maybe.
This is when the offense took place, right?
Yes. The events take place at about 10:25 or so. That's when the camera freezes.
I think double time would be fine.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Maybe slow it down if we're getting close to the thing.
We're not. He'll be working there for another 15 minutes or so.
Oh, okay.
Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
So you recall that video?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So as the city's public safety administrator, is it possible, in your opinion, that the camera connection was loose prior to Dustin Flagg getting on the scissor lift?
No, sir.
Okay, and why is that?
We have no signal. We have no signal loss.
Okay,
And we have no camera up and down. The camera didn't go up and down at all. We have no signals coming back saying that the camera was lost.
so up until that point in time, there was a constant signal from Uptime Kuma,
Yes, sir.
according to the record?
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
and so if the connection were loose, then Uptime, what you would have known?
We would have known.
City moves to admit city's exhibits J, Y, K, and W.
Deal with these one by one. First,
J should be the Uptime
Okay.
Kuma from May 1st,
yes, but
2025.
No objection.
no objection to J. Any objection to K?
No.
Okay, and why is this one
It's a
correct?
connector.
Okay, any objection to
Is that exhibit Y?
Y? Yes.
Can I see it?
Yeah, absolutely. Do you want, Mr. Brewer, do you want Mr. Flagg to take a look at it as well?
No objection.
Okay.
And W is the recording.
Okay.
No
if you-
objection.
Okay,
Okay.
then we will show exhibits J, K, Y, and Q admitted without objection.
Thank you.
Mhm.
That's all I have for you.
Okay. Mr. Brewer?
Thank you. All right, Mr. Riggs.
Yes, sir.
So you said on the Uptime Puma, the green dots means that it's connected
Yes, sir.
and the red means disconnected.
Yes, sir.
What does the yellow tick mean?
Probably, I'm not sure.
Could it mean that it's becoming loose?
I'm not sure.
An unsecure connection maybe?
I'm not sure.
Okay. In IT, have you ever had something stop working as intended?
All the time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is it common for it to stop working once it's set up without any kind of external interaction? Anything in general?
Yes.
Okay. In fact, that's part of what IT is for, right? And fixing malfunctions.
Yes.
Okay. And you said a third-party installer performed the installation, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did anybody in IT validate the installation?
You'd have to ask. I'm not aware of it.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. Thank you. Are there any photos of the installation?
You'd have to ask.
Okay. Do you happen to know? So you testified that the rubber tab goes underneath the clip after installation, correct?
Yes.
Do you happen to know what position the rubber tabs are for every other Ethernet connection in Station Force Bay?
Underneath.
They're all underneath? No. Okay. Did you ever evaluate whether the cable had any strain relief to prevent tension on the connector?
I'm not aware.
Okay. Is leaving a network cable exposed and hanging freely from the ceiling considered best practice for NIST installation standards?
I don't see anything wrong with it.
Okay. Do you think that it hanging from the ceiling would increase the chances of an accidental disconnection?
You should ask Patrick Stokes those questions.
Okay.
Okay.
We have you here for my
Right.
case, sorry.
No, Patrick Stokes is a low voltage expert.
Okay.
Okay.
Um, So you testified that all you need for an RJ45 connector is to have the metal contacts make contact with their counterparts in the jack, correct?
From my understanding.
Okay. And your testimony is that the rubber boot is supposed to go underneath the tab, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So if the boot were underneath of the clip prior to trying to make the connection, do you think that that would increase the chance that it didn't fully seat?
I can't guess.
Okay. But in your professional opinion, if the rubber boot were under the tab prior to trying to plug it in, do you think that that would increase the chance that it didn't fully clip in?
I'd be guessing.
Okay.
I mean, we could try it.
Okay.
But even if it
ahead.
did, anyone who installs Ethernet connections, when they make that connection, the first thing they do is they try to pull it apart. So
Okay.
nobody no one installs network connections doesn't try disconnecting it first. So even if they did, they wouldn't just plug it in and just leave it. They would at least test it by disconnecting it.
Right. So you're saying there are standards for how installations are supposed to go?
Yes.
Okay. And is photos typically part of that?
If it's indoors,
If it's indoors, there are supposed to be photos of the installation?
what's that?
If the camera connections are indoors, there are supposed to be photos of the installation?
Photos?
Yeah. No. So if the rubber tab were under the clip prior to being plugged in, you saying that you're guessing as to whether or not it could make a connection or not?
What I'm saying is, if the rubber piece was underneath of it and they went to plug it in and it didn't connect, they would at least reconnect it.
You're saying that they would pull on it?
They would pull on it. And
Okay.
if it didn't connect, they would reconnect it.
Okay. As part of the reenactment and the investigation, was there an evaluation as to whether gravity, cable weight, or tension from the dangling cable could have pulled out the connector? Was it evaluated? Did you test it?
We didn't bring gravity into this.
Okay. And cable weight or tension? No? Okay. When you were doing your investigation, did you perform any controlled reenactment or physical testing to determine how easily it is for this particular connector to lose contact?
You mean, did we pull on it?
Did you consider the possibility that it may have been partially plugged in and then test whether or not that could accidentally become disconnected? Was it tested in the investigation specifically?
There's really no partially connected. It's either clipped in with you hear the clip or it's not. Like, they don't make, like, unless it's clicked in, it doesn't make the connection.
So you're saying there must be a clipping?
Right, you hear the click.
I thought that you just had to have the metal contacts.
Right, because it's on the end of the connection.
Can the metal contacts connect with the plug without there being a clip?
Not as far as I know.
Not possible?
I'm saying as far
I'm
as
just asking you.
As
Yep.
far as I know.
Okay.
If the clip is broken,
Okay.
if there's no clip,
Yeah.
but if there's a clip,
Mhm.
it connects.
Okay. Was there any test for vibration from the lift or surrounding equipment that could cause the partially seated connector to drop link?
Not as far as I know.
No test? Okay. So no test for vibration or movement of the cable run.
as far as I know.
Okay. So can you testify that all accidental causes such as vibration, tension, or improper installation were ruled out?
I cannot, all I know is fire trucks go in and out of that station every day.
Yeah,
So it's tested every day.
if it were clipped,
If it, even
Yeah.
if it wasn't clipped, it would have
potentially lost signal.
every day. So it's tested every day.
On City's Exhibit W, it's the video file.
Oh,
Yeah. Did you write the description of the video?
maybe.
Okay. You don't know if you did or not?
Possibly.
Okay.
Talking about the name of it, firefighter unplugs it?
Mm-hmm.
Possibly.
Okay, you might have done it. So that label might have been, the video might have been described as firefighter unplugs camera before the reenactment or physical testing was performed?
Sure.
Okay. And at that point, no exploration into other possible causes for disconnection had been conducted? Okay, that's it. Oh, hang on. Did you witness the installation?
I did not.
Okay. No more. No more questions for me.
All right, thank you, Mr. Riggs. Just a couple of follow-up questions. Hold on. Just a couple of follow-up questions. So if there's any vibration, and I think you testified to this on direct, if there's any vibrations, any loose connections, how would you know that the connection wasn't properly seated?
Uptime Kuma.
So Uptime Kuma would tell you that there's an issue with the connection. Were there any issues with the connection other than April 19th? Were there any other issues with the connections at Fire Station 4?
No, sir.
Okay, I do have any issues. Did you guys hear that? I don't know if he's talking to me and he should be talking to you guys. Okay. Are there any other issues with the connections at any of the fire stations in the city?
No, sir.
All right, thank you.
Can we ask you a question or two?
Well,
Yes, you're
wait,
next.
I think the union, do you have any?
Nope, no recross for me.
Okay. Now, any questions from the commission?
Okay. I have a couple. I don't mean to go first. Okay.
Go ahead.
Who was it? Who did the inspection after the incident? Was it Sullivan? Is that who did it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And he saw it was disconnected. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
So it was like,
It was,
let's see, how do you do it?
the clear clip on the,
Push the clear thing?
yes, sir.
I'm not very strong. I can't get it.
That's underneath.
Okay. It was like that. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
So from the ground, it looks like.
Do you mind if I take a look at how the position is of it?
Yeah.
Okay. So to make it work, you have to push it all the way in. Is that right? The way it is? So at any time between those two, could it work?
Right.
Without the click?
My understanding. From my understanding, it's got to be fully clicked in.
Okay. Well,
And by the way, the rubber piece was underneath of it when you put it in.
Mhm.
So that answers that.
say that again.
Yeah, the rubber piece was underneath of it when he clicked it in. So that answered the question about can it be clicked in?
Okay.
Well, I didn't actually ask if it can be clicked in. I asked if it could be
Oh,
partially seated and make a connection.
So I can undo it in this situation right now?
I don't think you can.
The
Because
rubber
that-
has to be on top?
The rubber would have to be removed from underneath of it.
Okay, so it comes easily that way.
Right.
And the rubber's supposed to be on top or on the bottom?
Underneath of it to prevent it from coming out.
So where was the rubber when Sullivan saw it?
Underneath of it?
Chief Sullivan can testify to that. He's called as a witness as well.
Oh, okay. I don't mean to. Is anybody going to testify about what was going on before? Like, I presume that was Mr. Flagg on the scissor lift. Is there going to be some testimony about what that was? Okay.
Yes, sir.
That's all I.
Any other questions from the commission? I have nothing.
Thank you, Mr. Riggs. Thanks.
Mr. Davis, your next witness.
The city calls Chief William Sullivan.
Okay. Chief Sullivan, you were previously sworn?
Yes.
Okay. All right, Mr. Davis?
Thank you, Ms. Bressler. State your name.
My name is William Sullivan.
Okay, are you currently employed by the city of Elkhart?
Yes.
And what is your current position, Chief?
I'm a division chief.
Okay, and what are your current responsibilities?
Oversee EMS operations as well as liaison between the fire department and the IT department and as hazmat coordinator.
So on May 1st, 2025, were you working that day?
Yes.
Okay. Were you involved in an incident at Fire Station 4?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us what happened on that day?
We were contacted by IT department. They had noticed that a camera had gone offline at Station 4 and asked us if we were aware of the situation. And we told them we were not, and they asked if we could meet over and help them diagnose what was wrong with the camera, or
Okay.
what may be wrong with the camera.
Did you notify anybody else?
I believe Chief Summer had notified Chief Dale, and I'm not sure who else may have been, who else was contacted.
So you notified Chief Summer? That's what I'm asking.
Yes, yes,
Just
yeah,
to
yes.
just to clarify.
Yes.
Okay. Quick question. The cameras in the apparatus bay are there as was previously discussed by Mr. Riggs, and sometimes he'll go there and there's no one in the station. Can you give us a value off the top of your head, since you're the fire department person, of the value of an engine, or say the value of an ambulance ballpark?
If we had to get with that station, there's one fire engine, one medic unit with all of its equipment. We're close to the $2 million range.
So there's $2 million worth of equipment sitting on the apparatus bay floor.
Yes.
Okay. And so, all right, let's circle back. So after you received the notification from IT, you said you notified Chief Summer. And then what did you do after you received the notification?
We were asked to go out and look at this and see if we could figure out what was going on with the cameras. So we made our way out to meet the IT folks at Station 4 to take a look.
Just for clarification's sake, IT asked you to go out there because you said we were notified by.
Yes, they had
Okay.
informed us that, that it was down and if we could take a look at it.
So when you arrived at Fire Station 4, what did you see?
We had went into the building. They said this camera was still offline. I believe it was Mr. Riggs had his computer with the live view up and said it was still offline. They had checked some connections in the basement area and the switch she talked about. And then as we looked up at the ceiling, it looked like everything looked fine up into the ceiling. And then in order to go and take a look at it, we used a scissor lift to go up and actually look at the camera itself and up to where the connections were made.
Okay. And your reason for getting on the scissor lift, it was to check the connection, you said?
Correct.
Okay. And what did you do when you got the scissor lift into position and got within reach of the connection?
We just checked to look to see if there was anything wrong with the wiring, if it had been struck or yanked out. And I noticed that the connection looked like it was loose, which I took a picture of, which you have in front of you. I'm not sure which exhibit it is. I noticed that it looked like it was loose. And then we've taken a picture of that one loose connection, and then I reinserted the connector back in and re-established the connection. Once I had made that, re-established that connection, then the IT department, Mr. Riggs, was able to see that camera on the screen on his device.
Okay. I hand you what the city has marked as city's exhibits B and C. Can you explain to the commission what you see there?
So exhibit B is how we found the connection. You can see a portion, I know it's kind of hard in these pictures, but it's right up against the ceiling, so it's hard to get a good picture. You can see an extra portion of the tab, that clear piece on the top of the connector. Part of that tab is exposed. Once it's latched into place, you can see the difference in where those tabs line up.
Which picture are you looking at?
So B is the one that shows where it's partially out. You can see an extra portion right as it enters that blue connector. You can see some extra, extra clear plastic there, as opposed to exhibit C is a picture of that connection, which you have in your hand, the actual cable itself. You can see where it's completely locked into place.
City moves have exhibits B and C entered into evidence.
Objection for B or C.
Okay. And we will show both B and C admitted.
Chief. I'm handing what's marked as city's exhibit V. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Okay. And what do you recognize that to be?
This is the email that was sent that went along with the photographs to the IT department.
B, Victor.
He isn't Victor.
Okay. Are we good? Can you explain that again, just to make sure that everyone is on the same page, please, Chief?
The exhibit V itself?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so that's the email that I sent with the photographs that I had taken for the IT department and forwarded to Assistant Chief Summer as well with the description of what the photos showed.
Okay, if I could, I was a little slow following you.
That's why I wanted
They didn't
to.
have the right pictures. Is B the way it's supposed to be?
No, C is the way it's supposed to be, is what it looks like when it's plugged in. Exhibit B is how it was found when I got up to the ceiling.
Okay, thank you.
City moves for exhibit V, Victor, to be entered into evidence.
Mr. Brewer, do you have any objection? Okay. We will admit exhibit V as in Victor.
That's all I have. I passed the witness.
Okay. Mr. Brewer?
Chief Sullivan.
Yes, sir.
So we talked about the value in the apparatus bay, correct?
The what? Sorry. Oh,
The
yes.
value in the apparatus bay
Yes.
for kind of the purpose of the cameras. Okay. Do we have cameras in the mechanics bay?
I don't believe so.
And at any given time, how many engines or how much value can be in the mechanics bay?
Up to twice that.
Okay. Do we have any cameras at Fire Station 5?
No, not currently.
Do we have any security cameras at Fire Station 6?
That I'm not sure.
Okay.
I'm not sure if there's one six or not.
Okay. I don't believe so, but
I believe they did say they're not going to put them there
not.
because they're going to put them at the new station.
Okay.
Remember correctly?
So between the three, it would be a pretty significant value.
Yes.
Okay. So you were the person that initially inspected the connection, as we said, right?
Yes.
And in the city already has entered in the same photo. Hand you exhibits Union 2 and 3. And we've already testified that the way you found the connection and the way that after you clipped it back in.
Correct.
And that you authored the email that city's exhibit V, union's exhibit 36. Would you like to see the exhibit 36?
No, I still,
It's the same.
same-
It's the same email. Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Yes, my email.
Okay. Thank you. Like to make a motion to enter in exhibits Union 2, 3, and 36.
I object. Because it's, the city's still presenting its case in chief. He'll have his opportunity to enter exhibits when the union presents its case in chief.
Okay. Do you have a response?
Just that we're not going to have another opportunity to interview Chief Sullivan and be able to enter in the exhibits that we'll be talking about with him currently.
He has the opportunity to call Chief Sullivan as a witness when he presents his case in chief.
For the sake of expedition, it would be nice if we could just have him speak the one time.
I agree. I'm going to go ahead and allow those just to try and expedite things a bit.
Thank you. So I have the motion.
So what exhibits are those?
Union 2, Union 3, and 36.
And 36.
It's the
which-
same photos and email that you've entered already.
Yes, and I would note they are the same. So we'll admit Union 2, Union 3, and Union 36 over objection, but I would note that they are the same as the city's exhibits. Oh,
Chief Sullivan.
Sir.
Captain Flagg was placed on administrative leave within an hour of the signal loss, correct?
I believe so. Yes.
Who ultimately recommended that he be placed on administrative leave immediately?
That I'm not aware of. That was a conversation Chief Summer had with, I believe, Chief Dale, and I'm not sure who else was involved in that conversation.
Okay, thank you. Chief Sullivan, about how tall are you?
6'1".
And I'm going to give you Union's exhibits 18 and 19. And these are you in those photos?
Yes.
What direction are you facing in relation to the network cables? To the side?
I'm
Facing.
directly in front of, standing at the front of the lift, looking directly towards the box, towards the camera.
Your body posture is facing directly towards the cable, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And your arms are visibly outstretched, correct?
Yes.
So you're fully facing the cables and outstretched to be able to reach the connection from your current position.
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to make a motion to enter in exhibits Union 18 and 19.
Mr. Davis?
Since those are the city's exhibits, I have no objection.
Okay, all right. Well, so Union 18 and 19.
Thank you.
Okay.
And I'm going to hand you another photo. This is Union Exhibit 20.
Correct.
And in this exhibit, you're showing that you're in the same position and that you could not have reached the, you could not have been testing the electricity in the junction box, correct? Is that the purpose of the photo?
I believe so. I was asked to stand facing the camera and then also see if I could reach that junction box at
Okay.
the same time.
All right. And what did Captain Flagg say that he was doing when he was in the area when the feed cut out?
I believe they were looking for a connection for a drop down cable. I believe is what I was told,
Okay.
to plug into rigs.
All right. Yep. I'm testing to find a source of power for the ambulance to plug
Yes.
in. Okay. Do you do electrical work?
I do.
You
on
do?
occasion.
All right. And then are you aware that Captain Flagg has 21 years of experience in the construction industry?
I am aware.
And in order to complete the wiring project from that junction box, what else needed to be installed in order to drop it down?
It would need to be some kind of an anchor point in that, near the area where you could come out of that junction box and then allow a cable to hang down from the ceiling.
Like a conduit that would run across the ceiling?
If they needed to move the location of the box, yes, or you could come out of that junction box depending on, I don't know where the alignment is between where the rig's connection, if they would have needed to move conduit over, or if they could have dropped on that box, that I'm not sure.
Okay. All right, we've got a few more photos. Union exhibits 5 and 6. So in these photos, do you see the electrical conduit that runs right next to the dangling security camera cables?
Yes.
Okay. And then I'm going to hand you one more photo. Union exhibit 1. And do you see the power cord that drops down further across the ceiling?
Yes, towards the front of the bay. Is that what you're asking? The other drop cord? Yes.
Yep. And then a couple more photos. Union exhibits 47 and 48. And do you see the conduit or the drop down in those photos?
See the conduit, yes.
In 47?
What are you asking if I see, sir?
Do you see any conduit? Do you see any conduit similar to how exhibits 5 and 6 are that runs across the ceiling out of that junction box to do the drop down?
No, I believe there's just one piece of conduit there, and then the seam and the concrete.
It's,
I believe is what it looks like.
okay. What I'm just trying to show that Captain Flagg took these photos the day of the incident where there's no conduit running for the drop down, and in the other photos that were taken after during the reenactment or during that there is conduit ran. Would you agree?
Oh, the flexible conduit in 5 and 6?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay,
See
so
that. Yep.
at the time of the incident, no conduit. After the incident, conduit that ran right across the network cables, correct?
Yeah, it looks like it run above them against the ceiling.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
the flexible.
Okay. And what date and time is on exhibit 48? Should show, yep, that one.
May 1st at 10:44.
And it's 38. What date and time did the security cameras go offline?
May 1st, and I'm not sure what time it was. I believe it was before that.
I'll hand you exhibit Union 38. What is the time that it says it goes off there?
10:26.
And the date from the photo again?
10:44.
Okay. I'd like to enter in exhibits 5, 6, 20, 38, 47, and 48.
Would you say those again?
Yes, sir. Union exhibits 5 and 6, 20, Union Exhibit 1, 47 and 48, and 38. Sorry, I did it all at once.
That's okay. All right, so we have the city's response to Union Exhibit 1. Let's do this
Can do it in order.
per exhibit.
No objection to 1.
Okay. Union's Exhibit 5.
No objection to 5.
Union's Exhibit 6.
No objection to 6.
Union's Exhibit 20.
Get there. Yeah, no objection to 20.
Union's Exhibit 38.
No objection to 38.
Union's Exhibit 47.
No objection to 40. I don't know who took that picture. The issue, the question I have with 47 and 48, I don't know, we know who took 48, so Chief Sullivan can't really lay the foundation for 48, and we don't know who took 47.
Mr. Brewer, a response?
Is the objection to both 47 and 48 or just 47?
I mean, we all know what 47 is. It's the overhead,
Mm-hmm.
but the authenticity and laying the foundation for who took the picture, and if it's true and accurate, is something that Chief Sullivan can't testify to. It's whoever took the picture.
I believe
Yeah,
that. Yeah.
they're the same angle and same photo.
Okay.
Relatively.
Zoomed in.
So if the same person took that picture, then that person would have to lay the foundation for that particular picture.
I have nothing further for 47.
So it's a lack of foundation is the objection. Is the person that took the photo going to testify later?
Yes.
Okay, then I think maybe
Okay.
I will go ahead. I'll sustain the objection on a foundational basis and maybe when that person testifies.
So 47 is out for now.
For now.
Yeah,
On a foundational basis, but the person that took the photo, if we want to address it then,
Understood.
okay? But, so right now I show 1, 5, 6, 20, and 38. And then if we want to have the person that took the photos in 47 and 48 lay the foundation, when they testify, we can revisit those two.
Okay.
Okay, all right. Do we have further questions for Chief Sullivan?
Real quick with 48, was the objection also for 48? I thought it was just for 47.
I'm sorry, did I misunderstand?
47 and 48. Because Chief Sullivan didn't take those pictures, so he can't lay the foundation for those.
He can't lay the foundation for reading the date and time of the photo that he's looking at? I'm asking.
You're asking him to verify the authenticity of the picture. And since he didn't take the picture, he can't testify to its authenticity. He has no knowledge of the picture being taken. So whoever took the picture needs to be the one that lays that foundation as to its authenticity.
Understood. Where are we at with 48? Also, out.
At this point, I'm going
Gotcha.
to sustain the objection.
Thank you.
But if the person that took the photo is going to testify later.
Okay. Chief Sullivan.
Sir.
All right. Well, let's go within a different direction then. I have Union Exhibit 60. Yeah. 60.
Steve? Okay.
Do you recognize this document?
Yes, I believe so. Yeah.
You recognize it?
Yeah, I think I've seen it before.
Okay. On page 2, the discipline recommendation references a 2003 manual, correct?
Yes.
And that, are you familiar with the Elkhart Fire Department Rules and Regulations Manual 2003 edition?
I'm aware of the manual, yes.
You're aware of it? Okay. And are you aware of the rule that's cited 301.1H of the 2003 manual?
I do not have that rule memorized, but yes.
Yes. When was this manual last made available to firefighters?
That I couldn't answer you. I believe it's part of Lexipol, but not sure where, I mean, I know how to find it in that Lexipol document, but I'm not sure how it's made available to firefighters this time.
Is it available? Is it on Lexipol or is it available to firefighters as well on Lexipol?
I believe they all have access to it, but
Okay.
I know it's currently under review, Lexipol.
Okay. So I've been on the department for about 3 years now, and I've not been able to find access to it. So if I were on Lexipol,
Objection.
I'm still in the middle of a sentence.
But you're giving personal testimony. There's no question there.
I'm in the middle of the question.
I'll let him finish.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So I've been on the fire department for about 3 years now, and I've never been able to find or have access to this manual. Where could a firefighter today in Lexipol find that manual?
I'm not sure how, if everyone has the same access, I'm not sure.
I know. All right. Does the fire department use this 2003 manual on an operational basis?
I'm not sure what,
Do-
where all
Do
of
we,
those-
do we use this as part of our operations, the 2003 manual?
I don't know how we use it currently, as far as where it falls in line with in line with the Lexipol, which are currently under review.
Okay. So you're unsure which way we use this manual?
Correct.
Okay. Has there been an update in the policies in the last 22 years since that manual?
I don't believe to that particular manual. I know we've switched to Lexipol and I know there are some similarities between them, but I'm not sure
So
exact usages.
we have had an update in fire department policies though.
Yes,
Okay. But the 2003 manual was the last set of policies that was approved by the Board of Public Safety. Is that correct?
that I'm not sure.
Can you tell us how and why Lexipol came to be and how we use it?
I believe it was in my opinion is to clear up some issues and making sure that our policies fell within legal guidelines that were similar to other departments of our size.
So we have the Lexipol policies. Why aren't they cited as a violation?
I couldn't tell you that.
Okay. So we aren't sure if firefighters have access to the 2003 manual, and we don't actually use it on an operational basis, and it's only pulled out for discipline of a firefighter. Is that correct?
I'm saying I am not sure how we use it.
Okay.
Maybe someone who has more.
If that were how it was used, do you think that that would be fair if a firefighter didn't have access to the policies? He never got to read them, never approved them, is completely unaware of the rules. Do you think that that would be fair to discipline them based on those policies?
I am not sure who has and has not reviewed those policies. If they had,
If they didn't,
if they had not ever had it, then yes, probably.
probably not fair. Okay. I don't have any more questions.
Okay. Attorney Davis?
Chief Sullivan, Fire Station 6, what's the status of Fire Station 5, what's the status of Fire Station 5?
As far as pertaining to the cameras,
The cameras and the operationability of it.
the cameras were not installed at Station 5. My understanding, were not installed at Station 5 due to a possibility of changing doing a construction project in the apparatus bay, which we would have had to take them back down and move them for the construction project.
So there are no cameras in Fire Station 5 due to a remodeling. What about Fire Station 6?
I believe that Fire Station 6 was put on hold not to install because we had already started, I'm not sure exactly the timeline, but because of the new Fire Station 6, the cameras will be placed in the new fire station and not placed at the old station.
Like, so that's the reason why there are no cameras at those two particular fire stations, correct?
Correct.
So when you did the reenactment, were you given any directions from the investigator as to where you were supposed to stand in terms of being on the particular scissor lift?
Yes, they were using video footage of the event and trying to place someone in as close to proximity as what they had noticed, things lined up on the video to make it as similar as possible.
So in Union Exhibits 18, 19, and 20, where you are currently standing is exactly in the location that Captain Flagg was standing at the time as part of the reenactment?
That's what they believed, yes, that would be the location based on the footage.
Okay. That's all I have.
Okay.
Chief Sullivan,
Sure.
is there currently a remodel happening with Station 5?
No, I believe that project is now gone by the wayside.
Okay. And we have no cameras in Fire Station 5?
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay. Does the commission have any questions?
I got a couple of questions.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. At this point in time, who was in charge of that building of Ford Fire Station? Who was
In charge of, as far as the administrative side, Captain Flagg is the station captain, so he oversees day-to-day operations within inside the facility. If he needs support from the administration side, such as major projects, permissions to do repairs and those kinds of things, that would run through Chief Lace, the chief of operations, or chief of services, sorry.
And then you said you have construction experience, is that right?
Yes, I did electrical work prior to getting on the fire department here.
What is the purpose of conduit?
Conduit would be placed in especially areas where there's a lot of things going on. So like in your garage or inside of an apparatus bay, conduit would be installed to protect the wiring so that it wouldn't get damaged by things going on inside that building, inside that space.
Is it an insulator from other fields like magnetic fields or electrical fields? Or?
It doesn't typically do a lot of that. I mean, there's grounding purposes for it, but typically it's there to protect the wiring.
Okay. I have to say that wiring there looks a little sloppy. Would you agree with that?
It's years of things being added and removed. So yeah, it's an old building. The electrical has been changed out in that facility a couple of times. Not fully connected, but we've added outlets and things in that ceiling, I believe, over the years.
So was Captain Flagg there when you went to do this investigation?
No, they were at our central fire station. They were downtown at the
I
time.
didn't understand what you said.
They were at our central fire station. They had been brought downtown
Okay.
to the battalion chief's office during the investigation.
So did you ask him how this came about, how this thing became disconnected?
I did not know. That was not part of it was not my part of the investigation.
So why was he down? He was at Central Fire Station?
Yes, yeah.
Why was he at Central Fire?
They were told by other administration that they were to report to Central Fire, both units, to go to the battalion chief's office until the investigation was over.
So did you ever talk to Flagg about this, or?
No,
And how much time did it take for him to get suspended?
I believe they sent him home within an hour. I believe
Okay.
that was based on administration and human resources.
Is that scissors lift a permanent piece of equipment at Station 4?
No, it moves from station to station depending on what work they made. Captain Flagg had been assigned to do some investigation on some soffit, so it was at their station for that time to review that work and to complete some projects.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Any other questions? Okay. Thank you, Chief
Mhm.
Sullivan.
I have a
Oh.
couple. I like to, based on the questions. So Chief, you have an electrical experience, so educate me. So when you're checking for continuous power supply through a conduit, how do you do that? How's that done?
Checking for continuance. I mean, we would typically check the connections to make sure there were no loose wiring, that
So-
all those connections were in.
So where's the connection in the box? Or is
In-
it along the conduit?
If the wiring is run like the conduit you see in the picture,
Mhm.
you would only be able to check those connections in the junction box itself.
Okay. And in terms of, and just to correct the record, in terms of Captain Flagg, was he suspended or put on paid admin leave? Do
He was
you,
placed on administrative leave, I believe.
nothing further?
Can I, so you didn't tell anybody that Flagg did this, is that right?
No. That was not my purview. Was as it relates to working with IT is just to help them diagnose a problem. And we just noticed loose connection, reestablished the connection, and the cameras came back on.
That's all I have, I guess.
Okay, I want to give, Mr. Brewer, did you have any cross-exam of Chief Sullivan based on Mr. Davis's questions?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. All right,
Thanks, Chief.
thank you, Chief Sullivan. Yeah,
We just
anyone-
let the commission know we have one more witness on direct, so it's up to you in terms of the timing.
Are you okay with?
Sure, I think that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, we'll go ahead with your last witness, Mr.
I mean, this is gonna take time. That's what I'm trying to let you know. If you want to take a break now, this would be it. Because
Okay.
this is gonna take probably the longest period.
Oh, are we still okay?
I'm okay.
Right. We're okay. We'll go ahead and proceed.
Yeah, we're good.
Everyone
Thank you.
Okay, all right. Okay, Mr. Davis, go ahead and call your next witness.
City calls Wayne Belock.
Okay. Mr. Belock, you were previously sworn.
Morning. No, I was not.
Okay.
I can be.
Nancy, could you swear Mr. Belock, please?
Do you affirm the testimony you are about to give is true, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Belock. How are you?
Morning. Okay.
Let you sign in. Okay. Can you do me a favor, state your name for the record?
Sure. Wayne Belock?
Okay, are you currently employed by the city of Elkhart?
Yes.
Okay, what is your current position?
Director of Human Resources?
And you're a lawyer who's licensed to practice law in the state of Indiana?
Yes,
So as in your position as the Director of Human Resources, do you investigate and do investigations into employee matters?
yes,
Are you familiar with the incidents of April 19th, 2025 and May 1st of 2025,
yes,
which occurred at Fire Station 4?
yes.
Okay. How are you familiar with them?
I was informed of them by the IT department.
Okay. And were you asked to investigate those incidents?
Yes,
I objection to the April 19th testimony. We allowed it for the purposes of the connection, but Mr. Belak isn't here to testify to the purposes of the connection.
Mr. Davis?
The investigation, as I said before, these two investigations are tied together because it goes to a pattern that is happening solely at Fire Station 4 and no other fire station within the city. So this puts the city on notice, or this put the city and the IT department on notice as to something that was happening at the fire station. So part of Mr. Belak's investigation, because of the closeness of the timing, would be to look at both investigations and determine a cause for them. And so those two fit together.
I would also add that there's two reasons why the first one is relevant.
Yeah,
One would be,
No, excuse
I
me.
get to counter.
No, Mr.
Okay.
Belak, this is between Mr. Brewer and Mr. Davis.
So as we've already said, we're here for the May 1st incident. The April 19th incident was already investigated by Mr. Belak and determined that there is no preponderance of evidence to move forward with it. It's already been concluded. It's not even being brought to the commission today.
You have two different incidences, one that involved human intervention, and the question was, because it's obvious that the first one involved human intervention, and the second one was to determine if there was human intervention that caused this incident to happen, or was it an accident of some sort. So those two investigations are tied together to see if there's a pattern going on, if there's some reason or some cause. So those two investigations need to come together in terms of Mr. Belak's investigation and his testimony that he's going to offer today.
However, the conclusion of the April 19th investigation was that there is no preponderance of evidence for it to move forward.
Okay. I agree with Mr. Brewer. The matter before the board today is just the May 1st discipline. That's what we are charged with reviewing. I don't believe that we need to get into the April 19th discipline. I don't think that we need to hear anything related to the April 19th discipline. So I want to make sure that we stay on task and that we only hear evidence related to May 1st matters. So let's keep the testimony related only to the May 1st incident.
On May 1st, 2025, what occurred at Fire Station 4 that involved you?
I was advised that a security camera was disconnected.
Okay. Did you conduct an investigation?
Yes.
So what comprised that investigation?
Okay, so the investigation consisted of interviews, photos, videos, and a reenactment of the outage. I interviewed James Gerald, Director of IT, Matt Riggs, IT Public Safety Administrator, Captain Flagg on a couple of occasions, every other person on his shift, as well as the shift previous to that, because I was investigating both incidents, so that's why I interviewed all the firefighters. And reviewed the different photographs that have been taken, took some photographs, and reviewed the video that had been conducted.
Okay. How many times did you interview Captain Flagg?
At least two.
I'm handing you what's marked as City's Exhibit Z. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
What do you recognize Z to be?
So that was the first interview on May 13th with Captain Flagg.
Okay. So in that May 13th interview with Captain Flagg, does the subject of the Station 4 camera come up?
Did say Z, right?
Yes.
Z is
City
zebra.
Z.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's make sure they have it in their hands
It's
as
this one right
well.
here, it's like this, the transcript, Nancy.
It was the one sent on Friday.
Paper clipped.
There. Got it. All right. Thank you.
Yep.
Got it.
You ready? I'm ready, yeah.
You guys ready? Okay.
Thank you.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Do you recognize City's Exhibit Z?
Yes,
What do you recognize it to be?
it's a transcript of the interview conducted on May 13th.
Okay. So in the May 13th, 2025 interview, does the subject of the Station 4 cameras come up?
Yes.
Okay. Did Captain Flagg express his thoughts in that interview?
Yeah, initially we talked about the memo that he had sent to, I believe, other firefighters at the station. There were several topics in there. One was the issue of the cameras being installed.
Okay. And did Captain Flagg express his thoughts regarding?
So, yeah, I asked him what his concerns were. He said they had vendors show up, install them. They got no direction from anybody. And it was a security concern.
Anything else?
No, this interview was pretty short. We didn't have the video to review with that interview, so I did not go through it at that time.
The city moves that City's Exhibit Z be entered into evidence.
Mr. Brewer?
I have a question. Can I ask Mr. Belak a question about it? The exhibit? No. Okay.
I just need your response to,
I would object that this is not the first date that Captain Flagg was interviewed. This is not the proper date.
okay.
This is the date of the transcript. This is the city's evidence. If there's other dates that the union wants to enter in as evidence of an interview, they are free to do that. But this is the city's date that the transcript was made.
And I would say that per the other exhibits, it shows that Captain Flagg was to report to Human Resources that on May 1st at 3 p.m., of which he did with my presence as the first interview.
Okay. So, Mr. Davis, you said that this is the transcript of the interview, but Mr. Brewer, am I correct? The interview actually occurred on May 1st. I guess I'm confused.
We'll kind of get into that with some of the questions that we have for Mr. Belak. But as for this being the first interview, this was not the first interview.
Okay.
The city's response is, this is Mr. Belak's transcript, so I asked that Mr. Belak explain the date and the time and the occurrence of this interview.
Okay. So was there an actual interview that occurred on May 13th?
Yes,
Okay.
and May 1st.
Okay, so, all right. So are you, I guess then is the objection as far as accuracy.
Just the claim that it's the first interview. That's the only objection I have.
Okay, all right. I'm going to note the objection, but I'm going to admit it over objection, and then we can flush out on your cross.
Thank you.
Okay.
Mhm.
So,
Say what you're admitting for the
We
record.
are admitting Exhibit Z as in zebra. All right, Mr. Davis?
okay, Mr. Belak, let's get back to City's Exhibit Z. So Captain Flagg expressed his thoughts in the interview. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and what was his thoughts regarding the installation of the cameras at Fire Station 4?
As I indicated, he had expressed concern that they didn't have notice they were going to be there, that they got no direction, that it was a security concern because people were just coming there that he didn't know about as station captain. I asked if he followed up with administration on that. He said he didn't recall. And that was, I think, it as far as the concerns about the camera.
Okay. Do you have anything else that you want to share with us about the interview that's labeled as City's Exhibit Z?
Right, so this was the first recorded interview. I think in my initial answer, I said there were at least two. We had a brief conversation on May 1st, I believe it was, which was not recorded, where I basically asked if he knew anything about it and if he was involved in it, which he denied at that time. But then all the subsequent interviews were recorded.
So at this point in the investigation, you have the May 13th interview of Captain Flagg. So what's next? What's the next step in your investigation?
Well, the first step was I looked at the video, then conducted the interviews of Captain Flagg as well as the people at the station with regard to both incidents, because that was done simultaneously.
Okay. So did you interview Captain Flagg a second time?
Yes.
Why did you interview him a second time?
We did not have the benefit of the video the first time, so I wanted to review that with him so he could have the opportunity to see it and explain anything in it.
Okay. I'm handing you what's marked as City's Exhibit U. Do you recognize City's Exhibit U?
Yeah.
What do you recognize City's Exhibit U to be?
It's a transcript of the interview that was conducted on May 15th, 2025.
Okay. So in that interview is the interview that you discussed the video with Captain Flagg?
Yes.
Okay. So what we'd like to be able to do is walk the commission through that video timeline for that particular day. You have that for me? Okay. So let's discuss what Captain Flagg said he was doing that day. What was he working on?
He indicated that he was involved in a number of maintenance events or maintenance issues. Some of it involved looking at the soffit outside of the building, so that's when the scissor lift goes out the back. Some of it involved identifying areas that needed painting. Some of it involved his conversation about the Plimo vent, which is a vent that they hook up to the back of the fire truck to collect the exhaust. It had not been functioning for a while, so he was also working on that as well.
Okay. Does he say who else was in the apparatus bay?
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Does he explain or state who else was in the apparatus bay with him?
Yeah, firefighter Holt was also, Holt was there also, as shown on the video when he pulled in.
Okay. So during the interview, you did discuss the scissor lift and the reason for it being in the station?
Yes.
Yes. And did he use the scissor lift to perform any maintenance work?
Yes.
So while Captain Flagg was on the scissor lift, did he state he had any tools with him on the scissor lift?
Yeah, I asked him if he had any tools with him. This is on page 2 of the transcript. He said I had a screwdriver and an electrical tester, and I don't remember what else.
Okay. Did he state the reasons why he was on that scissor lift?
He said he was working or looking for a continuous power supply so that he can run some new electrical outlets.
Okay. So I'm handing what's marked as City's Exhibit A. And do you recognize City's Exhibit A?
Yeah, Exhibit A is a photo that I had taken showing the camera hanging down from the ceiling, and that's, I believe, facing toward the street garage doors.
Okay. Okay. So there's an X that's marked on City's Exhibit A. What does the X represent?
All right, so the X represents, it's on page 12 of the transcript. I asked, so I'm looking at this picture of Exhibit A. Are you sure your lift and where you were positioned is between the camera and the junction and the box? And he said, it would have been in this area right here. And I said, can you put an X there? And then he goes, somewhere right here. And I said, that's where you had the lift positions, right? And he said, I believe so. It's hard to tell from the angle of the photo. So that was his X that he put on the photo.
Okay. So just for clarification's sake, I know we've gone through this before, but just want to make sure. So what object is suspended from the ceiling below the X?
Below the X is the camera,
And above the X?
is the junction box and a light that's
Okay.
on.
So what does Captain Flagg say he's doing? I'm sorry. What does Captain Flagg say he's looking for in terms of some of the work that he's doing that particular day?
So what he says is, so going kind of back to page 7, little past halfway down the page. Well, I said we're at 10:25 on the video because I benchmarked different times on the video as far as what was happening. That's when he's visible basically from a little above his waist down. So that's after he had already raised the lift, as we saw in the video. I said, looks like you raised the lift. We're at minute mark 10:25.06. What were you raising it to get to? He goes, the electrical box. I said, and what were you trying to do with the electrical box? He said, trying to find a continuous power supply. And then on the next page, he says, I would have been working on the electrical box. I asked what you were doing. He said, what do you mean? You asked me this 4 times now. I was looking for a continuous power supply. I said, yes. I mean, did you unscrew anything? Did you stick something in the socket? You have to do something to determine it. I said, what were you doing? His answer was, there was an electrical junction box right where I was working at. I would have unscrewed the cover of it and used put an electrical tester to see if we had continuous power supply. He goes, then I asked Holt to turn the fan on and off several times to make sure it wasn't a switch power supply, it was a continuous power supply. And then I asked where the switches were, and he further down said, were they in the bay area? He said, yes, in the bay, on the wall, near the living quarters, and he said, mm-hmm, on the next page.
So Firefighter Holt was on the rig floor, is that correct?
He
Sorry,
was,
let me clarify. So Firefighter Holt was on the rig floor at some point in time during the video.
correct.
Okay. So do you know what Firefighter Holt was doing according to the video?
According to what he said and what Captain Flagg said, I believe he was doing some work on the engine itself.
All right. So can we? Ready? Yeah, take it to 10:12 or 10:10.
So you want them at 10:10?
Because it's still
Yeah.
out there.
That's at 10:12.
Yeah. 'Cause yeah.
We need to go to 10:10.
Yeah, he's on 10:10.
12.
Yeah, but he leaves at 10:12.
It's past there. Need to back up a little.
So we'll go to 9:58.
No. 10:10 should be fine.
Okay. Yeah. Go to 10:10. You're at 10:12.
Okay, that's good.
Okay.
It's good. Good stuff.
You can stop it there. See, you stop behind. Are we on play? All right. So, Mr. Belak, can you explain what's going on at this point in time? We're starting at the 10:11 and a half mark.
All right, so at this point, no one is on the lift. And in a few seconds, at the 10:12 mark, we will see firefighter Holt leave the apparatus bay. And there's also 3 other angles, which show more toward the front. It shows him walking. So he leaves the apparatus bay and does not appear in the rest of the video, which means he was not there checking switches when Captain Flagg was on the lift, as he had previously stated.
So you show firefighter Holt leaving the
Right.
floor at what time?
10:12.
Does firefighter Holt appear again on the rig floor?
No.
Okay, so during this,
So 10:12:24, Captain Flagg gets on the lift.
okay. Okay. So the 10:24 mark, so hold on. But the 10:08 mark,
Doing them to freeze it.
yeah, let's stop that. So at this point in time, what is Captain Flagg beginning to do? We're at the 10:12 mark.
He gets on the lift and in a few seconds, you'll see him drive toward the camera.
Okay.
I think it's actually 10:24 when he starts driving
Yeah.
toward.
So in the interim, let's, as the videos, just,
You can do the fast, but keep it playing because there's one thing that happens in between.
Say this, that's up for council to decide.
I'm sorry.
That's up for council to decide where the video goes to.
He asked me to explain the video.
He didn't
So-
actually ask you to direct IT.
do in a second, Ian. Let's take a, let's Real quick, Mr. Bilal. So according to Captain Flagg, were there issues with the Primo vent?
Yes,
Okay, did he document those issues?
I believe he communicated those to one of the chiefs.
Okay. Do you recall at what time he sent those emails to a chief?
Those were earlier before he got on the lift. So the prior portion of the video before it got parked with nobody on it. And then also, I think he's up there now taking some pictures and sending them because there were some corresponding emails that related to when he was down at that end of the bay.
All right, so we need to get to the 1024 mark.
Yeah.
Getting there. So at the 1024 mark,
So right there, stop. He put something down on the right rear portion of the lift. So before he comes down toward the camera, I don't know, he put something down there. So I noted that in my notes when I was watching this. Okay.
okay. So at the 1024 mark, he's on the scissor lift. Is that correct?
Yeah, he starts going toward the camera.
Okay.
So I'm looking to see if he has any
can stop
tools
here.
in his hands, and he
Yeah.
does not.
Okay. So at this point, what's going on?
He drives the lift down, and then he's going to raise it.
So he's
And there's no tools visible in his hands or around his belt. And he had set something down in the back of the lift prior to that.
So at this point in time, in the interview, what does Captain Flagg say he's trying to accomplish?
He said, I was looking for continuous power supply so I could run some electrical outlets. And then I asked him, that's what he said. There was an electrical junction box right where I was working at. I would have unscrewed the cover of it and put an electrical tester. Then I asked Holt to turn the fan off and on several times to make sure that it was a switch power supply, not a continuous. Then,
Okay. A couple of questions. One, is firefighter Holt anywhere visible on the floor?
no, he left at 10:12 on the video.
Are there any tools in Captain Flagg's hands as
No.
it appears in the view? Okay. So in your investigation in relation to the electrical box, where does he sit in relation to the electrical box? And you can look at Exhibit A for reference.
Where he put the X is he is between the electrical box and the camera that's hanging down.
Okay. So as part of the investigation, was Captain Flagg shown the sample connection, City's Exhibit Y?
Was what? I'm sorry.
Sorry. As part of the investigation, was Captain Flagg shown the sample connection labeled City's Exhibit Y?
Yeah, the yellow and blue wire, you mean?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. As part of the interview, did you discuss the functionality of it? What I'm asking you, sir, is the click that we've discussed all morning?
Yes, we talked about it.
Okay. So once you completed this interview, going over the video with Captain Flagg, what was your next step? What was your next step in the investigation?
Well, part of it, if you just play the next few seconds, 'cause
Yep, go ahead.
so he raises it, his hands aren't visible. Before we get to that point, you can see something on the back of the lift. And then I was looking to see, based on where he put the X, and which way he was facing, what was accessible to him and what was not accessible to him.
Okay. Is there a way to go back partially just to see what's on the back of the lift? There it is. All right. Right there.
Right there.
All right. So so you
Yeah,
do see
right.
something on the back of the
Yeah.
lift. All right. Okay. All right. Go ahead. Continue, sir.
So
Once you completed this interview with Captain Flagg, what was the next step in your investigation?
So after reviewing the video, I wanted to look at a couple things to determine if basically what he was saying was true, and also to try to recreate what it would look like from where that lift is positioned if we duplicated it and had someone standing exactly where he was to show the orientation of the camera and the junction box and the person on the lift. Because he had given a reason for why he was doing that, and I wanted to determine if what he was saying was accurate or not, or feasible given what had happened.
Okay. So you conducted a reenactment.
Yes.
Who was involved in the reenactment?
Myself, IT, you, Assistant Chief Summer, Chief Sullivan. I believe that was it.
Okay. All right. I'm handing you where I've marked this City's Exhibit N as in November. Do you recognize City's Exhibit N?
Yes.
Okay. What do you recognize City's Exhibit N to be?
So N is sorry.
That's the first.
So all set? Okay.
Got it. I'm
Yeah, we're
sorry.
waiting for you to catch up. That's all. Sorry.
All right.
Yes.
There's a pause for that. All right. So I've handed you where it's marked as City's Exhibit N.
Right.
Do you recognize City's Exhibit N?
Yes.
What do you recognize it to be?
So what we wanted to do, based on, we had a freeze frame of where Captain Flagg was positioned when the camera froze. So we wanted to duplicate that in fairness to the recreation to try to get it as close to exact as where we could. So we looked at several reference points to determine, and that's actually, what's on there now is not the actual freeze frame. There it is. Okay. So we're comparing this from Captain Flagg to the recreation with Chief Sullivan. And so we wanted to align it. If you look at the circles where the lift was in relation to the doorway, the door jamb, the door that's open, you can see it's parallel to the left door jamb. You can see where the clock and the fire extinguisher were. On the floor, you could see where that part of the lift is in relation to the yellow line when you're looking at the screen. And then you can see where his foot was positioned on the lift compared to where Captain Flagg's foot was positioned. And so what I wanted to see was if you have somebody in that position, but you have the benefit of the top view, where would they be in relation to the camera, the junction box, and the logistics of getting to either or both of those? And I'll tell you why, because I just wasn't going to go upon the fact that it went out. I wanted to see if what he was saying was possible, given the situation.
Okay. Just for the sake of procedure, the city moves to have cities exhibit U, A, and N entered as evidence.
Mr. Brewer?
No
are we-
objection.
Okay.
All right.
We will admit U
A,
and
A, and N.
and N without objection.
Mr. Belak, I'm handing you what's marked as cities exhibit O. Do you recognize cities exhibit O?
Yeah, actually, okay, so N is Flagg, O is Sullivan. So I got those mixed up. Because we have the cup down here when Sullivan was there. So N is really what's on the screen now. O is Sullivan's recreation.
Right.
There's a couple things different. There's a rag there and there's a cup there.
Can I stop you a second?
Yeah.
N is the real thing?
N is Flagg
Okay, I had that wrong.
and O is Sullivan.
There's a date stamp across the top,
Yeah.
verification in yellow.
Yeah, I should have.
And that's Sullivan on the date of the investigation?
Yeah, that was May 23rd. And yeah, in the upper left is May 1st.
Which one is the recreation?
Oh, Exhibit O is the recreation.
That's not where Sullivan was on May 1, right?
The flag on May 1 is the first exhibit.
Exhibit N
N.
is Flagg on May 1. That's the image that's up on the screen. Exhibit O is Sullivan on May 23rd.
There's no Sullivan on May 1, right?
There's no Sullivan
no
on May 1 in terms of being on the scissor lift for this reenactment. Chief Sullivan testified to already being at the station, but this would not be that occurrence. Are we good?
Yes, thank you.
Just want to make sure. For City's Exhibit O, can you explain that to the commission?
Right. So as I previously said, if you look at the reference points, try to align it to recreate it. You can see the circle on the top shows actually that little angle between the lift and the door, and the thing above the doorway. You can see where the clock is in fire extinguisher position. You can see the alignment with the door jamb. You can see on the bottom little circle that part of the lift and where it is in relation to the yellow line, and then the foot position of each of them.
So the goal of the reenactment was to recreate.
Was to put the lift in a position, so then having the benefit of seeing what's above what we can't see on the image, that would reflect where the person was in relation to the camera as well as the electrical junction box.
City moves that Exhibit O be entered into evidence.
No objection.
I'm handing you,
O is admitted.
okay, sorry. Mr. Belak, I'm handing you with marked as City's Exhibit R. Do you recognize City's
Yes.
Exhibit R? What do you recognize it to be?
So R is So given where Sullivan is in N, this is a photo of Sullivan on the lift. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Everybody have R? Okay.
R.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Okay, so this is a photo of stepping back of what Sullivan facing that way and his ability to reach the wires, and then showing the junction boxes behind him because you can't even see it.
So in city's Exhibit R, Chief Sullivan is able to reach
The wires.
What's the difficulty showing in terms of reaching the wire?
It's at the extension of his arms.
Okay. So again, the scissor lift is in the same position on May 23rd as it was on May 1st.
Yes.
Okay. City's Exhibit S, Sierra. Handing that to you. What do you recognize City's Exhibit S to be?
Close up of that same position of Sullivan reaching the wires.
Okay. City moves that City's Exhibit S be entered into evidence.
No objection.
Okay.
Okay. I'm handing what's marked.
Yes, we will admit city's Exhibit S as in Sam.
I'm handing you was marked as City's Exhibit T. Do you recognize City's Exhibit T?
Sure.
What do you recognize City's Exhibit T to be?
So given the position of the lift as to where it was on both days and where Sullivan's standing as compared to where Captain Flagg was, that's showing how he would have had to reach the electrical junction box given where he was standing and given where the lift was positioned.
Okay. So again, the city moves that City's Exhibit T be entered into evidence.
No objection.
Okay. We'll show the admission of city's Exhibit T is in Tom.
City moves that City's Exhibit R be entered into evidence.
Which one is R?
R.
Have R up there.
This one.
No objection.
Okay. We'll show the admission of city's Exhibit R.
Okay, Mr. Belot, so again, can you state the goal of the reenactment was what?
So the goal in the reenactment was to follow up on the statement given by Captain Flagg as to what he was doing and where he was at. And given the limitations of the original video and photo, to determine what would have been visible above that view had we had that opportunity on May 1st, given the position of the lift and the person on the lift, and the location of the camera and the location of the junction box.
After completing the reenactment, what did your investigation show?
So based on all that, combined with the other facts, the determination was that it was more likely than not that the wire was disconnected by Captain Flagg based upon the fact that it had been there for 2 months without ever going offline, that entire day prior to the last minute of the video, there's a connection maintained, that less than a minute from when he drives toward the connection and the frame freezes, the disconnection occurs. The fact that given the position of the lift and the person and the camera and the junction box, he would have been facing the wires. He would not have been facing the junction box. There were no tools visible in his hands going up, and he in fact set something down further on the lift before he went up. And so, the test was, is it more likely than not that the disconnection occurred due to the actions of Captain Flagg versus any other cause, combining everything we saw here today, plus what IT had said about the nature of the connection. And so it was concluded that it was more likely than not that he did the disconnection.
As the head of HR, you deal with city lawsuits, liability cases, things of that nature.
Yes.
So if, for example, there was some damage or some action that had happened at the fire station and there was no physical record because the camera was disconnected, what would that mean for the city's position?
It could put the city in a difficult position as far as trying to substantiate whatever had occurred.
Okay. So when you drafted your report, who did you share that report with?
It was, I believe it was sent to legal and to the mayor's office
Okay.
and the fire administration.
Okay.
And the report addressed both incidents. It found there was no insufficient evidence to establish the cause of the first one, and then the second one on May 1st.
Okay. All right. Nothing further. I pass the witness.
All right.
Mr. Brewer?
Would it be inappropriate to request a restroom break? Or do we need to continue?
No, if we need a restroom break, that would be fine.
Okay. Is that okay?
Whatever. That's
However much time.
It's up to them. You guys want to take a break or not? I don't care.
No, that's fine.
As I said, this is the city's last witness. So it's your call.
Yeah, that's absolutely fine. If someone needs a restroom break, I have no objection to that. Let's say 15 minutes, is that? Less 10, okay, 10.
Okay.
Let's do 10 minutes.
Thank you.
So, yeah, yep. We'll show that we're in adjournment for 10 minutes.
Thank you.
So, yep.
We're ready. Mr. Belot?
Okay, let's go back on the record. Okay, I think we were ready for Mr. Brewer.
Thank you.
For your cross-examination of Mr. Belak.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Mr. Belot, I'm going to hand you Union Exhibit 23.
Okay.
Can you identify what this document is?
Yeah, it's a transcript of the interview with Brandon Holt.
Okay. And then can you turn to page 6?
Mm-hmm.
Yep, and then in the red section, did Mr. Holt indicate if he was flipping switches for Captain Flagg?
Yeah, so the transcript says, what else was he working on? Were you assisting him? No, I was doing rig checks. We were turning on any switches. I might have. Do you recall doing it or not? I don't know if it was that Thursday or before. So with regard to any assistance you gave him in turning off switches, what would that have been related to? Trying to see what light is on what switch, and fans too that are constantly on, trying to figure out where those tie into. There's a fan blade here and a fan there or here. Got it. A bunch of wires going everywhere and a bunch of stuff connected everywhere. That's the part you would have.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Mhm.
I can make a motion to enter in Union Exhibit 23. Interview between Wayne Belak and Brandon Holt.
It's the city's exhibit,
It's the same.
so there's no objection to entering the city's exhibit.
Okay. All right, then we'll show unions 23.
Mr. Belak, you were contacted after IT and Fire Administration recognized the camera signal was lost, correct?
Yes.
And that was prior to Captain Flagg being placed on administrative leave. Correct?
I think so. I'm not sure the
Okay.
exact timing when they met with him in relation to when they called me, but
Okay. Do you know how it was decided that Captain Flagg be placed on administrative leave?
it's common when there are investigations and wrongdoing hasn't yet been established that a person under investigation may be placed on an administrative leave with pay because that's not a disciplinary consequence, just to remove them from the situation. I mean, I'm speaking generally beyond even his situation, but
Okay,
that's
so
generally the function of administrative leave.
were you part of the conversations of the decision-making to place him on administrative leave?
I think so.
Okay.
I was aware it was happening.
Do you know who made the initial recommendation that he'd be placed on administrative leave?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Do you know who made the final decision?
The final decision is the chief places him on administrative leave or the assistant chief, whoever it was in that case.
Okay. So you may or may not have been a part of the communication, but decision-making happened that Captain Flagg be placed on administrative leave within an hour, correct?
I believe so, if that's
About
what
an
the
hour.
timeline reflects, right?
And in our discovery request on July 22nd, if you want to see it, do you want to see it?
But it depends on what the question
Okay.
is. If I need to see something else.
I requested any communication regarding the investigation and anything pertaining to, so that would have been communication about the decision for why he was placed on administrative leave. So why wasn't that included?
I had phone conversations with people.
Okay.
I don't recall, I don't know offhand right now if there were any emails or not.
It just wasn't documented communication then.
I'm not sure.
Okay. And you were the individual responsible for leading the investigation for the May 1st incident, correct?
Yes,
And you were the person that documented the conclusions?
yes,
Okay. And so you were responsible for ensuring that the investigation was appropriate, fair, and thorough and evidence-based, correct?
yes.
How many firefighters did you interview?
I don't have the number offhand. What I interviewed was firefighters on Captain Flagg shift and shift prior to that, because when I was doing the interviews, it was for both instances. So
10, 10, does that sound okay?
Whoever, yeah,
Okay.
whatever the documents reflect. You got a flash drive of all the interviews.
Yep,
So
correct.
whatever that number is.
And those 10 interviews occurred between May 12th through May 15th?
If that's what it shows, I would not disagree with that.
Okay. Let's say that's what's at the heading of each one of the ones that were given to us.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Those are the dates of the headings. Of
Okay,
each.
then that would be
I can
correct.
show you, okay.
We had somebody type them up afterward.
Okay. The reenactment occurred on May 23rd, correct? Yep.
Mhm.
And you authored the investigation report exhibit Union 42?
Yes.
Okay. When did you author the investigative report?
The conclusion of it would have been the date that it was submitted. I mean, there would have been a running draft and then I would finalize it. So
Okay. Do you know when you finalized this report?
I'm not sure offhand. That could be checked based on checking the document, the original document.
Okay. No date? No date on this document, correct?
No.
On the investigative report?
Right.
Okay.
It would have been on or about the time it was submitted to fire administration.
Do you know when you provided that to them?
Not offhand. It would probably have been an email or something.
Okay. And 60. 0. Do you know what date? I'm handing you exhibit Union 60. What is the date for this document, for the recommendation of discipline from Division Chief Gore to Chief Dale?
July 8th, 2025.
July 8th.
Yeah.
61. And this is a poor copy, I apologize, but Union Exhibit 61. And what is the date on this document of the actual issuance of the discipline to Captain Flagg?
Says July 10th on the top of it and on the back page.
Okay. And then Captain Flagg was removed from duty until July 18th, is that correct?
If that's what the records show, I wouldn't have reason to dispute that.
Okay. And before I get ahead of myself, I'd move to submit Union Exhibits 42, which is the investigative file, 60 and 61.
42.
Mr. Davis?
Trying to find 42.
It's just a copy of his investigative file.
There's no objection to 42.
Okay, then we'll show the admission of 42. And
City objects to 60 and 61 because Mr. Beelock is not Chief Dale nor Chief Gore. So he didn't author City's Exhibit 60 and Union's Exhibit 60. Unit's Exhibit 61 is the disciplinary notice for which Mr. Beelock was not there. So he can't testify to the authenticity of either one of the two documents.
Okay, so let's see here, objecting to, 60 and 61.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. Mr. Brewer, your response?
No, I think it's pretty consistent with what we did earlier, right? Lack of foundation. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah, and I believe that, yes, Mr. Davis's objection to 60 and 61 is lack of foundation. And your response on those documents to 60 and 61?
I understand that he's not the author or party to these documents. He has been the lead investigator and the head of HR. He has been aware and has probably seen these documents as well.
But that calls for speculation.
Do you want to maybe ask some follow-up questions on 60 or 61?
I'm just going to enter him with Captain Flagg.
Oh, I'm sorry. I
I-
didn't catch that.
I don't have anything else for it, for that objection.
Okay.
It's for, just for exhibits, the questions surrounding 60 and 61, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Then I don't have anything else for that. I'll just move on.
Oh, okay. Are you withdrawing your request to move those into
Correct.
evidence? Okay.
Correct.
So we're going to set 60 and 61 aside for now. But we will show
61.
that 42 is admitted. Okay.
All right, Mr. Bealock, so why do you think that Flagg was continued to be removed from duty up until through July 18th, after he was already rendered his discipline from the chief's office?
I'm not sure what you mean.
Captain Flagg was rendered discipline from the chief's office, and then a period of 8 days went by where he was continually removed from duty. Do you know why that he might have been continually removed from duty, even after he was received his discipline?
Had the 3 days or the suspension been served then or not?
Negative. His suspension was served on July 18th itself.
Okay. I don't know.
Okay. So Captain Flagg was removed from duty for an additional 8 days, costing additional taxpayer overtime as well to be paid, correct?
I don't know the details of what you're talking about. So that
He
would
was
be
removed from duty.
right.
He was rendered his discipline. He was removed from duty for an additional 8 days, 3 more shifts after that, and causing an additional overtime shift every single shift, costing the taxpayers another few more $1,000 just for those few days, correct?
That may be the case. I'm not the one
Okay.
to speak to that.
Okay, thank you.
The scheduling.
All right. Before interviewing Captain Flagg, do you know who wrote the description written in the city's exhibit W of the video
I
file?
received the video from my.
Okay. Do you know who wrote the description that
I do
firefighter
not have
unplugs
personal
fisheye
knowledge
camera?
Who wrote that?
Okay. But that was that label on there before you interviewed Captain Flagg?
The label saying
That firefighter unplugs fisheye camera?
probably.
Okay. So that would have been before interviewing him and also the 10 other firefighters?
It would have, yeah, it would have been before all that. Yep.
Okay. And then also before the reenactment?
Yes.
Okay. You indicated in Exhibit Union 42 that you interviewed James Gerald and Matt Riggs, correct?
Right.
And where are the transcripts for those interviews?
Those weren't transcribed. I took notes.
You took
I
notes?
took notes or I just add some general questions.
Were those notes provided to the union in their discovery request?
I don't believe so, but I don't know that there were notes of the conversation with James Gerald. It was mainly to verify the issue of the connection. It wasn't anything detailed.
Okay.
It was like, can the wire disconnect or not? The way they said it did. And that was pretty much it.
Okay. So we interviewed
So there
10
wasn't really
firefighters.
Yeah.
We interviewed 10 firefighters, and each one of those were audio recorded and transcribed, but we didn't do that with the interviews with the IT individuals. Is that correct?
Yeah, the interviews or the conversation with the IT people happened before the other interviews were conducted, so there was no need to transcribe them.
You decided that there was no need, is
Right.
that correct? Okay.
Yeah, and once it got more involved, we decided to record and transcribe.
Okay.
Similarly, the initial conversation with Captain Flagg wasn't transcribed, but once we found, after that point, decided to do that. So
Okay.
that one wasn't either.
8 to 38. So as you mentioned before, you interviewed Captain Flagg briefly on May 1st, correct?
Right. I
And
think you were there for that.
correct,
one
I
also?
believe
Yeah.
I was,
Mhm.
yes.
Right.
And you chose not to record or transcribe that interview, is that correct?
Correct.
Why did you choose not to transcribe or record that specific interview?
The main purpose of that was just to ask him do you know this thing happened? Did you have any involvement of it? What do you know about it?
Okay.
And once it seemed that it was going to be more involved than that, then we went to the next 2 interviews. But I just wanted to get a sense of if he knew what was going on.
Okay.
So it was more of an informal conversation at that point.
Okay. So in the investigative file that we requested, so we have 2 interviews from IT that don't have transcriptions and an interview from Captain Flagg on May 1st that also is not transcribed, correct?
Right, that was not transcribed.
Okay. Do you have the interview with Flagg? I'll just hand them to you.
The 15th,
I'll just hand them to you.
which ones?
I have union exhibits 21 and 22.
Okay. All right.
All right. Okay, so we've already started talking about these interviews, correct? These are the same interviews that you spoke with Mr. Davis about?
Yes.
Okay. And then on exhibit U21, what is the date?
May 15th, 2025.
Did you actually interview Captain Flagg on May 15th? It says May 15th, but did you actually interview him on May 15th?
I'm not sure. I didn't check. I can
Okay.
check my calendar to see if that's a day or if that was a different day.
Okay. You can check.
I'm sorry?
We can wait if you want to check.
Yeah, let me see if I have it down here. Not sure.
Not sure or not finding an appointment for May
I
15th?
mean, we could check emails, but I mean, I interviewed him. I think you were there for that one.
Correct.
Well,
I
right.
was. I was there for the May 13th interview. I was not present for any May 15th interview.
Okay. Yeah, somebody else was there as a union rep, I believe.
So you're testifying that there was an interview on May 15th and somebody else was Captain Flagg's representative?
I believe so.
You believe so, or?
Well, yes, there was another interview, and yes, you were not there, and yes, someone else was present.
Okay. So you're saying that there was an interview on the 13th as documented on transcript, and there was also one conducted on May 15th per the other transcript?
Transcript reflects the 15th, and there was another interview with all that, yes. I mean, you heard the recordings because you had them. Yeah.
Correct.
So,
We have 2 recordings,
right.
both of these interviews. Are you still looking for interview dates?
No,
Okay. Okay. All right, on exhibit 42, your investigative file. Page 2. You reference one email from Captain Flagg, correct? From a month prior to the incident?
where are you at?
The firefighter communications regarding the security cameras.
Oh, okay. Got it. Yeah, I see it.
So this is titled firefighter communications regarding security cameras, correct?
Yes.
And you reference one email in this paragraph? In the first paragraph?
Where are you seeing the email?
The entire paragraph is discussing in an update to
Oh,
firefighters at Station 4.
the update was a communication he sent to some of the other firefighters. When I interviewed them, that was shared.
Okay,
So it was like, I think it's a regular update he does to them as captain, and then this happened to be one of the paragraphs in that update.
okay.
Yeah.
And then can you read for us paragraph 2, please?
During the interview, some of the firefighters indicated they did not care the camera was in the apparatus bay, while others expressed privacy concerns since they need to remove clothing in the apparatus bay as part of the decontamination process after they are out on a call.
Was the email that was discussed in paragraph 1 expressing concern and discontent for the cameras the sole evidence of motive from Captain Flagg to unplug the camera?
The email was relevant in the sense that it indicated he had concern and objection to it being there.
Not necessarily that it indicated that it makes him want to unplug the camera.
Combined with everything else that happened, that's
Not the
one
final
factor.
conclusion. We're just talking about the
That
motive
was-
or intent.
That was a factor in determining whether it was more likely than not the fact he had expressed discontent with the fact it was there. That was not the sole determining factor, but it was
Okay.
relevant.
What other determining factor in terms of motive, specifically motive, that from the evidence that would indicate that Captain Flagg would have any benefit or desire to unplug the camera?
In the investigation motive, the objective of the investigation was to determine more likely than not what happened, regardless of why the person may have, what they may have thought. So that was a factor, but the finding was based upon the video evidence and his statements, which were inconsistent with what happened.
Okay, I'm not sure if that specifically answers the question of whether or not there's any other indication that on any of the evidence provided by the city that would indicate that Captain Flagg would desire or gain benefit from unplugging this camera. Is there any other evidence at all?
That's the only email that he sent, or the communication he sent to the other people. I believe there may have been conversations with administration, but you would have to ask them about that.
Documented conversations?
I don't know.
Conversations not provided to the union.
I don't know if they were documented, so they couldn't have been
Okay.
provided.
Were there any other firefighters that expressed a dislike for the cameras?
Well, yeah, as I indicate in the conclusion there were varying opinions. Some people didn't care, some expressed concern. For purposes of today, I didn't go through in each statement to see who didn't care, who was concerned, or whatever.
I hand you Exhibit 20, Union 28.
Okay.
Do you recognize the document?
Yes, an interview between me and James DeWitt.
Okay. And did driver operator DeWitt express any concerns about the cameras?
Do you want to direct me to a particular
Page 3, the bottom. It's a long paragraph.
Yes.
What, did he express concerns about privacy and the internet gaining access to his exposed form?
Yes.
And he advised that a lot of people have expressed concerns on the top of page 4, if you want to reference it.
Yep. That's what it says.
Collins. I don't remember. All right, I'd like to make a motion to enter in Exhibit Union 28.
Mr. Davis?
No objection.
Okay.
No objection to Union Exhibit 28.
Okay, we'll show 28 admitted.
Yeah. Wait. You want me to? Handing Mr. Belock Exhibit 27, Union
Yes.
27. You recognize it?
Yes.
And what is it?
It's an interview with Holly Reed. I believe she also expressed concern for
Yep.
privacy. So she would have been one of the people I was referring to in that
Okay.
conclusion.
And what did she say in terms of what her concern was on page 3?
That's 3. Strip down outside the bay or in the apparatus bay, decon everything. So basically the same process where they have to decontaminate.
And they have to strip down
Right.
in the apparatus bay?
Yes.
Okay, so
That's
she
what they
expressed
said.
concerns for the
Yep.
cameras as well?
Mhm.
Okay. Motion to enter in Exhibit Union 27.
No objection.
Okay, we'll show 27 admitted.
I'm going to hand you recognize the document?
Yes, another interview. This is with Chelsea Antonelli. I believe she also expressed privacy concerns on page 2.
Okay, that's not what I'm going to ask you.
Oh, sorry.
Mr. Brewer, can you identify that by number, please?
Oh, sorry, that is Union Exhibit number 26.
Thank you. Mr. Davis, do you have?
There's no objection.
Okay.
Okay, is it entered into the record?
Yes, we'll show 26 admitted.
Okay. Did driver operator Antonelli tell you that IT was mad after the April 19th incident?
Where are you at?
Page 4 near the top.
So we are talking about April 19th now?
I'm asking you if during your questioning with Miss Antonelli, if she said that IT was mad.
We're, how far down do we go?
Page 4 near the top.
Got it. I got it. Got it. So the April 19th incident,
Yeah,
I'm
we're going to talk
asking
about the
if-
April 19th incident because Chelsea Antonelli testifies to both days. And so if the goal is to focus solely on what happened on May 1st, then any conversations with the firefighters regarding April 19th should not become part of this conversation.
This line of questioning is not going to be in regards to the incident of April 19th. It is going to be in regards to the motive for the May 1st incident.
The whole conversation of allowing the April 19th conversation was the deal of the technical side of it, the connectivity issues. Now we're expanding it to beyond that. And so if you didn't allow it in its motivation before, you can't allow it as motivation now.
But it's not motivation for the April 19th incident. It's motive for the May 1st incident. It's relative to the May 1st incident specifically.
So any conversation regarding the incidents on April 19th that the city wanted to address should be allowed in because it goes to motivation as well.
Let's just keep it to the May 1st
Okay.
incident. Yeah.
Okay. So driver operator Antonelli indicated that she had heard about IT being mad prior to the May 1st incident.
that would have been related to April 19th.
I'm not relating it to April 19th. It's a different question.
If you're asking me, is that what it says? It says that.
I'm not asking you what that says. I'm asking if she indicated that IT was mad prior to May 1st.
Based on the April 19th incident, yeah.
I'm not asking about April
But
19th.
that's the context for it.
It's a yes or no question. Did she tell you that
Where are
they
they
were
at again?
pissed off?
Where are you at again?
I believe it's in the same vicinity.
Of
I
what
think
page?
it's near the top of page 4.
Oh, 4.
Right after where she says it was mad, I believe she indicates that they were pissed off.
I'm renewing my objection because this is all tied to the same April 19th, May 1st. And if we can't enter the April 19th information in terms of motivation, then any conversation or questions during the interview subsequently tied to the April 19th incident as a motivation.
Ask the question again.
Um,
Or-
Did she tell you that IT was pissed off?
I'm looking for those words. I'm not seeing where you're at. She says, I heard that IT came in and was mad. I'm not seeing the words you mentioned.
Mhm.
It's the 8th entry down on that page.
Oh,
Oh, there they are.
there. Could you read us?
IT came in because the cameras weren't working. They were pissed off.
Okay. But there's no record of an interview with IT, correct? No transcription, no audio recording.
There was not a transcribed interview with IT. I was made aware by IT that the cameras were disconnected on April 19th.
Including after you found out that they were pissed off, you still did not record an interview with IT.
No, I did not record any interview with IT
Thank
at
you.
all
All right.
because there was no need to record it. Everything they testified to today.
In your
was-
investigative
they told
report,
me.
did you reference any other email aside from the one that we've mentioned already?
I don't recall offhand. If you want to show me that I did, you can do that.
You recall what?
I don't recall offhand.
Okay.
If there's another reference in here, I can.
Not that I know of.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah. I'm gonna hand you, did we enter in exhibit 26? Yeah, we did. Okay.
Mhm.
I'm gonna hand you exhibit 41, Mr. Belloc. In your investigation, you mentioned the emails of Flagg that you investigated emails of Captain Flagg, correct? As mentioned here in page 2 of Union 42,
Yeah, he had sent something to
the firefighter
Noah
physical
Lace,
update.
right? Yes. Uh-huh.
So we investigated the email that indicated Captain Flagg's discontent about the camera, correct?
Are
Back
you
to the,
referring to this exhibit?
no, I'm
Oh,
referring to the one that you mentioned in your investigative file.
Okay.
So you investigated the email that he sent expressing his discontent, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Why didn't you include this email to Chief Lace? If we
When you
investigated his,
say include, I was aware that he had communicated that because he said that
yes, correct.
he did.
He
And
indicated
the
that he emailed
time
and
that he
texted.
sent this was at
What is-
11 o'clock,
11 o'clock.
which was after the video where the
Okay,
camera was disconnected.
okay. And Captain Flagg even told you about this email, correct?
Yes.
In his interview?
Mhm.
And you still didn't include it in the investigative file as being relevant information?
Well, it confirmed that he had been looking at where it needed painting, and this happened after the camera was disconnected. So my focus was determining why the camera was disconnected.
Okay, so
So the fact
Your
that
focus
the
was
shop needed
determining-
painting was not necessarily determined.
hang on a second. So your focus was determining why the camera was offline or why it was disconnected? Because you just said why it was disconnected.
Yeah, it was not connected.
You said your main focus was in determining, hang on, your main focus was in determining why the camera was disconnected, correct? That's what you just said?
Yes, I'm treating offline and disconnected synonymously.
Okay,
If it's disconnected, it's offline.
okay. But then we're not including this email that directly expresses that Flagg was performing just normal, typical station maintenance that day.
There's no dispute that prior to the last minute of the video, he was doing that. The concern is the last minute of the video when he drives to the wires and they get disconnected and the camera freezes. So there's no argument that he was saying the station needed painting, the Plymouth vent needed fixed.
But that's not necessarily
the-
true,
and
because the city's
repairing.
position is that Captain Flagg was not in position to do the typical maintenance that he said he was doing. So the city is counter-arguing that Flagg was not performing the duties that he said he was doing.
No, that's not true.
However, this email is relevant to him performing those normal duties. So why was that not included in the file?
Because there was no dispute that he was performing some relevant duties prior to him disconnecting the camera.
Okay. How did you come across the email from Captain Flagg to the firefighters, the update memo?
One of the other firefighters mentioned it in the statement.
Okay,
I think I may have spoken to him about it as well.
okay.
Do you have a copy of it?
Of the,
Email, or the notice he sent to all the firefighters about the camera?
yeah. Chapter 30. That's one of these. I'd like to make a motion to enter in Exhibit U21 while we're looking for this email. There it is.
U21. Mr. Davis, do you have a response?
Wait, pardon me. U41.
U41.
Yes, ma'am, sorry.
That's okay. Mr. Davis, do you have a response to U41?
There's no objection to U41.
Okay, we'll show U41 admitted.
I'm going to hand you U39.
Okay.
This is the email.
Mhm.
Motion to enter in 39.
Okay. Yeah, second here. Okay. Mr. Davis, do you have a response to U39?
Have we discussed U39? Discussed U40.
I'm about to.
But
If
not
it's out of order,
U39.
I'll do it after we discuss it.
Okay.
Okay, so this is the email we were talking about. You wanted to read it for some reason.
Oh. Yeah, so the part regarding the camera is I was informed yesterday all stations would be having security cameras installed on the exterior of the station to improve our security. I expressed my concern and discontent with the plan as I was not told I didn't have an option. I was assured it would be exterior only. When I arrived at 4S this morning, I noticed we have 2 exterior installed as 1 in the bay. Thanks to firefighter DeWitt, we now know the camera in the bay has audio recording capabilities as well. Thus far, I haven't received an answer as to who has access to the cameras, but as they are cloud-based, it is literally anyone with the appropriate login information. Please use that information as you see fit.
Thank you. Are we entered for Exhibit U39?
Okay,
Do you have an objection?
all right.
Sorry.
Mr. Davis, U39.
City does not object.
Okay, then we will show U39 admitted.
Okay. To summarize for the investigative file, we have missing transcripts from both IT interviews, correct?
They're not missing, they weren't done.
They were not completed.
Right,
Okay,
not every witness had a transcript. I wanted to make sure we got the firefighters.
okay. It's not present, therefore it's
I'm sorry.
missing, correct? And we also have a missing transcript from,
Missing implies it exists and is not there. It was not done.
okay, it wasn't done. Okay.
Yeah.
And there was also no transcript from the interview of Captain Flagg on May 1st, correct?
Correct. Yep.
And the interview dates do not match when the actual interviews were conducted in terms of the May 13th and 15th, correct?
I don't know that that's accurate.
You cannot
Your
validate
statement.
that there was a.
I can't.
Hang on, I'm not done with my
Yep.
question.
Right.
So you can't validate whether or not an interview was done on May 15th, correct?
I believe it was.
Can you validate it? The question
It
is,
says that. You were attempting to prove. that
Objection.
You don't have any evidence. that it
Objection. He's
wasn't
already
done.
answered the question. And this just is argumentative.
Plus, you've listened to the entire tape and you know who else was there.
I think he's already answered the questions.
Okay.
Let's move on.
and then we're also missing a relevant email between Captain Flagg and Chief Lace, correct?
It was not included.
It was not included,
Right.
along with the other transcripts. So
What other transcripts?
with missing transcripts, inaccurate dates, and omitted evidence, can you tell this commission that your investigation file is accurate, complete, and reliable?
Okay, the assumptions in your question aren't true. So the reason.
It's a yes or no question.
Yes.
Yes, okay,
It
thank
is
you.
reliable.
You concluded, let's see, no, we already went over that. Need 21. Did I give you 21 already? 21 and 22.
I don't know.
There.
41. Oh, I have 22,
21 and 22, correct?
22.
You can hold on to it.
And 21.
Yes.
Yes, I have them.
Okay. Page 10, Exhibit 21. Yes, ma'am. Exhibit 21, page 10.
Got it.
So you're in the process here on page 10 of showing Captain Flagg exhibits B and C and state that they were taken by, that the photos were taken by an IT person when they got there.
Wait a minute. Am I on
Correct.
that page?
Oh,
Oh, you're on my,
page 10 of exhibit 21.
okay, page 10. I'm there. I'm not seeing what you're referring to. You're in my report. I'm looking at the transcript.
I'll show you. Sorry, that's about. So I'm looking at showing you BC
Okay.
and then, yep. Okay. So bottom of page 9, top of page 10,
Okay.
we're transitioning there.
All right.
So you're showing Captain Flagg exhibits B and C, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And then you state that they were taken by an IT person, correct?
Yes.
One before and then one after it was reconnected.
Yes.
Is that accurate that IT took those photos?
Yeah, I believe they're the ones that were discussed with the previous witness.
Mhm. And let me do it. And I'm going to hand you exhibit 38. The third to last paragraph. Exhibit 38. Is that correct, what I handed you, Wayne?
38.
The third to last paragraph.
Okay.
So Exhibit 38 and Exhibit 36, both are indicating that IT did not take those photos and that Chief Sullivan took those photos, correct?
Yeah, I got them from IT. So I don't,
But that's not what you told Captain Flagg, or yes, Captain Flagg, correct, in the interview?
not sure what you're referring to.
I'm just referring to Captain Flagg being told that IT took the photos when actually the photos were taken by Chief Sullivan.
Where are you at? I said, when talking with IT, I'm going to show you exhibits A, B, and C. They went up afterward and looked to see why it was working. I didn't say they took the photos.
See? Top of page 10, your first statement.
Yeah, okay. One of them was said it was taken by IT when they got there, and the second one afterward.
Okay, so that's more accurate. Which one is accurate? Did Chief Sullivan take them or did IT take them?
I would defer to the people that were involved at the time.
Okay, but it's your investigation
My
and
point-
responsibility. Hang on, it's your investigation and responsibility to make sure that this information is documented accurately, correct?
Right.
And is this information more inaccurate documentation?
It says, I would say no, because it's clear from today that Sullivan took the pictures, gave them to IT, they gave them to me.
It's not another indication of more inaccuracies?
Right.
Okay. You are, let's see, yeah, we'll still need that. You are not an IT professional, correct?
No, I'm not.
And do you have any training in Ethernet cabling or RJ45 connectors?
Nope.
Okay, so you cannot testify to the mechanical functioning of the RJ45 connectors.
No.
In fact, in the interview, you were initially calling the connection a coaxial cable, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So then after calling it a coaxial cable, you began showing Captain Flagg the RJ45 connector, how it works, correct?
Right.
Okay. And then Captain Flagg then asked in the interview, could it have been working while it was not hooked in? Correct?
Where you at?
Exhibit 21, page 11.
I see that.
Near
Yes.
the top. And he asked you, could it have been working while it was hooked in, correct?
Yes.
And then you replied?
No.
Okay. And
And that was
Flagg
based-
asked you,
That was based upon my conversations with IT, which they talked about. this
Okay.
morning.
and Flagg asked you if you were sure, and you responded with yeah, correct?
I said, yeah. So I'm
Okay.
going to ask you again, did you
So,
disconnect that? And he's, yeah.
so what expertise, training, or the like qualifies you to make that determination?
I don't have it, but I had already talked to IT.
You can't
The
make that
equipment was done.
determination.
Right.
Okay.
So, yeah.
So
So just to make sure that's clear.
let's go
'cause you
to,
talked- Hold on. You
go
talked
ahead.
over me. Let
Go
me
ahead.
finish the
That's okay.
answer. I had based that because I had already talked to them and they said it couldn't be done. So that's why we had the cable we have here today, which is extremely difficult to pull apart unless you click the little thing and humanly disconnect it.
Okay, let's go to 22, exhibit 22. Have we entered in exhibits U21 and 22? They're the city's exhibits anyways. Okay. Move that we enter those into the record. Exhibits 21 and 22 from the union.
Without objection.
Thank you. All right, exhibit 22, page 2. during the interview, I did a quick AI search to see if the connection could be made without the RJ45 connector being clipped, correct?
You said you did, yes.
Okay. And in that quick search, it said that the network cable can sometimes transmit signal, even if the clip isn't fully engaged, correct?
Objection. An internet search is offered as testimony or offered as to some corroboration of some fact.
I'm asking questions about the actual, what actually occurred in the interview.
But he's trying to offer this RJ is internet chat GPT or AI search as being something factual.
No, I'm not talking about whether or not that's factual. I'm getting to a different point.
I think the question was about the one. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not. Thanks, Nancy.
All I'm asking him is that if in that interview, that's what the web search said. I'm not saying he said it. I'm not saying that it's valid. I'm just saying, is that what was found during the interview? Is that what was read out loud?
So he's saying that Mr. Belock is not an IT expert, but then he's going to ask him a question, make him an IT expert.
I'm not asking him to validate the IT information. I'm just asking him to testify to the actual statements that were made in the interview.
And to the extent that he's questioning Mr. Belak about the interview that occurred, I'm going to allow it.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, that's what it said. And then you agreed with sometimes, correct?
Yes, not being an IT expert, I said that,
But-
yes.
Okay. And the transcript says that Flagg said the setup is inherently unstable and prone to failure, correct?
That's what he said, yes.
Okay. And then you agreed again by saying right, correct?
I said the word right, yes.
Okay. In response to him saying that.
Or in response to moving on.
Okay. So in part of the interview process, you claim that the RJ45
Because,
connector,
well,
I'm in the-
because, well, let's just be complete here.
Okay,
Because
go ahead.
further on, I say the camera was out because it was disconnected. And on the 19th of April, it wasn't a loose wire. The wires were found on the floor. They just don't jump out and fall on the floor.
Okay. So in part of the interview process, you claim that the RJ45 connector cannot make a connection without being clipped in. And then another part, you agree that it can. Is that correct?
As somebody you've established is not an IT expert, it says what it says.
Okay. So,
That's why we have the IT people as witnesses.
all right. I think we're done with that one. Thank you. So did we enter exhibits 36 and 38?
Yes.
Thank you. All right. Mr. Belak, you conducted the reenactment of the loosely connected Ethernet cable, correct?
No, it was not a reenactment of a loosely connected Ethernet cable.
You conducted a reenactment, correct?
Correct.
Of the situation?
Yes.
Okay, of the incident. And we've already testified to who was present for the reenactment.
Yeah.
You have your investigative findings, correct? To be exhibit Union 42?
Yes. Yes.
Page 5. Okay, can you read the last sentence from the second paragraph, page 5? It starts with,
Captain William Sullivan was
mhm.
present and operating the scissor lift, simulating the actions of Dustin Flagg, duplicating the position of the lift and the position of Dustin Flagg as depicted in the May 1, 2025 video.
Thank you. How was the position of the scissor lift duplicated?
As indicated on the previous exhibits where I circled the areas.
Okay. The security camera is a fisheye view, correct?
I don't know what the technical term is. There are three views that the security camera has in there.
You don't know if it's a fisheye view.
I am not a tech expert.
Then you're the one who recreated the reenactment?
Yes, with tech experts present.
Okay. Are fisheye view cameras inherently difficult to gauge something in space?
It's not within my expertise.
Okay.
I'm just going by what I saw on the photos and the video.
All right. 14 and 15. All right, so we're going to go to exhibits union 14 and 15. There you go. Okay. You recognize the documents?
Yes,
Yep. Union exhibit 14 shows the exact last position when the camera cuts out, correct?
yes,
And 15 is the recreated position with Captain Sullivan, correct?
yes.
All right. In exhibit 15, if we kind of look at the top right corner, you can see a yellow box, correct? Part of a yellow box.
Yes.
In exhibit 14, can you see that box?
Not on the photo.
Okay. In exhibit 15, we have the position of the left foot of Chief Sullivan that is pointed near straight, correct? It's somewhat of an angle, but mostly straight.
Yeah, I see it.
Compared to exhibit 14, Captain Flagg's body position is pointed much more to the side.
I think it's a similar angle. Flagg is actually closer to the railing than Sullivan is. So Sullivan is actually a little
But
further
the
back.
angle of the foot positions would be different,
I would
correct?
disagree. I think they're the same.
You think they're the same
Yep.
angles? Okay.
One is closer to the railing and Flagg was closer to the railing than Sullivan is.
Okay. And in exhibit 14, Captain Flagg, the position of his right foot is farther back on the lift, correct?
I can't see the right foot of either of them.
You can't see the right foot?
The right-
I can point to it for you if you'd like.
I don't see the right shoe.
Would you like me to point to it for you?
You're, sure.
There. Would you? So that's what I'm asking.
No.
You would not agree that the
Well, you're
spot
pointing to-
22,
What?
that's not
pointing
his
to is
foot
not
in
a
the back?
No.
Okay. That's not Captain Flagg's foot in the back.
That's not, I'm not seeing it.
Okay. And then in Chief Sullivan's photo, the foot is much more forward, correct?
No, I think Flagg's
No.
photo is more forward.
Okay. All right. Move to enter exhibits 14 and 15.
And then exhibits N and O. Yeah.
Mr. Davis?
Those are the city's exhibits without objection.
Okay. We will show unions 14 and 15 admitted without an
Thank you.
objection.
Hand you Union Exhibit 19.
Back or? Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So as just asked about the foot positions here in Exhibit Union 19 as directed by you, Chief Sullivan is seen fully facing forward with his right side just barely able to reach the Ethernet cable, correct?
I would disagree with, I would say the picture speaks for itself. It looks to
Okay.
me like his body is slightly twisted.
Slightly, yeah.
Yeah, and that he is reaching the Ethernet cable.
Okay. And in your investigative report on page 5, we already said that you state that Chief Sullivan was able to reach the RJ45 connection, correct?
Yes.
In your reenactment, did you also account for the height differences of the individuals?
I did not note the height of either of them.
Okay. So the reference to the exact positioning and the reach of everything was in proportion to the ski lift or the scissor lift position, correct?
Correct.
So so in your reenactment, you attempted to put the scissor lift in the same exact position, correct?
Say that again?
You attempted to put the scissor lift in the same exact position.
Right, the scissor lift and the person.
Okay. And as we already know, Chief Sullivan is 6'1", correct?
Yeah, I believe
That's
that's
what he testified to.
Mhm.
And with Captain Flagg being 5'11", you didn't make any accountability for what their possible reaches might be between the two individuals?
No, and I didn't check their arm length either, but the main point
But we
here
went to
was
the extent
show-
to conduct the reenactment, correct?
I'm sorry,
We escalated this to the extent of conducting a
Yeah.
reenactment, correct?
we did to position this.
But we
scissor
didn't
lift.
account for all the possible variables?
I'm trying to talk about some of the.
Okay, go ahead, sorry.
So we positioned the scissor lift approximately where the X was that Mr. Flagg had drawn on the diagram. We positioned the lift where it was, and we had a human standing where Mr. Flagg was standing, showing that the Ethernet wires were accessible from that standpoint. So I don't know if Mr. Flagg's arm length is longer than Captain Sullivan. According to what you said, there's a 2-inch difference in their height.
Okay,
Captain Sullivan's a little heftier than Captain Flagg or Chief Sullivan, so that may have been an influence as well. I didn't do their waist.
okay. Move to Exhibit Union Exhibit 19. Or move to
Sorry.
admit. Thank you.
That may have obstructed his reach as well.
Okay. So in reference to the electrical box, you also state that in order to reach it, one would have to put their hands back behind their head, correct?
That's what it appears to indicate, yes.
Okay. And per the testimony of Chief Sullivan, we were able to conclude that the conduit was needed to be run right from that junction box across the Ethernet cables or near them in order to drop down further across the ceiling, correct?
I don't recall exactly what he said, but I'm relying on Captain Flagg's testimony that he was unscrewing the junction box at that time.
All right. Do you want to see the exhibits, the pictures of the conduit being ran?
The fact conduit was run after the fact was not relevant.
I'm just asking if you want to see the
information.
pictures of the conduit.
No, I don't need to.
Okay,
I'm relying on Captain Flagg's testimony. He was unscrewing the junction box at the time with the screwdriver.
okay. And then you concluded that, so since he said that he was attempting to unscrew and find a continuity, that you concluded that that was not a credible statement, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
That,
And,
as well as the fact he said firefighter Holt was there and he had already left.
and you said that that was in part due to there being an obvious electrical connection since the ceiling light was working, correct?
The ceiling light was working, correct?
But that was part of the reason that you thought that his statements might not be credible, correct?
Where you're referring to?
Your exhibit, that's the Union Exhibit 42, page 6 in the middle.
Yeah, there was, well, it was connected because the light was on, yes. And he didn't have any tools in his hands as he raised the lift.
Can you read that paragraph that we're talking about there?
Sure, the May 23, 25 reenactment further demonstrated that his statement that he was working on the electrical connection box is not credible based on the position of the box, the fact there was an obvious electrical connection since the ceiling light was working, and the lack of any tools in his hands as he raised the lift.
Do you have any experience in construction?
Yes,
Are you an electrician?
no,
Did you come to the technical conclusion that there must be a power source because of the light being on by yourself?
I knew that if the light was on, there was a power source going to the light.
Okay, but that then related back to there being a guaranteed power source or not in the junction box that was referenced.
Right, and it also related to his statement that he was using firefighter Holt flip switches at that time. and
We're
Holt
not
had already
talking
been
about
found.
firefighter Holt and the switches right now.
That's part of the issue of whether there was an obvious electrical connection. He said he was trying to check if there was one by having the other guy flip switches. The other guy wasn't even there then.
So you also stated that Captain Flagg has no tools in his hands, correct?
As he's going up on the lift, we can
He
see
has
that.
no
Yeah.
tools in his hands? Yep. Can we pull up W, the video? You can just go near the end where he's kind of elevating it. Yeah, right at the very end. Yeah, that's fine. So as we watch this, at any point, can you see Captain Flagg's right pockets?
No,
Okay.
I could see what he set down in the back of the lift though.
The drill driver. That's good. Thank you. So at no point can you see his right pockets.
No, I cannot.
And so, and what were his hands doing in the video?
They were operating the lift.
Okay, so it'd be hard to hold tools in your hand while operating the lift, correct?
You can hold a screwdriver.
You could hold a
Yeah,
screwdriver,
he wasn't using the both hands.
his left hand holding the rail and his right hand operating the
Right, he could
joystick.
have held the screwdriver with the left hand and
He could
switched
have.
to his right.
Okay. Do you think that it might be
Just
more
like he
like,
could have had one in his pocket, but neither of those is visible.
do you think that he might have had it in his pocket?
No,
You do not think so?
no.
Okay. Okay. So in your conclusion for your investigative report, you state that the surveillance recordings are a public record, correct?
Correct.
The surveillance recordings, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then you go on to partially quote a class 1 offense from the city handbook, tampering with the city of Elkhart records, correct?
Correct.
And class 1 offenses are serious offenses that may result in termination, correct?
Yes.
And a public record refers to information, not physical objects, correct?
A video recording by a public entity is considered a public record as a matter of law.
Yes, okay. The video recording.
Yeah, the recording.
Okay, so the recording would be a record.
Right. So the inability to conduct the recording is an interference with a mechanism.
I'm
to
asking
create
if
a public record.
physical objects are records.
Things stored in the Ethernet aren't physical.
Can you repeat that?
Things stored in the Ethernet or in the cloud aren't physical. It doesn't mean
Okay.
they're not a public record.
Okay, for example, okay, would a camera creates a record, correct? The camera
It
makes a
can.
recording and creates a record,
Sure, it
correct?
can.
Okay, similar to how a pencil can write down on a piece of paper and create a record on a piece of paper, correct?
Correct.
Is the pencil, if somebody broke a pencil, would that be tampering with records as well?
Pencil and a camera are two different things.
They're both,
Tampering with a surveillance camera is not the same thing as breaking a pencil.
they may not
If
be
it
the same
deprives-
in degree of severity, but in terms of what they create, The
No, I
analogy-
would
the
disagree.
Analogy,
I would
okay,
agree.
okay, that's
disagree
fine.
with that.
What does the entirety of the offense state in the employee handbook?
So I have the employee hand pulled up. And what it talks about is all employees
Can you-
must follow generally the accepted standards of behavior and strictly.
Can you just, hang on one second.
I'm going to read the relevant parts of the handbook.
No, I asked you to state the actual violation in the handbook, not
Yeah.
to read the whole handbook.
Okay, the violation is, it's listed as falsification, altering, misrepresentation, honesty, or tampering with the city of Elkhart records or records submitted to the city of Elkhart, or misrepresentation of records to any third party in an attempt to fraudulently fraud benefits.
Okay,
So there's a lot of things
So-
covered in there.
yep. Would you agree that taking a small section from the entirety of that offense would misrepresent the actual context or intent of that offense?
I don't agree with your characterization. Because I'm reading the handbook in its entirety. And it's important this Merit Commission know that all employees must follow generally accepted standards of behavior.
Hang on, we're not getting
strictly
into,
comply
you're
with-
not able to just
and
testify to
strictly
whatever you
comply
want. to,
with
Mr.
all
Flagg.
laws and regulations applicable to their
Can we get
activity.
order on him?
And then the handbook also says below,
Wait,
the handbook also says below,
Mr. Belag,
yes.
hang on. I think Mr. Brewer had asked a specific question. Mr. Brewer, can you repeat the question?
All right. Would you agree that taking a small subsection from the entirety of that offense would misrepresent the actual context and intent of that offense?
No, because that's not what is happening. The handbook also said the violations
Hang on,
noted
we're not,
below are
we're not
not
going into
included.
everything in the handbook, okay?
Well,
I'm
it's
asking
relevant to the
specific questions.
determination as to whether an offense
It's not
was
relevant to the
committed.
question I'm asking you, okay? You're
Okay.
trying to give a bunch of extra information that's not being asked of you. Do you think that quoting the 7 words that you quoted from the 35-word offense accurately represents the totality of that offense? Do you think it accurately represents the
I
totality
think
of
it,
that offense?
yeah, I think it accurately represents that you're not allowed to tamper with City of Elkhart records.
Okay.
Just like you can't falsify records, just like you can't alter them. He wasn't accused of altering, misrepresentation, or dishonesty. The accusation was tampering, but, so that's why it focused on that aspect of it.
Okay. And then, and that offense, it ends with, in an attempt to fraudulently draw benefits, correct?
Those are the last words referring to the misrepresentation of the records to a third party.
What benefits would fraudulently be drawn by Captain Flagg?
That's not what's at issue here. The issue is tampering with city records.
So
And
he,
the issue is also any other violations of law as stated above, and the fact that the violations noted below are not inclusive.
you just want to read the whole handbook?
No, I'm reading the relevant parts.
Okay,
It's not okay if somebody messes with city equipment,
okay,
okay? That's not okay to do.
okay. I understand your position. Okay,
Just like you wouldn't
I need-
like somebody messing with the fire engine.
61.
Let's just keep it to questions and answers, please.
Hmm? All right, he's not going to testify to those. All right, I'm going to do exhibits 60 and 61. All right. On exhibit 61. The one, yeah, that's that one that you have. On the first page, can you tell me what violation is marked?
61,
Right in the middle is the checkbox or the X.
another breach of discipline is what's marked.
Okay. Is, as cited right there in the section of that discipline, is another breach of discipline referenced in the Indiana Code for Fire Merit Commissions?
I would need the code in front of me. I don't like to testify about a document if I don't see it.
Okay. And 61, okay. So per Exhibit 61, the actual document issued to Captain Flagg indicating his discipline, it cites an infraction that may or may not be in the Indiana Code. Would that be correct?
No, because tampering with the public record.
What's cited
city
in
equipment is in the Indiana Code.
was cited in 61 there, the checkbox.
We already said another breach of discipline,
Okay. Exhibit,
but none of the options are Indiana Code. So this is kind of like, or something other than above, I would construe that.
none of the options are what?
Say a violation of the Indiana Code.
The rest of those are all in Indiana Code. Let's go to Exhibit 60. Do you recognize
Well,
it?
the Indiana Code also pertains to things beyond what pertains to firefighters. So that would cover other breaches of the code that are not listed specifically for firefighters, like violation of the public records law.
Okay. Exhibit 60, do you recognize it?
I didn't prepare the documents, so you would have to ask the person who did that.
Okay. Do you recognize Exhibit 60?
Only from you handing it to me earlier.
And page 2, you recommended the violation that's cited there, right?
Yeah, yes, that is what is listed in my report.
Okay. Is there another violation that's cited there?
It also says Elkhart Fire Department Rules and Regulations, 2003 edition, using departmental property other than for its intended purpose or abusing, damaging, or losing it through negligence. Members who have knowledge of damaged departmental property will report the circumstances to their supervisor without delay.
Okay. Are you familiar with the Elkhart Fire Department Rules and Regulations Manual 2003 edition?
Generally,
What about the rule that's cited?
only in reading it in this context.
Okay. Do you know when the last time the firefighters were given access to that 2003 manual?
I am not the person
Objection.
with the best knowledge.
It's also speculation because he's asking him, because the question is about when the fire department, the rank and file were given access to a document. He doesn't know that. He's only responsible for the city's human resources manual.
He's the Director of Human Resources. Surely he has access to all of the policies of each of the departments.
But he does not have a record of when they were issued. It would be something that would come from the fire administration.
But these policies would go through Human Resources to be confirmed, correct?
I wasn't here. in
No, those
2003.
policies are approved by the Board of Safety and not by the Human Resources Department.
Human Resources has no input to the policy?
I don't know what happened in 2003, which is what we're talking about here.
Well, and I think the question was just, do you know?
Yeah.
And to the extent that he asked whether or not he has any knowledge, I don't think asking Mr. Bielak whether or not he has knowledge calls for speculation. So I'll overrule the objection, but let's kind of
Okay.
move it along.
All right. Okay. So, all right, we'll conclude then. So you testified earlier that Captain Flagg was alone in the bay when the camera went offline. But in your interview with Brandon Holt, firefighter Holt testified that he did in fact help Captain Flagg by flipping the switches, correct?
He said that, yeah, while he was here, but the camera shows him leaving.
Camera,
Yeah,
okay.
The video shows him leaving at the 10-12 mark.
Okay.
Those doors, it does not show him ever reappearing. And so he may have done it at a different time. He also said he wasn't sure if it was that day.
Okay.
if you look at his his statement.
Is there more than one entrance into the bay from the living quarters?
From where?
From the living quarters into the bay, is there another entrance?
There's doors along the one wall. There's gigantic garage doors. There's no entrance on the right because that's a solid wall.
Isn't it true that there's another entrance towards the front of the building from the
Yeah, and that
living
was
quarters
also,
into
yeah,
the,
in the third,
not in the view of the
well, it
video?
is because there's 3 views of that and it doesn't show anybody coming through that one either. There's not only that view, there's 2 other views. The other ones show the front of the bay and
Okay.
Holt's not anywhere there. Holt is gone at the 10-12 mark. Holt is
Okay.
not helping him do anything when he says he was.
In the other views?
Yeah.
In the other views as well?
Right.
Could Holt have come into the bay shortly after the camera stopped working?
I don't know.
Could he have?
Okay. Anybody could have. The camera's not working, so you can't see.
Okay. So we'll just conclude. So the investigation relied on a pre-written conclusion. It left out interviews, misstated interview dates, included incorrect technical claims, omitted relevant evidence, included irrelevant evidence, relied on a flawed reenactment.
Objection. Is there a question here?
Yep.
Because he's mischaracterizing the evidence that's presented. So there should be a question here.
There will be. That's my last question.
Yeah.
Okay. Misquoted a class 1 violation, misinterpreted what a record is, and ultimately applied a disciplinary category not found in Indiana code. And with all that, can you tell this commission honestly and without hesitation that your investigation was appropriate, fair, thorough, unbiased, and based on evidence?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Davis?
All right, Mr. Belak, let's talk about firefighter Holt.
About what?
In his testimony, in his interview with you, where did Captain Flagg say that firefighter Holt was, where he was flipping switches?
So all right, so on page 8, at the top, it's Flagg is saying, I would have been working on the electrical box.
Which exhibit?
Which exhibit?
Sorry, exhibit, it's the September 15th or May 15th interview.
Exhibit number.
It's city's exhibit U.
Exhibit U. STU. Okay, I don't have you. There it is, maybe. You, got it. Which page?
8. All set? Okay, so Flagg says, I would have been working on the electrical box. I say, okay, all right, what were you doing with the electrical box? What do you mean? You've asked me this question 4 times now. I was looking for a continuous power supply. Yeah, but I mean, did you unscrew anything? Did you stick something in a socket? I mean, looking, you just can't look. I mean, you have to be doing something to determine it. Right. So what were you doing? There was a electrical junction box right where I was working at. I would have unscrewed the cover of it and used an electrical tester to see if it had continuous power supply. Okay. Then I asked Holt to turn the fan on and off several times to make sure it wasn't a switched power supply. It was a continuous power supply. Where's the fan at the one in the back that you're working on, or a different one? Just the switches. And where are the switches located? Response not understood. Where are the switches at which he would have been operating? We weren't sure, so he was flipping several of them. No, I mean, are they in the bay area or yes? Are they downstairs or something in the bay? So if we're looking at this image, like it is toward the living quarters area, toward the back, there are switches up here toward the front, switches toward the back. So on the wall where the doors to the living quarters are, question? So that's the reference to the switches.
Yeah, thank you. So in your interview with Captain Flagg, let's go back to Union's Exhibit 39. And I know you've read this once for the commission, but I'm asking you one more time to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The sixth paragraph. It's the longest paragraph. Do you have that in front of you, sir?
Is this my report?
Union's Exhibit 39. It's
No.
the longer paragraph, sir.
There you go.
Oh, wait, 39. Okay. So this is the March 29 email from Flagg to Station 4. Update on Station 4. The paragraph at issue is, I was informed yesterday that all stations would be having security cameras installed on the exterior of the station to improve our security. I expressed my concern and discontent with this plan and was told I didn't have an option. I was assured, however, there would be exterior-only cameras. When I arrived at 4S this morning, I noticed we have 2 exterior cameras installed as well as one in the bay. Thanks to firefighter DeWitt, we now know that the camera in the bay has audio recording capability. Well, thus far, I haven't received an answer as to who has access to these cameras, but as they are cloud-based, there's literally anyone with the appropriate login information. Please use that information as you see fit.
Just in your conversation, we'll circle back to that in a second. So in your conversation with IT, did they discuss whether or not there was an audio capability to the camera?
Yeah, there is no audio capability.
Okay. So of all the people that in the interviews that you conducted, several people said they were annoyed with the cameras being in the apparatus bay. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did anyone take action by getting on a scissor lift and disconnecting the camera?
No.
Did anyone take action to get on a scissor lift and go and disconnect the camera?
No.
Even Captain Flagg?
I thought you meant of the other firefighters.
I'm sorry, let me clarify. Of the other firefighters that expressed their discontent, did any of them get on a scissor lift and disconnect the camera?
None of the other firefighters did.
Okay. So your interviews on May 1st, on the day of the incident, you interviewed IT, you interviewed James Gerald, Matthew Riggs, and you also talked to Captain Flagg. Is that correct?
Yes.
And was that the goal of that, was to gather information?
Yeah, to gather some preliminary information. Because I had gotten a call from IT basically saying it happened again. And then they needed me to follow up.
Okay. From the HR's perspective, there's lots of conversations in here about the privacy concerns, bed bugs and the bed bug issue. So there are male firefighters and female firefighters in Fire Station 4. Is that correct?
Yes. So
a male firefighter stripping in front of a female firefighter would be what kind of a violation? Or vice versa? So firefighters of different sexes are stripping in front of each other. What would that mean?
Could be privacy issues.
Okay. All right. So you're an attorney, you're a lawyer, you have certain skills and expertise. Does that make, in your experience as an attorney, do you have to have that requisite, I guess, there are questions about your IT experience, your electrical experience, but doing investigations, are you required to have that level of expertise?
As far as these IT skills or electrical?
Right. Yes.
No, I would rely on the people that have that expertise.
Okay. So when you did your investigation and we were talking about the various exhibits in terms of the scissor lift, the position of the scissor lift, in terms of where it was on May 1st and where it was on May 23rd, the circles that you drew on the exhibits were to establish what points?
to establish that we tried to recreate it as best we could, in fairness to everybody concerned, so that the lift was positioned as it was in the final freeze frame on the video, which we have as exhibits N and O.
Okay. All right, I'm handing you Unions Exhibit 15 and 16. Do you recognize those? It's two different, do you recognize those? I think they were brought up before, maybe 16 wasn't.
14 and 15, maybe?
No, it's 15 and 16.
Yeah.
These are about the same one.
Hold on.
14.
It should be 523.
That's about 22.
Hold on. And P, just from 523. Okay. All right, we'll just move on. All right, so when you were looking at positioning the scissor lift, what went into that thought process again?
So it was trying to position the base, and there was a reference point to the base, trying to recreate the height. So there's a reference point to the height, and trying to create the alignment primarily with that door jamb and where the fire extinguisher were. So basically where the bottom of it was, where the top of it was, and where it was as far as forward or backward.
Okay, so your goal is basically to create
To try to duplicate.
other
as close
reference
as
points.
possible. Yeah.
All right, create other reference points to deal with the camera angle of the fisheye lens. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. We remarked, it was brought up earlier in testimony that Chief Sullivan is about 2 inches taller than Captain
That's what's
Flagg.
been stated. Correct.
So logically, if someone that's taller cannot reach a connection, would not common sense say that someone who's shorter would probably have that same, especially someone that's 2 inches shorter, would have a greater issue reaching something that's definitely behind them?
Oh, as far as the thing behind them?
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. That's all I have. Thanks. I pass the witness.
I have nothing further.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Yep. Commission member?
Yeah, I got a few questions.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
This thing again. Okay. So pushing it, it clicks. Okay, pushing it, it clicks. Okay, it's supposed to be, the blue thing's supposed to be underneath the plastic thing. Is that right?
I would ask those guys. I'm not the IT expert.
Okay, but I'm just looking at, let me look at this thing again. Okay, yeah. Exhibit C says the blue thing is supposed to be under the plastic thing. And the click means it's connected, right? So there's a click.
Yeah.
And you can't unhook it with the blue thing underneath because that's pushing it up, presumably. Something.
Correct.
Okay, so you take the blue thing out, you push down on it, it comes out. So you put the blue thing on top, that clicks. So does that mean it's connected? So it's connected either with the blue thing on top
I
or on
would-
bottom? You may not know.
Yeah.
That's fine.
I would defer to them.
Does that make a difference to you in your thought process?
What they indicated is that when they got there, From the floor, it looked like it was connected, but when they got there, it was just loosely in so that it wasn't connected. That's my understanding, but I would defer to people that were there at the time.
Okay. All right.
As well as the
It
fact,
may not make a difference.
Yeah.
It's a fact, I guess. I don't know. What I don't know is whether if the blue thing is on top of the plastic thing,
We'd have a
there's an
witness.
electrical connection or not. And I would guess there is. But I think the blue thing is just to prevent it, to lift it up, so to prevent it from coming apart. That's my guess. I don't know if it makes, okay. You didn't initiate the investigation, right? Somebody else did.
it was referred to, right,
Who referred it to you?
IT department and the legal department.
Okay. So Chief Dale did not.
Well, they were all involved and aware, but I think my first call, if I can recall correctly, came from either legal or IT.
Okay. And would you agree with the statement that IT was, quote, pissed, end quote?
Yeah, I think they were upset because of the prior incident when the cables were on the ground and they had just installed these things a couple of months before. So they were not happy about it. I think Mr. Gerald can testify if he's called, but he basically said it's interfering with city property.
So you're charged with, go out and find out what's going on here, right?
Right. For both, yeah, initially for both.
Okay. And then they said on the May 1 thing, they said it happened again, right?
Yeah,
That was your,
words to that effect. Yep.
okay. Did you feel pressure from IT to come up with a answer?
No, when I do these, the facts guide where the answers go. That's why I want to do the recreation. If what Captain Flagg was saying played out, when you got somebody up high and you could see where their body was positioned and their hands would have been positioned based on where he drew the X on the ceiling. Sometimes management's not happy with what we find.
Just as an example, if you could give exhibit U21 in front of you.
Which one is that?
Union 21. The interview between Wayne.
Could you speak into the microphone? We're trying to keep up, if you don't mind.
Sorry.
It's fine.
Interview between Wayne Belock and James Dustin Flagg, 5/15/25.
Yes, I have that.
Okay.
Yep.
So this is just an example. There've been other interviews of the same. It's one of the entries that's on the first page, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So there is a entry there, unknown person. Like, who's the unknown person?
The union representative.
Okay. And that union representative was there at the meeting,
Yes.
and you don't know who that person was?
I don't recall the name offhand right now.
I'm sorry?
I don't recall the name offhand. It wasn't Mr. Brewer.
Okay.
He was not available that day.
Was me.
It was you that day? On the
I was
15th?
present for all of his interviews.
Oh, you were? Okay.
It wasn't the 15th though.
I don't know about that.
From an HR point of view, was it appropriate for Flagg to complain about the privacy concerns of the firefighters?
Sure. I mean, employees have the right to express concerns about their work conditions, and there's proper ways to handle that, either through administration, or if they're not getting satisfaction there, they could come to our department. And we can look into it and see if there's an issue and try to resolve it one way or the other.
But was that a part of the motive does that, his complaint, was that a part of what you consider to be motive for him to intentionally, I guess you're saying he intentionally disconnected this thing?
Well, I guess the fact that he expressed discontent, and then the fact there were 2 disconnections of cameras were relevant. I would answer it that way. It was not solely the statement.
So was the April 19 incident relevant to the May 1 incident?
Yes, to the extent of a couple things. One, that the investigation was conducted fairly because we didn't find anybody responsible for that, and that's what the finding was. Number 2, the fact there had been 2 human interactions or interventions to disconnect the system. Because in the April 19th, the cables were literally laying on the floor. So they don't just fall out.
That's the April 19 incident?
Correct.
Okay. So it sounds like mischief or vandalism almost, doesn't it?
That could be a word for it.
So are U60 and U61 in evidence?
No, they have not
Yeah.
been submitted.
Okay. But
16, 61.
No.
No.
okay. Okay, that's all. Thank you.
I have a, I'm sorry. I have a couple questions. Mr. Belak, how are your interviews conducted when you do HR interviews?
It varies in some of the circumstances, but basically, in this particular case, if there's a union involved, we want to have a union representative present. Depending on the nature of the incident, we may or may not record the statements. And then base it on the information that we have. I like to follow up if I get additional information to give people an opportunity to respond if there is inconsistency. To ask them, look, we talked to so-and-so, they said something different. What do you have to say about that? So that's why there were multiple interviews with Mr. Flagg, and I thought it was important to review the video with him.
And how do you decide when to record versus when not to record interviews?
It's probably several factors. One is the nature of the investigation, the seriousness of it. Could be a time factor. Maybe somebody's leaving. I mean, there's a whole host of things. Some incidents are just more simple facts. Some are more complicated. At the time, we were looking at both incidents, so I felt I needed to talk to everybody on both shifts. So that's why I did that.
Okay. And then you prepare your own transcripts based on the recordings?
Yeah, we actually had somebody type up based on the recordings. Yep.
And are audio recordings of the interviews made as well?
Yes, there is an audio of that. All that was provided to the union as well.
Okay. In the photos of Captain Flagg, that freeze frame, I believe it's Union 14 and 15, the one compared with Chief Sullivan, the reenactment.
Yeah.
Were those taken from the same camera?
They were taken, yeah, I believe so. I would confirm with IT, but I believe they're from the same camera
Okay.
and the same video.
Okay. And this kind of,
When we did that, they actually had the laptop running so we could get it exactly the same.
okay. And this kind of dovetails into something that Mr. Byron had talked about. There's been discussion about privacy concerns and public record, the recordings being public record specifically. And there's been discussion about, concerns about firefighters maybe having to return from runs and disrobing because of being exposed to bed bugs or other things during their calls. If that happens, and if there are surveillance cameras, and if the surveillance, in particular, the recordings that are being made are public records, what's prohibiting any member of the public from requesting those recordings where firefighters are disrobing? I know of no particular statute that would exempt such recordings of firefighters or disrobing, and because they're exposed to bed bugs or any contaminants.
Right.
Like, how are we making sure that our firefighters their privacy rights are being protected?
So any public record request goes through the legal department, and then if it's related to our department, it would also go through that. That type of information out of video is not considered a public record. So legal would screen for that. So nothing is released to anybody requesting the camera until it's gone through a legal review, and then that would have certain guides as far as privacy. For example, say somebody requests a personnel file and there's medical information there. All that stuff is screened before it's produced. Also, as far as the actual need to do that, there are ways they could set up a privacy screen or something for the 15 minutes or whatever it takes to, disrobe and decontaminate. So
I understand that, but I didn't see any privacy screen on the apparatus floor. And to my knowledge, there's not a specific Indiana statute that says that those types of videos would be exempt and those videos wouldn't be part of anyone's personnel record. That's what I'm getting at.
We have our
And I understand that's
public
not
records
anything
person
that's
here, but I would
not
say
anything
I would say that
for
there is a
the
procedure.
commission today, but
Ms. Bressler, if you don't mind, I handle public records requests for the city. If you want my input, I'm happy to offer it.
well,
If not, then I'll understand your decision.
well, and it's something that I think might be something that we need to maybe consider.
So
I-
just for
I think we have, they wouldn't be produced.
Just for clarification purposes, and the union is aware of this as well. Any camera, whether it's in the apparatus bay, at an airport, in the hallway out here, is a public record. It's a record kept in the order of business. We understand that. Statutorily, under the Access to Public Records Act, Indiana Code 514-3, certain pieces of information are not releasable to the public.
Right.
In the case of a firefighter who's disrobing, all that is blurred out. So that the privacy of the firefighter is protected. Also, if you look at the pictures in the apparatus bay, it only covers the middle aisle. So if you're there and you need to disrobe, you can go to either side of the engine or the ambulance and you have your privacy. Or if you don't want to go into the restroom, bathroom, or the living quarters, you still have that opportunity to do it in the bay, leave your clothes in the bay. If somebody makes a public records request, they will see absolutely nothing other than the center aisle of the apparatus bay.
So the city has procedures in place to
Yes,
protect that.
because because the union made a request for a public records request for Fire Station 2. There's a firefighter that was disrobing. That entire sequence, even the sequence where he's disrobing with the door standing wide open, was all blurred out. It's all blacked out. You can't see the features of the firefighter. You don't know if they're male or female. You just see somebody walking in. They start disrobing. The picture goes black, that one spot, until they are either out of view or they're clothed again.
And that has been made clear to all members of the department.
That part I don't know. We've only had one records request.
Okay.
But if somebody makes a records request and there is information there that we cannot and do not share with the public, then that's redacted from the video.
Okay. But that's the point I'm getting to, that if that is a concern, public records request made, there's procedures in place and we can make sure that that's been conveyed to members of the department. So that wouldn't be an issue.
I know this information was conveyed to the chief of the department, administration, so if that should have made it down to the rank and file, because that was a concern for a very long time when the station cameras were going in, that there was a whole privacy issue, and we explained that the privacy issue isn't there because of the Access to Public Records Act, which does not allow us to release that type of information to the public.
But okay, so you've answered my question, but IT has thought about it. We've got procedures in place and
It's not IT, this all comes through legal, so IT.
no, but I mean, IT has ways to blur those images is what I'm saying.
The actual department that does it is our police department because they have the
Okay.
technology to do that.
Well,
Yeah,
the
but it's not-
technology's in place.
Yeah, the technology is in place to answer your question, Ms. Bressler. The police department does that for the city because they have the technology to blur those images or to completely black them out.
Okay, so that couldn't, we've got that technology. We can tell everyone, hey, so, we've got the technology. You don't have to worry about
Right,
that.
so if you're in the middle of the apparatus bay disrobing and someone makes a public records request, no one will know who you are unless you decide you want to tell people who you are.
Okay, thank you. That answers that concern. All right, I have no further questions.
Let me ask one more question, and I apologize. Okay, looking at exhibits R, cities exhibits R and F.
R and F.
F and R.
There's R. To F. Is it F?
F and,
Frank.
F is in Frank.
Frank, yes.
Camera connection, post review. What's it? F. I know I printed a second copy of this. I know I printed this. B.
You can borrow mine if you want.
Sure, I don't have it.
Okay,
Here, I was going to say, go ahead. You can,
Got the one.
okay.
all right.
Yeah,
Okay.
just as long as I get it back.
In exhibit R, Chief Sullivan, I think that's a picture of Chief Sullivan, I think.
Mhm.
And it looks like he is stretching to reach those wires.
Yep.
Okay. And he's 2 inches taller than Flagg. Did you conclude that nevertheless
Yeah,
Flagg would have been able to reach those wires?
yes, he's also a little wider, and basically the reason is this. There was a disconnection. It either happened because of a technical error or it happened because a human did it. The IT people have explained why it couldn't happen because of a technical error. Flagg's statement that he was working on the electrical box with Holt helping him is inconsistent with the video. The time frame doesn't line up. So what he said was not correct. The positioning of a human facing the wires with a switch, with the electrical box behind him makes Flagg's statement as to what he was doing not credible. So more likely than not, if you have a camera that's been operating for 2 months without a disconnection, you have a less than 1 minute sequence of somebody driving a scissor lift up to it and suddenly it goes out. You have a view with the person able to reach the wires, and you have an inconsistent statement that somebody was helping them when they weren't even in the bay. It's more likely than not that it was disconnected by a human, and the only human there was Dustin Flagg.
But I'm just saying physically, and I'm not talking about
Physically, he's
I'm not talking about the electrical box.
I get that.
I'm talking about
Right.
about this thing.
Physically,
So you concluded that even though he's 2 inches shorter, he could have reached that in that position even though Captain or Chief
For
Sullivan appears to be stretching
Right.
to reach it.
Sullivan is touching it, and if you think that
You
it
take 2
wasn't,
inches away from Sullivan, I think
right,
you could still reach it.
then it's spontaneously disconnected on its own. And that's not more likely than not, given everything we know.
Okay.
Since it's been there for 2 months, it's had vibrations. We have somebody driving toward it. Somebody saying they have a screwdriver and they're working on an electrical box and there's no evidence based backing that up. So my, the role was to find out what's more likely than not as to what happened.
Okay. And just, it takes, I'm kind of inept
Sure.
at it, but he's probably handier. So, okay, I got it. All right. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Belak. Okay.
Okay.
Mr. Davis, do you have anyone else? Oh.
Testimony there.
I was gonna say, I'm kind of like a camel, so, it's,
Basically said it.
what do you guys, I will,
That's fine.
What do you want? What's the question?
do you want to take a lunch break?
Whatever you want to do is fine with me. Yeah, I had an apple and a
I'm fine to keep going. 'Cause
And,
it's 2:00.
Nature Valley. Nancy
Okay.
provided us.
We're okay.
May as well do it. If we're gonna get done today, hopefully.
Sir, oh yeah.
Then let's keep going. Yep. All right.
You good?
Unless
Yeah,
somebody has
we're-
a medical condition or whatever, that they need to,
Yeah, I'm good to
Take care
keep
of.
going.
like a diabetes or something. I don't know.
The city calls Chief Rodney Dale.
Okay. All right.
It's
Chief
fine.
Dale, you were previously sworn, correct?
Yes.
All right.
Well, no, I guess I didn't realize I was going to be a witness, so I don't know if I raised my hand.
Oh, okay.
I don't know what's on video, so I don't want
All right, then.
Let me know when you're ready, Chief.
Well, Nancy will have to have Chief Dale sworn.
Okay, he missed it. All right. Do you affirm the testimony that you are about to give is true, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
to. I do.
Thank you, Chief.
Good afternoon, Chief. How are you?
Pretty good.
Can you state your name for the record, please?
Rodney Dale, Fire Chief Elkirk.
Okay, and how long you been a firefighter?
29 years and 4 months.
And how long have you been the chief of the department?
Interim for a year and official chief a little bit over.
Okay. So you heard today some testimony given about Captain Flagg's admin leave and its impact to the city. Can you explain what the admin leave situation with Captain Flagg?
Yes, first I'd like to state to the Mayor Commission that part of the reason that I'm not as involved is I was out of town when this took place. I just want to reference that for the record. Admin leave is an opportunity for the city to investigate a case while the employee is not losing any pay. Captain Flagg received full pay while he was on admin leave, which the city also incurred some expense because we had to pay to fill Captain Flagg's position.
Just trying to figure out if they can hear you.
Can you guys hear me?
Make him.
Okay. 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 All right. Can you guys hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah. Paid administrative leave is an opportunity for the city to run an investigation while the employee does not lose any money. They're still receiving full paychecks. It does the city does incur an expense because we have to pay for the person that's not there with overtime.
Do you recall what that expense was to the city?
I do not have that figure off the top of my head.
All right. I just, as chief of the department, I'm assuming you're brought into the loop when there's different issues such as when cameras go offline.
Correct.
Have you had any other issues with any other fire stations with the cameras going offline?
No.
Okay, that's all I have. I pass the witness.
Mr. Burr?
Yes, ma'am. Chief Dale, do you recall when you received the investigation report from Human Resources?
I do not recall when I received the investigation report, but I did receive a call while I was out of town in Pensacola concerning this matter.
Okay. I don't have any other questions.
Does anyone from the commission have any questions for Chief Dale?
Is this, okay. Is this 60 going to come into evidence, I guess, I mean, that's kind of the action, isn't it?
If someone,
The disciplinary notice?
if someone moves it into.
That was okay.
Yep.
I have no questions.
Thank you, Chief Dale.
You're welcome.
Thank you, chief. The city rests.
Okay. Union.
All right. The union will call Division Chief Noah Lace.
Okay. Chief Lace, you were sworn?
I was.
All right.
All right. Sorry.
Perfect. All right, Chief Lace. I'm going to hand you Union's Exhibits 40 and 41.
Okay.
I can go.
So Chief Lace, Captain Flagg reports to you for station maintenance, correct?
Yep. Yeah. All the captains report to chief services.
And then you expect station captains to notify you about repairs, equipment problems, and facility needs, correct?
Absolutely.
And on May 1st, did Captain Flagg send you photos and messages regarding several maintenance items?
He did.
Those messages included things like paint issues, Plima vent, blower problem, and fascia measurements, correct?
That is correct.
And these were routine, appropriate communications?
Yes.
And in fact, you thanked Captain Flagg for sending you those maintenance photos, correct?
I did.
And you told him the pictures were helpful?
Yeah.
And-
Because the Plime Event Company was requesting.
Right.
If we could.
And at any point, did you instruct him to stop working
I did not.
on the maintenance projects? Okay. So on May 1st, Captain Flagg was doing exactly what you would expect of a station captain, identifying and addressing maintenance needs.
Yes.
For what? Thank you. And then he was communicating those needs in the way that you prefer.
Right.
No more questions.
Hey, good morning, chief.
Morning. Well, good afternoon.
Yeah, thanks for the correction. I appreciate you.
Do we, real quick, sorry, Kevin.
What do you need?
Do we have exhibits 40 and 41 entered already?
41 is, 40 is not.
Can I move to add 40 to the record, please?
Without objection.
Okay. Yes.
Yeah, if you're done with it.
We'll show 40 admitted.
Thank you.
All right, let's try it again. Ready, chief?
Ready.
All right. So you had Captain Flagg perform work on the Plimo event. On May 1st, you had Captain Flagg perform work on the Plimo event. Is that correct?
Yeah.
He was supposed to document that issue or the issues with the Plimo event. Is that correct?
Yeah, he had the lift there already. So for the soffit. And so
So you asked him to provide that documentation.
I did. I asked him if
Been
he could
addressed.
get eyes on the
Okay.
Plime Event, see what came apart.
Do you recall approximately what time that documentation was sent to you? Remember?
It would, was it on there?
Showed it.
Yeah. Yeah. It's been a while.
Is it on here? Okay. Timestamp here.
41. There you go. Good place.
It's either on 40 or 41. Says, do you recall?
Yeah, so it was May 1st when he was taking photos of the Plymouth event.
About what time do you recall him sending those to you?
It says 10:17.
Okay, about 10:17 that was sent to you. So after he sent those pictures to you, did you have him was he doing any other work for you?
Not that I know of at that time.
Okay. So were you aware that Captain Flagg was on this lift and in the vicinity of the apparatus bay camera after 10:17 in the morning?
Not that I know of, not that I can recall.
So do you have any firsthand knowledge of how the apparatus bay camera became disconnected?
I do not.
So can you testify to any possible actions of Captain Flagg in terms of disconnecting the apparatus bay camera?
So repeat that again.
I'm sorry, I will restate it. So today you can only testify to what happened from 10:17 and times earlier. Any time after that, you have no knowledge of.
Yeah, I don't.
Okay. All right, that's all I have.
One question.
Yep.
Do you recall a conversation that you had with Captain Flagg about running the ambulance drop down? A verbal conversation?
Can you restate that? I didn't hear you.
I asked if he.
Like a shoreline plug?
Yep.
Something?
I asked if he recalled any conversation that he had verbally with Captain Flagg regarding running the conduit for the shoreline.
Yeah, I believe we had talked about that when we were talking about painting the ceiling as well.
Thank you.
Yep.
Do you have any recross?
Nothing.
Okay.
What were you talking about him with? What did you say?
We had a conversation about the paint because a captain that passed, bring you up to speed on the whole thing. Captain in the past had started painting the ceiling and it's like half painted, half filled.
Oh, okay.
And at that point, he had talked about a shoreline for the ambulance and Pat. When
A shoreline?
Yeah, so your ambulance has a plug on the side of it, so is your fire truck, because your MCTs and stuff like that never go to sleep, and you got battery tenders.
Chief, can you explain MCTs?
Your mobile, what's the MCT stand for? Yeah, your computer. There we go. Computers, right?
Okay.
So they never turn off, because when you get a call, you have to be able to respond. You can't sit there and wait on it to power up and everything, right? So stuff stays live in the rigs. So what a shoreline is just a 110 plug that comes down and it essentially hooks to your battery tenders.
Okay,
Your 12 volt
shoreline.
system.
Got
Yeah,
it.
yeah,
Now I understand what you mean.
yeah.
Gotcha.
So-
Thank you.
Yep.
All right. Doesn't have much to do with what we're talking about here today. It doesn't sound like.
Yeah.
Okay.
So there. Yes.
Any other questions from the commission? All right, thank you, Chief Lace.
Just for clarification, we have people here that was subpoenaed. Are they released from this subpoena other than those who have not yet testified?
Yeah, we have.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, I was going to say, if both sides agree that, yeah, those witnesses are finished, then absolutely.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Brewer?
All right. I'd like to call Captain Dustin Flagg.
Okay. Captain Flagg, you were previously sworn?
Yes, ma'am.
All right,
Can you hear me okay?
I can. Can the other commissioners
Yes.
hear Captain Flagg? All right. All right, Mr. Brewer?
All right, Captain Flagg. Can you state to us your rank or explain the position of your rank as station captain?
So I'm the captain of Station 4, specifically the captain of Engine 4. I somewhat share the responsibilities of station captain with another individual who is the captain of Medic 24, assigned to the same station. So
And-
some of my duties would include scheduling maintenance, organizing the maintenance, requesting things that we would need to perform the maintenance, and then just communicating with the administration on how that should be done or my request for it to be done.
And how long have you been on the fire department?
Just over 15 years.
You've been a station captain for how long?
Less than a year. I was promoted in March, I believe.
Okay. The video that the city played, it doesn't show your hands at any time, does it?
It shows my hands on the lift and operating the lift. Once we go above the view of the camera, it doesn't show my hands any longer.
Okay. And so the video doesn't show you touching the cable or the connector, correct?
Not that I'm aware of.
And you were in the location because you were performing legitimate work responsibilities, correct?
Right. So I had started in the video. You can tell I'm outside. I've got a tape measure. I'm measuring for new soffit. Had been missing for several years at that point. So I was getting measurements together and then calculating how much we would need, new material we would need. I think at one point I was even on the phone with Chief Lace talking about whether he could get the materials from Menards, excuse me, Menards or Lowe's, or if we'd have to order them from some outside vendor.
Okay. So you said some of your duties include station maintenance, work planning, normal station operations, correct?
Correct.
And on May 1st, you were on duty and performing those functions, correct?
Yes.
And so what all maintenance projects were you working on that morning?
So the soffit and fascia, as I just described to you, Chief Lace had asked me to go through the Plimo vent. So you can see on the lift, I had it was a DeWalt impact gun drill driver that had a hex head bit on it that I was using to disassemble the Plimo vent. And then I sent him some pictures once I had done that, and it just basically exploded on the inside. We've been trying for several months to get some work done on that, and it hadn't happened. Then Chief Lace told me at that point that we didn't even have a vendor to work on it because they were installed by some outside vendor.
Okay.
Once I finished with that, I came forward in the bay and began work on where I wanted to run a new shoreline. So at that point in time, the shorelines existed on ground plugs, well, low to the ground, similar to what you would see right here. There was a plug-in, and the cord would run along the ground and plug into the rig. When the rig gets started, it auto ejects that plug onto the ground. And then where it had been auto ejecting that plug onto the ground was right in the travel path, so that the apparatus were running over the plug. So it was causing damage to our equipment. So while we had the scissor lift and while I was already up there working, what I wanted to do was find a place I could run a new set of receps from the ceiling and then let those short power cords dangle down so that when they were auto ejected, they wouldn't hit the floor and be run over. They would just dangle in the air.
Okay. And then was there a paint project as well?
Yeah, the paint and the apparatus-based ceiling has been atrocious for years. And so I requested it last year. It didn't get filled. And then since I was up there again this year, I requested it this year as well and sent several pictures showing how bad the paint was.
For the ambulance drop-down project, was that project ever completed? Is there a drop-down now for the cords for the ambulance? Yeah.
Yes, there is. It runs from the electrical junction box that we've been talking about all day long, forward probably 20 feet or so. And then there's a receptacle box there now, which is where the cord is plugged into. And then it also runs to the other side of the bay, probably 10 or 15 feet to another receptacle. And there's a cord dangling there for the engine now.
And how were the materials acquired to run that conduit and wiring?
Based on the conversation I had with Chief Lace, the city was not going to pay for any materials to do that project since it was a project that I just wanted done. So I donated the materials that I had on hand.
Okay. At the time the camera cuts out, do you remember your exact hand position?
It was May 1st. I don't know exactly where my hands were doing.
And why were you near that part of the ceiling?
That's where the electrical junction was. So like I said before, you run from the junction box, the camera cabling is right in front of that. And then we still had to go another 20 feet forward for where the reset was being placed.
Okay. So you were up there to find electrical continuity, correct?
Say again?
You were up there to find like a power source?
Yeah, so I was looking in that junction box to find a continuous power supply. So the difference between a continuous power supply and a switched power supply is exactly what it sounds like. If you have lights up there or fans up there that you can toggle on and off with a switch, that's a switched power supply. And we don't want that for the apparatus plugins. We want that to be unable to be turned off. So like Chief Lace just said, it never goes dead. The computers are always being powered no matter what. So that's what I was trying to find in that box. And at the same time, I was also trying to figure out exactly where we're going to run this new conduit at. And if we could, measuring from the box itself over, and then if we had room to put it wherever we put it at.
Okay. In trying to find that, do you think that a nearby ceiling light that was on would have just automatically sufficed your continuous power supply needs?
Well, no. The fact that it's a light tends, not always, but tends to mean that it's a switched power supply because you have light switches to turn them on and off.
So that light being on would probably not be relevant then?
It could have been a continuous power supply, but I wouldn't know unless I checked.
Okay. And you stated in your interview with Mr. Bielak that you had a screwdriver and an electrical tester, correct?
Yes.
For the commissioners, that's Exhibit U21, page 2, near the bottom, if you want to reference it. We've already entered it. So when operating the scissor lift with your right hand, holding onto the railing with your left hand, where do you think you might put oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, it's okay.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. You can keep.
Are we good now? Okay.
Yeah.
So when operating the scissor lift with your right hand and you're holding onto it with the left hand, where do you think you might stow a screwdriver or a thin electrical tester?
In my pocket, my right pocket.
Are you right-handed?
Yes.
Okay. So once an electrical source was found, where did you expect the conduit to run?
Exactly where it's run right now. It tapped into the electrical junction box, ran straight forward along, you can see in the pictures, along the existing conduit, right next to it, sort of between the existing conduit and where the camera cables are at.
All right, we'll go to Exhibits 5 and 6. So I'll hand you. And 20, 5, 6, and 20. And so can you see the conduit in these photos?
There is existing conduit in these photos, and it also shows the newly installed flexible conduit next to it.
Okay, and that flexible conduit is what was ran from the electrical junction box that you were testing to the drop down, to the electrical box where you ran the drop down. Is that correct?
I never actually installed it, but yes, that is where it goes.
Okay, all right.
Did you point to the conduit when you talked conduit?
Sure, it's,
Picture.
if you look at picture, or Exhibit 6, which is also City Exhibit F, you can see on the far left, there's the base of the camera, and then a blue cable that runs behind a silver conduit. That is the existing conduit. And then you see a flexible conduit between the existing one and the hook that's holding all those, that bundle of cables there. That flexible conduit is what was newly installed.
And that flexible conduit runs right next to the network cable that we've been talking about today.
Yes, sir.
So we've already established you were in communications with Chief Lace over the project, correct?
Yes, sir.
And maintenance responsibilities ultimately fall under his purview.
That's correct.
Um, And would you confirm that all of the testimony from Chief Lace regarding your communication is accurate and total?
I believe so.
Okay. When you were taking the photos of the station that you sent to Chief Lace, we'll go to Union Exhibits 54 through 56. Let's see, hang on, we got 49. Do you want 49 through 56? Should I give you the right ones? All right. Commissioner's ready. You ready?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay, I was waiting on,
Sorry.
make sure you guys had a hold of it. Can you kind of walk us through and tell us why you took kind of each one of these photos?
Sure.
Kind of go through each exhibit.
So 49, I think my intention with that was just to show the condition of the paint. There was at Station 4, it was meant to help with my request, I think. 50 looks like probably the same thing. 51, same thing. Same thing with 52 and 53. 54 was showing the state of the Plimo vent once I had disassembled it. Same thing with 55 and 56.
Union would move to enter in 49 exhibits, Union 49 through 56.
Okay. The city's response.
Without objection.
Okay. We'll show the admission of Union's Exhibit 49 through 56.
Would you like these back?
Yeah. Thank you. All right. Your email to Station 4 that was on March 29th, that included multiple station updates or multiple station issues, correct?
Yes,
It included the washing machine repair.
I believe so. Do you have a copy I can look at?
Yeah. I'll find it. There you go.
It's Union Exhibit 39.
Correct.
Okay.
So did it include washing machine repair?
Yes, I spoke about a washing machine that was down for about a week. We were trying to get repaired. An overhead door that was missing a roller. It was causing issues with opening and closing the door. Plimo vent system. Ordering station supplies. Update on cameras that I just received. And that spring cleaning assignments would be coming out soon.
Okay. So the portion about the cameras was just a small part of an overall, like, general station update.
Correct.
You were just simply relying information that you had been told to Station 4 as you're supposed to do.
Yes, I had been asked by several firefighters about the cameras because they just showed up. We didn't get any communication that anybody was coming to the station to install them, that they would be doing work. We just had contractors show up and start installing things inside stations, which was sort of out of the ordinary. Normally, the administration is very good about communicating. We'll have this person in there working today, this, XYZ person working tomorrow.
It's the one that,
So I had gotten multiple questions from multiple firefighters about the cameras and what they were for, where they were going, and I didn't know. So I asked and then gave the update that I gave.
Okay. Would you say that expressing a concern about a new piece of equipment is uncommon in the fire service?
No, we always question new piece of equipment that we get.
Okay. You would say that firefighters routinely voice concerns about new tools, trucks, policies, procedures.
Sure.
So in fact, it's so valuable and important to receive these concerns from firefighters that we even have a policy information board between the union and administration just to discuss these things.
Yes.
Okay. Your email was sent almost a month before the connection loss, correct?
I sent the email on March 29th.
Okay. And then did you ever reference the cameras again in an email from between that day and the date of the incident?
Not that I remember.
Okay. Did anyone from administration call you and ask you anything about the camera, or even call to ask if you were okay at the time the camera became disconnected?
No, the first I heard from the administration on May 1st was actually relayed through Lieutenant Antonelli. I was still in the scissor lift working, and it was about, it was probably close to 11 o'clock, right about there. Lieutenant Antonelli came out on the apparatus floor and asked, or said that we were requested to report downtown, both apparatus, the engine and the medic.
Okay.
So I put the scissor lift away and got the crew together when we all went downtown.
So nobody called to ask if you were okay. You were high up on the scissor lift near the security camera. IT got notice that the camera was offline. They checked the footage and saw you by yourself, as reported by the city, up high on the lift when the footage cut out, and no one even called to check to see if you were okay?
No, the only call I got was to come downtown.
Nobody called to check to see if maybe you had fallen out of the lift or been electrocuted?
No.
Okay. The first call you got was to report to downtown?
Yes, sir.
Chief's office. Okay. And you were removed from duty for this camera outage, correct?
Yes. Sometime before noon that day, once we reported downtown, right about 11 o'clock or so, we stayed downtown until Chief Summer found me in the battalion chief's office and told me that I was going on administrative leave, paid administrative leave. So I marked our engine out of service. We went back to Station 4 and I changed my clothes and went home.
Okay. And how long would you say from the time the camera went offline to the time you were placed on administrative leave? About how long would that have been?
Probably an hour 15, somewhere around there.
Okay. Had anyone from the city asked you a single question about the outage prior to placing you on administrative leave?
No.
What are some other reasons that firefighters have been placed on administrative leave in the past few years?
We've had incidents of physical altercations, felony charges, harassment complaints, I think.
Okay.
That's about all I can think of.
And you were placed on administrative leave because a security camera cut out when you were in the vicinity. Is that correct?
That was what I was told.
Okay. And the date of the occurrence was May 1st, and that was the same day you were placed on administrative leave, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What day did you return to duty?
Late July, I think, maybe first part of August.
Did you serve your unpaid suspension on July 18th?
Yes, yeah, July 18th was my suspension, so I would have returned on the 21st.
Okay. And so from May 1st to through July 15th, that would total 26 shifts of administrative leave, correct?
I believe so.
Administrative leave that created a vacancy in staffing as well, correct?
I believe so, yes.
A vacancy filled by paying another firefighter overtime.
That's how we fill vacancies, yeah.
Okay. Overtime that was often mandatory against those firefighters choosing, correct?
I know we had a lot of mandatory overtime during the time I was off.
Okay. And that mandatory overtime would cause firefighters to lose time with their families as well, correct?
Sure, every second we're at the station, it's a second we're not with our families.
And at an average cost of $1,000 per shift in overtime, that would cost the city nearly $30,000 to pay overtime for all of the back coverage, correct?
Sure, if you don't take into account the mandatory, which is more than that,
Do you feel like this is a good use of taxpayer dollars?
certainly not.
Did you interview with the Director of Human Resources, Wayne Belock?
Yes, I interviewed with him twice, once on May 1st and once on May 13th.
Okay. When you interviewed with Wayne Belock the second time, did he show you the footage of you on a scissor lift when the footage cut out?
Yes,
What was the description of the video at the time of the interview?
the video was labeled something to the effect of firefighter unplugs camera.
So the video description was titled Firefighter Unplugs Fisheye Camera prior to you even having your interview.
Yes.
When you saw that label, did it seem like a conclusion had already been reached?
Well, sure. I mean, just the fact that that's what the video was named kind of said that they had already decided that's what happened.
Hand you Exhibit 61. You recognize this document?
Yes.
Can you
This is
tell us what
the,
this document is?
Disciplinary notice I received on July 10th.
Okay. And can you read for us the comments that you have in your discipline issuance?
Sure. It shows that I was guilty of another breach of discipline and was to receive a 24-hour unpaid suspension. My statement says, the investigation conducted by the city's HR department is laughable at best. I find these accusations false, unfounded by any evidence, and harassing. To call this a witch hunt would likely give it too much credit. I will be appealing this action to the Fire Merit Commission.
I'd like to enter in Exhibit Union 61 for the record.
Mr. Davis?
Without objection.
Okay. We'll show Exhibit 61 admitted.
Did this experience feel proportional to the situation?
I'd certainly never heard of anybody being placed on administrative leave for something of this nature.
Did you feel harassed by the situation?
It seemed like I was going to be the target of some discipline for something I didn't do.
Do you think that this experience would promote trust between the firefighters and the city of Elkhart?
No, matter of fact, I've had several firefighters mention to me that they'll no longer be doing spring cleaning around any sort of cameras
Objection,
or
hearsay.
connections.
Historically, we've allowed hearsay in previous hearings.
Mr. Davis?
It's the commission's call.
I'll allow it.
Thank you. Do you think this, a situation that's inflated as much as this one would cause firefighters to hesitate before going to human resources with legitimate issues?
I can only speak for myself, but I certainly wouldn't be going forward with anybody else.
All right. And my last question is, did you unplug the security camera Ethernet cable?
No.
No more questions.
Good.
Mr. Davis?
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Captain Flagg.
Good afternoon.
So we're here today because you're appealing the chief's discipline that was issued back in July. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So just want to make sure that we're here because of your actions, your desire to appeal the decision, and not because the city is issuing the discipline against you. All right. So on May 21st, I think we've already covered this. You were on duty at Station 4. Is that correct?
Can you say that date again?
Sorry, I'll slow down. On May 21st, 2025, you were on duty at Station 4. Is that correct?
No, sir.
May 1st?
May 1st I was, yes. May
Yeah,
20.
May 1st.
I'm sorry, I thought you said 21st.
All right, let's start again. Ready? On May 1st,
Yes, I was on
2025,
duty. May
were you
1st.
on duty at Station 4? Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You were performing routine maintenance on that day. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
As part of that routine maintenance, you were working on a Plimo vent. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So where is the Plimo vent in relation to the overhead door tracks? Are they even?
In relation to the overhead
Do-
door tracks?
Yeah, because in the fire station, you have the overhead door tracks
I think they're pretty close.
and the Plimo vent. Is that even with the door tracks?
I think the tracks that the Plimo vent runs on are slightly below.
Okay.
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 But the Plimo vent itself, I think is up higher, probably right in line with the tracks.
Okay. So you said you were using tools. What tools were you using that day?
I had a tape measure with me.
Okay.
I had a screw gun with me a screw gun that I used to take apart the Plimo vent, an electrical tester, and a screwdriver.
Okay. So who was helping you with the Plimo vent?
Nobody.
No one. You said, okay. So Chief Lace instructed you to work on the Plimo vent. Is that correct?
Yes, he asked me to take it apart to see if I could figure out what was wrong with it.
And so you documented your work on the Plimo vent by taking pictures and sending those to Chief Lace. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So after working on the Plimo vent, you next began working on the soffit and fascia. Is that correct?
No, I worked on the soffit and fascia first.
Okay. So, and you used the scissor lift to work on the soffit and fascia?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So after working on the soffit and fascia and the Plimo vent, you ended up coming back into the bay. Is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah. So your next project was working on finding a continuous power supply. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So what tools, sir, that you use when you were working and searching for the continuous power supply?
I would have been using a screwdriver and an electrical tester.
Half a second. I'm going to hand you City's Exhibit A. I think you should be familiar with that.
Yes, sir.
So is the junction box that you were working on or checking, is that depicted in this photo? Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So the one at the top of the page is next to the light, right?
Yes, sir.
So, and then there are two electrical lines that are entering from either side of that junction box. Is that correct?
I'm sorry.
You're going to see, sorry,
Say your
I'll
question.
repeat, no worries. So there's two lines that are going into that junction box. Is that correct?
It looks like there's,
So there are electrical lines going into the junction box.
yeah, there's one on the right and there's 1, 2, 3 coming out of it on the left.
Okay. So when you positioned the scissor lift on May 1st, 2025, how far away from the junction box were you? You can give me an estimate. I mean, I know you didn't go up there with a tape measure measuring the distance, but how far from the junction box were you?
I think the camera and the junction box were 2 to probably 3 feet apart.
Okay. And how close were you from the ceiling or the overhead?
I was close enough that I could actually reach the junction box, so I would have been probably as high as I could get without bumping my head.
Okay. So you said that you can actually physically reach the junction box?
Yes, sir.
Is your testimony? Okay. So how close were you to the camera, the apparatus bay camera, to be more specific?
I would say a foot or so away from it.
Yeah. So while you're on the lift, you were facing the camera. Is that correct?
While I was, yes.
Okay. So in your interview with Wayne Belock, the head of HR, you said firefighter Holt was working with you. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So in that interview, you said firefighter Holt was flipping switches.
Yes, sir.
So how long was firefighter Holt helping you?
just for a few minutes, just long enough to flip a couple switches so I could determine which of those electrical lines inside that box had continuous and which ones had switched power.
Okay. So while you were up on the lift, were you communicating with firefighter Holt?
Yes,
Okay. So in your interview with Human Resources, you say that you were able to remove the junction box cover. Is that correct?
yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. And so what tools did you use to remove the cover?
Would most likely have just been a screwdriver.
Okay. And so is it your testimony that while searching for the continuous power supply, you bumped into the camera connection?
I don't know if I did or not. I don't believe I did. I could have.
So now let me just rephrase that just to make sure that we understand each other. So is it your testimony that while you were searching for the continuous power supply, you contacted or bumped into that camera connection that we're talking about today?
I don't know if I did or not.
Okay. All right. That's all I have.
I do have,
Cooper?
Oh, sorry.
Yep. Thanks.
I have a little bit more for you. Sorry. I'm going to give you back exhibits 60 and 61. On exhibit 61, the middle section for the comments, it says "see attached." Correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize exhibit 60 as one of the documents that was attached to exhibit 61?
Yes.
Um, were you ever issued the 2003 policy manual that's referenced here today?
Not that I'm aware of.
Have you ever seen it or trained your firefighters on it?
I know it is a thing that exists. I don't believe I have ever had access to it.
Okay.
We've certainly never trained on it.
Okay. Is it your understanding that the Lexipol policies have never been approved by the Board of Public Safety?
That's to the best of my understanding. Yes, they had never been approved.
And is it your understanding that the reason these 2003 policies are referenced is for the sole purpose of discipline? Let me rephrase. Do you know of whether or not the 2003 policies are used for any other purpose aside from discipline?
It's the only time I've ever seen them referenced is for discipline.
Yeah. Like to enter in exhibit 60.
Mr. Davis? Mr. Davis, do you have any response?
I don't have a response.
Okay, we'll show exhibit 60 admitted.
Nothing further.
Okay. Mr. Davis, do you have any recross based on Mr. Brewer's question?
No, I don't.
Okay. Any commission questions?
Okay, regardless of when whatever was approved or wasn't approved, would you agree that it's not proper to disable city property?
Certainly.
So whether there's a rule or not, if somebody did that, that'd be subject to discipline.
Yeah, I would expect to, yeah.
Okay. All right. I may be on the wrong thought process here. Can you look at exhibit B?
Sure.
Okay. Now it's my understanding that exhibit B is how Chief Sullivan found this device.
That's what I understand as well.
Okay. And so I got it here in my hand. So the plastic is on top of the blue thing, is that right?
Yeah, it looks like the little blue rubber piece is underneath the clear plastic clip,
Okay. And that's the way it's supposed to be, isn't it?
from what I understand. I'm not an IT expert by any means.
Okay. All right. Now, is that device, that the electrical feed for that device, is that connected to the conduit that you're working on?
I don't believe so. I believe that it gets its power just through these blue and yellow cables.
So look at B and C. What's the difference between B and C?
It looks like B is slightly outside of the socket and C is all the way inside the socket. Maybe an eighth of an inch difference between them.
Okay. Okay, that's all I have.
Any other commission questions? Any follow-up based on those questions?
No, ma'am.
All right.
Nothing from the city.
All right. Thank you, Captain Flagg.
Thank you.
Yes. How about 10 minutes until about 3 o'clock? Would that be good? All right. We'll be in recess until 3 o'clock.
I need the other copy of these 2, 3, 4, and 6.
Let's go back on the record. All right. Mr. Brewer, are you
Ma'am.
ready for your next witness?
All right. The union will call Dr. Dan Ford.
Okay. Dr. Ford, were you previously sworn, sir?
Was.
Okay. All right.
I did not, but I will.
Mhm.
All right. Dr. Ford, please state your name and professional education and background for the commission.
Sure. My name is Daniel Ford. I have an undergraduate degree in computer science, specifically in internet networking. I have a master's degree in information assurance management with a concentration in computer forensics. And I have a doctor of science in information assurance. If you're not familiar with information assurance, it's now what we refer to as cybersecurity. I have over 25 years of experience working in various information technology disciplines, such as the service desk, infrastructure, and cybersecurity. I'm currently the Chief Information Security and Risk Officer for Jovia Financial Credit Union, which is a very large credit union in New York. As part of that role, I have to attest to installations that meet all of our standards and procedures. Specifically, I have to give what's called an authority to operate. That authority to operate says that all of our standards and procedures for any implementation have been configured in accordance with the National Institutes of Standards and Technologies and their secure by design principles.
Thank you. So you said there are recognized national standards for how network cabling, such as the security camera cable, would be installed.
That is correct. Specifically, there's ANSI, IEEE, NIST, which is the National Institutes of Standards and Technology, which is what I'm most familiar with.
I'm going to hand you exhibits Union 4 and 6. All right. Do you recognize some of the equipment here in exhibits 4 and 6?
Yes, I do.
Based on your expert opinion, would you say that this installation meets those standards?
Well, in Exhibit 4, that is a nice, patch panel. Hopefully all those cables are documented. However, in 6, I look at this and I see no conduit for the Ethernet cabling, which to me would be something I would not sign off on. I also see this bundle of cabling being attached to some type of clip, looks like to the ceiling. That in addition could also cause stress to that Ethernet connection, that RJ45 connector. So no, I would not say that that would meet many of the standards outlined in this special publication 853 nor 800-160.
All right. And then should, in your expert opinion, should a cable installation like the one shown have been supported or secured rather than left hanging freely?
Absolutely. If it's, as previous testimony had said that this camera was in place in order to protect millions worth of dollars of equipment, I would have expected to see this with conduits and a much more secure connection going into that camera.
And does the lack of strain relief increase the chance of, say, an accidental network disconnection?
In the event that the cable was not installed properly, absolutely it does. That stress, especially in a high vibration environment, or in the event that it could be touched in any particular way, it will cause a disconnection.
Okay, could you explain whether a dangling cable under its own weight increases the tension on the connector?
It absolutely does. I mean, that's the reason why we put things into a conduit, and then we would use certain connections like a secure RJ45 connector. They would call it a locking RJ45 connector rather than the snagless boot that is on there.
Okay, so it's safe to say that you have strong experience with these RJ45 connectors, correct?
Yes.
And you've worked specifically with surveillance cameras in the past?
Since 2016, primarily in financial institutions, since that is primarily what I've been doing for the last 11 years.
Okay.
And we have a lot of security cameras in the branches.
And in order for an RJ45 connector to maintain a valid link, what would be required?
The main requirement is that the 8 pins on the RJ45 connector maintain the metal-on-metal contact into the Ethernet port on the opposite device.
Okay. So would the plastic clip be required to be fully locked in for an active connection?
It does not require it to be fully locked in. Simply the metal-on-metal connection is what's required. Of course, when it is not fully locked in, you are opening up to other environmental and accidental disconnects from the camera.
Okay. We haven't done it already. I'd like to enter in exhibits 4 and 6.
Okay. 6 has already been admitted. But Mr. Davis, any response on city's, or excuse me,
Well, you were correct. Those are the city's exhibits, so without objection.
okay. Then we'll show unions or also admitted. 4, yes.
I'm going to hand you exhibit, Union Exhibit 2. And so you recognize what's in the photo.
Yes, I do.
And does this image show a properly installed RJ45 connector?
It does not. That blue tab is underneath the clear plastic clip. The reason why we have it call it snagless is because when we're running this through conduit or in some of the improper installations through a ceiling, as we're pulling the cable, we want to protect that pin because that pin, if it gets caught on something or snagged, it will break off. And that breaking off then would mean the cable is practically useless at that point because we know we cannot get a secure connection.
Okay, so if it were properly installed, should the rubber boot be positioned under the clip or over the clip?
Over the clip. That's in order to prevent that clip from breaking off.
And if the rubber boot, the rubber tab were wedged under the plastic latch, how might that affect the clip's ability to fully lock in place?
An installer could misbelieve that they actually have a full locked in connection.
So it could be, it could make a connection but not be fully clipped in. Is that what you're saying?
That's correct, because
Okay.
there are 8 metal pins inside that Ethernet cable, that RJ45 jack, and it's looking to make its equivalent connection inside the Ethernet port on the other side. So just the mere contact itself will get a connection.
Okay. So would such a connection be vulnerable to contact loss?
What do you mean by contact loss?
With the metal contact pins?
So if you were referring to the contact between the Ethernet port, it's only subject and vulnerable in the event it is moving or vibrated potentially. So it really depends on, when you're looking at that clip from the 1.6, as to how strong and how much tension we actually believe is in 6 because of the distance there. I would say that technology installed improperly works until it doesn't.
Okay. What kinds of routine or environmental factors could cause a disconnect in the partially seated situation?
It could be vibration, you could have wind, you could have the HVAC system cycling on and off, you could have someone accidentally bump into it.
Okay. Have you personally seen network drops caused by vibration or minor movement?
Oh, absolutely, all the time.
Okay. So, and as you mentioned, vibration from tools, lifts, garage doors, HVAC systems.
Fans on the PC itself. So when you have a clip that has broken off and they don't know it, because the more times you go in and out of a jack, that clip can wear down. And so the fan simply from the PC that you're connected into can cause it to disconnect.
Okay. So that disconnect can occur without somebody actually pressing the clip down to pull it out?
Correct.
Okay. If the clip is obstructed by the boot and the connector is not fully locked, could a momentary loss of pressure or slight shift cause the connection to drop, as what we've been talking about today?
Yes, it could, especially one where the cable itself hasn't been secured by conduit, and we know that the boot itself is misconfigured because the blue plastic is underneath rather than on top, protecting the pin.
Okay. So we've heard testimony here today from the city's IT department that the blue tab should be underneath of the plastic clip. Would you agree with the statements that were made by the city's IT department?
Oh, I disagree. The blue plastic must be on top. That's why it's called snagless, because as we're pulling this cable through the conduit, there's still rivets in there, and we have to protect that pin, because as we're pulling the cable, if it hits that rivet, the pin's going to break, and we've just wasted maybe 100 feet of Ethernet cable and, of course, time.
Okay. In your installations, do you ever take photos of your completed installations?
All the time, mainly because we know we have personnel changes that are going to occur. We may not remember that particular installation, and we may have to go back there a year from now, and we need to be able to recall where everything is. It's also a part of the authority to operate packages I receive from my cybersecurity team for me to be able to analyze and provide some reasonable assurance that the system is configured according to our policies and standards, which then align back to NIST Secure by Design principles. I have to be able to see the photographs since I'm not physically going to go on site to every single branch and data center we have.
Okay. Have you seen any installation photos that were provided by the city today?
Only the ones that I have right here.
Okay.
Nothing that was from an installation. I only saw post. So like as it was as of when the event occurred after the fact, nothing as this is what happened before.
Is there anything that you've seen that would show that the clip was fully engaged before the signal drop?
Nothing indicates to me that this particular RJ45 connection was ever properly clicked in.
Okay. So if there were photos of the installation, as you typically do, then we would be able to draw a more accurate conclusion for how the connection was lost?
Yes, if it was properly clicked in, and I would even go so far as to say with a locking RJ45 connector. So for a secure camera that is looking to surveil millions of dollars worth of equipment, we don't want unauthorized or accidental loss of connection. So you would use the locking RJ45 connector, and it also removes ambiguity. That ambiguity is it's either connected or it's not, because the pins have to go further in, and it must, and then it's locked in place. It can only be removed with a special tool.
Can I have a exhibit Y? Would that be okay?
Yeah.
I'm handing you exhibit Y. So you were talking about a locking connector. Is this a locking connector that you're talking about?
This is not. This is snagless connector. And that's what this particular blue piece is for. So when it is underneath and we're pulling the cable, this particular clip can get caught. And if it gets caught and you keep pulling, breaks off, and then the cable itself is now worthless.
Okay. Are fisheye cameras known to distort things like distance, angle, perspective?
Yes, it is. I mean, that's the main purpose for the fisheye is to get something in distance. So the closer the object in relation to the camera comes, the more distortion exists.
Okay. Would that distortion make it difficult to determine exactly where somebody might be in space?
Without working directly with the manufacturer in order of being able to get their software tools so you can make those connections, I would not be able to provide a reliable crime scene configuration. I would have to work with the manufacturer.
So unless you worked with the manufacturer and understood the technical aspects of that particular camera, you wouldn't be able to reach any kind of definitive decision as to replicating the position of
nothing that I would be
the
confident in
camera.
testifying to.
Okay. In your experience working in IT, do electronic systems and network devices ever malfunction unexpectedly?
All the time. There's a standard, it's called the mean time between failure, and all electronic components actually have this rating. So we know at a particular point in time, even when configured properly, it's eventually going to fail, especially when it comes to hardware.
Okay. And that could happen even if the equipment was working normally, previously working normally.
Absolutely. Especially when because I failed to mention, I've also taught at the undergrad through the doctorate level. And the first thing that we teach people in troubleshooting, there's this aspect called the OSI model. And the first thing you do in troubleshooting is, and people in IT would know this, they will ask, is the computer on? Is the cable plugged in? We look to the cable because it's the cheapest thing to replace. And so that would be the first thing, is the cable actually properly working? Because we know at some point in time, wear and tear is going to fail.
Okay. So is it common for the hardware to stop working as intended, even if nothing physically touches it?
Yes, it will. That's what the mean time between failure rating is.
Okay.
This is also why we tend to design things with, especially for something that requires high availability and protecting millions of dollars worth of assets. I would have expected to see like redundancy.
Okay. And so when a device suddenly loses its connection, is an intentional human act only one of many explanations then?
No, absolutely not. As I mentioned earlier, the PC fan, if this was a PC and we have the clip not properly secured in place, that fan itself has enough vibration, it could disconnect. Wind, the HVAC system powering on and off, so many different environmental factors. The fact that we've got cold air, hot air. So let's say it's heated in there, we raise the garage doors and it's cold. That humidity aspect can also cause it to start to become more and more unseated.
So in your experience, these accidental or mechanical causes are actually pretty common?
Yes, they are.
All right. Did the city provide any switch logs or link status logs that would allow you to determine the exact cause of the disconnection?
No, all that was provided was the, we'll say, relatively GUI interface, which is the graphical user interface for the camera software that's used. That camera software relies on a protocol called TCP. That's the transmission control protocol. So we don't know in the event that that particular line had jitter on it, that had any TCP retransmits or any CRC errors on the interface itself. And that is a likely, because the application could be able to handle 5 to 30 seconds worth of retransmissions before it could go from a, we'll say, a green status to a red status, or even to a yellow, if the yellow, which I would assume means we're having some intermittent connection issues.
Okay. Did you see any evidence in this that the city conducted controlled testing or attempted to reproduce the failure condition?
I did not see any evidence of that. I would have expected to see more than just someone reaching up into the ceiling. If we're looking to try to recreate, one of the things we have to do is go through all the possible failure conditions that we know of. There's always going to be some unknown unknowns, but let's go through the knowns. And that would be, let's try to partially connect it, and partially connected, let's add some vibration, let's bump into it, let's, I wouldn't drop a camera, but you don't even have to necessarily do this with the camera. You could do it with a smaller piece of equipment just to test this. And I didn't see any evidence that would make me believe, or even something to evaluate, that occurred.
Okay. Would a momentary loss of link, is a momentary loss of link from a full unplug, and is there a difference between a momentary loss of link and from a full unplug?
Well, yes, if it's fully unplugged, then I would expect to see it dangling. But even if it just started to come out a little bit more, because the idea when looking at it, those metal connections inside the RJ45 connector will start to essentially go further and further away from the jack itself, or that Ethernet connection, the Ethernet port. So it doesn't have to be fully disconnected where you see it dangling. It could just start from vibration or someone bumping it, because we're seeing that we have no conduit. That conduit is going to reduce the stress on the cable. We see that the cables are dangling. That causes stress to the cable. And we see that we don't have a locking pin. That locking pin would have protected against unauthorized or accidental disconnect. So I continue to look at this as either it was bumped, or wind, or any other environmental condition could likely cause it to lose that connection.
Okay. Would anything in the city's technical evidence rule out accidental cause? Out of the evidence provided today, do you think that they ruled out accidental causes? No,
based on the evidence that I have reviewed, I actually say it supports accidental, because we can see in, this is 6, we don't see any conduit right here with an Ethernet cable that's going across the ceiling. That conduit, again, protects the cable, the Ethernet cable, from damage, as well as providing a consistent amount of tension, in this case lack of tension, because we don't want that on that Ethernet port, that tension over time will cause the Ethernet port to fail. And that would be listed in the manufacturer's mean time between failure report.
Okay. From your view, does the city's investigation appear complete, or do you think that important steps were omitted?
I would say that there's, steps that were omitted in terms of recreating what happened. When I take a look at, this installation, I don't see any evidence that they've gone through to try to do a proper crime scene investigation, or that to recreate it. I did not hear in any testimony, nor did I see any credentials of someone that has been trained in crime scene forensics or even computer forensics.
Did you have an objection?
Well, my only thought is that we're not talking about crime. This is a civil matter. So the conversation about crime scene forensics is well beyond the scope of what this hearing is about.
Okay. So do you think that if certain steps were omitted, that would affect the reliability of the conclusions that you could draw from an investigation?
Absolutely. We could have done a test that would have been very simple and just start to slowly plug in a cable into a switch that's connected to another device and wait till we get, the green and yellow link on the switch if that's the colors for that particular manufacturer. And you could do that by breaking the clip off, because we know we're only going to have maybe a 5-foot cable. And if you break it off and you get that connection, you will start to see over time that vibration is going to cause that connection to be dropped.
Okay. And then based on your review of the evidence, would you be able to state how the camera's loss of connection could have occurred? Could you draw the conclusions?
I could not draw a decisive conclusion that as to how that camera would have lost connection, other than we know by looking at the clip, it was not configured correctly because the yellow, or rather the blue part was underneath the clear tab and it's supposed to be over top. We don't know that it was actually clicked in. We don't see any evidence of the actual installation prior to the captain going out there and looking at anything, because in the camera video, we don't see this RJ45 connector in there at any time. So everything points to me as accidental disconnect.
Okay. So in your professional opinion, what do you think is the most technically sound explanation for how this connection may have been lost?
Given that we have no conduit, which will reduce and protect the Ethernet cable, given that we have a bundle of cabling that is hanging from the ceiling and not properly secured, given that we are using a snagless boot on that RJ45 connection that is misconfigured, or in this case, misinstalled, and that we should have been using a locking configuration, everything, especially in a highly vibrant environment such as this, it looks and indicates that we are in a accidental disconnect.
Thank you. No more questions.
Okay. Mr. Davis?
Yeah. Good afternoon, Mr. Ford. How are you?
I'm great. How are you?
Doing all right. So
Long day.
Say again?
Long day.
Yeah, it's almost over. So it's your contention, it's your testimony that the entire city's cable connection system is wired incorrectly.
Well, I can't speak to the entire city's connection, but from the one that I have reviewed, I would say it does not conform with the National Institutes of Standards and Technology Special Publication 853 nor 800-160, which we start looking at specifically how do we prevent unauthorized and accidental disconnects of cabling systems in this particular case.
Okay. So my next question for you, you're familiar with the BICSI standards, which is Building Industry Consulting Service International Standards. That's for you guys. These IT guys know what BICSI is.
Yeah, I am familiar, but I would say I'm more of an expert in the NIST standards,
Okay.
especially because the majority of my background was doing work in data centers and classified environments and unclassified environments. For
All right, I'm just yes or no. That's all I need.
Yeah.
For long, you're not. I just need yes or no. So the BICSI installation standards are acceptable for network installations. Is that correct?
I would say they could be.
So BICSI installation standards would meet the minimum standards required for network installations. Is that correct?
Minimum, possibly depending on the criticality of the event.
All right. So the standards would meet the minimum standards for electrical installation. Is that correct?
I can't speak to electrical
Okay.
systems.
So if the installation meets the basic requirements for the Bixby standards, then anything above and beyond in terms of locking this, securing that, would be above and beyond the minimum requirements that are necessary for the installation of a camera system. Is that correct?
I would say it's going to depend on the city's designation of the criticality of the camera system.
So it's something for the city to decide how much money it wants to spend, the use of the system, where it's going to be located in terms of the security that needs to be done to protect that connection.
I would look to see that the city would have done that risk catalog.
So my question, so just to clarify, so if it's something like here at a desk where someone can easily bump, you would want to make sure that that connection is tamper-proof, right? Because if it comes in contact, like you were saying, with your PC or your phone, it has a chance to get pulled, ripped, whatever. And so you want to make sure that that connection is secure, so it doesn't get bumped.
Correct.
Okay. So, but if a connection is 30 to 40 feet up in the air, your needs and requirements are going to be slightly different. Is that correct?
They're certainly going to be different.
So you don't have to worry about it becoming bumped because it's well above the surface area. So spending the extra money may not be something budgetarily that you may not want to do, depending on your need.
I would go back to look at what the risk index of that is. So if the city has designated that the risk of this potential installation, and this was acceptable and it would be in your risk catalog, then I would say yes. But something that's supposed to be surveilling something for $1 million worth of equipment, I would say that would be something I would not authorize.
Okay. So Mike, so when you said you had documents supplied by the city in terms of, sorry, let me strike that. So in preparation for this hearing, did you consult any documents? Or did you consult with anyone in the city?
I only reviewed the information that that the
union gave you? That's
yes,
fine.
that's all.
All right. So you didn't have any conversations with the city IT department. That's correct.
That's correct.
All right. Did you visit Fire Station 4?
I did not.
Did you have the opportunity to? So the city just installed these cameras in early 2025. So the process is in place probably in 2024. Did you review any of the city's plans as it pertains to the purchase of the fire station cameras?
They were not provided in the evidence.
Okay. So just going over some of the qualifications you have. So what are your qualifications in wiring in general?
Well, I would say in wiring, because I've had to oversee and implement systems within an unclassified environment for the federal government, classified environment, as well as data centers with, what brought me out here to Indiana was I was a chief technology officer for First Source Bank, had to implement their data center.
Okay.
So I would say I'm quite familiar with the standards.
How about low voltage systems and low voltage wiring?
No, that would be beyond my scope.
Okay.
I would look to people,
Somebody else.
building facilities.
Yep. How about terminating? What's your experience in terminating cables?
I've run thousands of cables.
So, all right. Okay. What's your experience in certifying cabling?
I have not certified cabling myself, but this is one of the main reasons why I look to buy directly from a manufacturer and look for those certifications.
Okay. What about your experience in fiber optics?
I have, personally run fiber optics. I would not say it's something that's used quite as much since now we have, 10 gigabit Ethernet.
Yeah.
So fiber optics has kind of gone away because it's made of glass and it's much more easily broken.
So thanks for calling me old. So
I have implemented them, but it was like in 2002 when I worked for XM Radio.
Gee, thanks.
Yeah.
So how about RJ11 telephone cable?
I would say not directly because that would be handled by other people in telecommunications. It's not the same as a RJ45 connector.
Okay. How about coax cables?
Long time ago.
Oh.
That's what, Comcast, typically ran in the house.
Okay. How about what's your experience in terminations?
Terminations as in?
Network connections?
Quite a bit.
Okay. And how many have you completed?
Well, let's see. When I worked for DISA, we had 6.5 million inputs.
Okay.
So far exceed that over my 25-year career.
Okay. All right. And that's all I have. I pass the witness.
Dr. Ford, the city talked about meeting certain minimum standards, correct?
Correct.
Versus, say, something like a best practice, correct?
Well, so BITSI is a standard. Best practice might be how the city would create their policies and procedures if that was where they were aligning to. But that would be all within their information technology policy and procedures.
Okay, so even if, say, the system were installed to a certain minimum standard, there still are other better, best practiced, there are other ways to install things as best practice to avoid disconnections.
Correct. And so where we look to this is in that risk index or risk catalog for the city. So the minimum standard is going to be different for a system that they have said the inherent risk is critical. And then part of that, how we take and calculate that risk is the value of which it's trying to protect. So you never spend more money in protecting something than what it was worth. So this camera, of course, is not worth millions of dollars. So the minimum standard that they would be looking to would be for one that has a residual risk value of something that would classify in that dollar value. So if it was something where I'm looking to protect against a low critical system, I'm not going to spend very much money. My minimum standard is much different in that scenario.
Okay, and then so when you're installing things up high, you might be less worried about a human interacting with a certain connection, but you might be still worried about other environmental factors that might cause a disconnection as well.
I would, but I never rule out human intervention.
Sure.
It's just, most errors are still caused by humans.
Okay.
But environment in this particular scenario, because of me seeing a lack of conduit, a lack of a proper locking pin, which would prevent that because we're up high. So we have tension and stress on the cable.
Mhm.
And so I want to reduce any of those environmental factors so I can have a more control that it's either human physically doing it or accidentally doing it. In this case, I don't see anything that rules out any possibility.
Okay, thank you.
May I?
Yeah, Mr. Davis, yes. Mhm.
Okay. So you testified just moments ago that most of the errors, I guess, are errors or issues you see are human errors?
I say a lot of technology issues
Are human?
are human in some way, shape, or form, whether it be misinstallation, whether it be we missed a log, things that were there, or even knocking something over.
A simple disconnection as well?
I would say, an accidental disconnection by bumping into it. If it's, when we start talking about, versus something malicious versus something that's accidental. So in a properly designed and configured environment, then it would have to be intentional.
So my question for you is that you talked about on your direct testimony about vibrations. And so the way the camera sits in the top of the fire station, we talked about the vibrations from multiple different sources, right? Whether it's a fan, the HVAC system, the rigs coming in, the rigs going out, the door opening, things of that nature. Would it make sense that, so it's your testimony that through all of that in all the fire stations that throughout the city, this is the one and only fire station that had an issue with the disconnection of the camera?
I can't speak to all of the other fire stations since we don't have any issues in there, but what I can.
Then my question for you was that if all the cameras were installed the same way throughout the city, wouldn't it not make sense that we would have other issues with connectivity at the other fire stations if they're all installed the same way? We should see in uptime Kuma this fluctuation in the signal. But
Well, I would say that throughout my career in trying to, like, we'll just take the bank branches here for First Source Bank, there's, over 100.
Mhm.
And there's been plenty of times I've had to send IT people back out because what was supposed to have been working correctly stopped.
So you send IT people out, but is it to the same location all the time and it's the only location you send them to? That's what I'm getting at. Because there's multiple fire stations in this city. The cameras are installed throughout the city, yet this is the only fire station in the city that has this issue. But they all have engines and rigs of different sizes going in and out, doors opening and closing, HVAC systems, the building vibrating, yet this is the only one where there's an issue. Does that make sense?
Well, technology, even properly configured, will work until it doesn't. That's why we have people in technology.
Okay, That's all I have.
One more.
Okay,
Need something to drink.
Mr. Brewer.
So the city mentioned if they were trying to get to the point that if this would be the one cable that were to come loose out of all of the different cables, did the city provide any evidence of how every other connection was made?
I have not seen anything in the evidence documents that I reviewed from you about any installation, only this particular one where it was post a problem.
Have you heard any testimony or seen any evidence today of all of the other or any of the other connections inside the apparatus bay?
I have not.
Okay. No more.
Okay. Mr. Davis, anything?
Yeah.
Okay. Any questions from the commission? Okay. Dr. Ford, thank you
Thank you.
so much.
Thank you.
All right.
I'm good, free.
Yeah, is he okay to go?
Yes,
Okay.
he's free with that. Thanks. Okay. Mr. Brewer, do you have anyone
No
else?
more witnesses.
Okay.
No, ma'am.
Okay. The city would like to call rebuttal witness Patrick Stokes.
All right. Sir, were you previously sworn?
Yes, I was.
Okay. All right.
I did.
Okay.
You ready?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Can you state your name for the record, please?
My name is Patrick Stokes.
Are you currently employed by the city of Elkhart?
I am.
In what capacity, sir?
I'm the official title of Assistant IT Director over cybersecurity.
Okay. And how long have you been in that role?
Probably about a year and a half.
Okay. So what, as the assistant director of cybersecurity, what is your current responsibilities?
Anything security related for the city, and then also kind of overseeing networking in general, video surveillance systems, and pretty much anything with low voltage connectivity due to my background and experience in it.
And can you talk about a little bit more of your experience involving installing network systems?
Sure. So I've been doing networking, whether it was switching or wiring, for over 25 years with various companies. I was with the local union for a little bit. I've done tens or even hundreds of thousands of cabling and terminations. Some sites might have 500 lines you pull. So between the wall plate termination and the cabinet, that you pretty much double every line you pull in termination quantity. So I've done quite a few.
All right. So what types, I mean, in all of this, can you explain the basic types of installation that you've done?
Sure. So I've been doing security cameras since back when you ran 18.2 to them for power, BNC coax to them for the video signal, and you had a camera that was the body, and then you put different lenses on them all the way up to current, where they're PoE powered and network devices.
Okay. So you heard Dr. Dan Ford testify earlier, just moments ago.
Yes.
Did you hear that testimony?
I did.
So are there areas or issues of as you listen to the testimony, are there areas of issues that you differ with Dr. Ford on as it pertains to the city's camera system?
Yes, I can't speak to his banking environment or the data centers, classified or unclassified, that he's worked in. But as far as general networking goes, Dixie does meet basic electrical code requirements for our area and our local unions. This install is fine. Conduit would be ideal. It's required within Chicago area because of the fire, but it is not required for network cabling in our area, in our counties. And the cabling regarding the boot he mentioned, you're not supposed to pull booted cables, patch cables through conduit. You would only do that for, say, a camera install that was outdoors where you're pulling it through maybe 3 foot of weather rated conduit to get to a plug just on the inside of the wall. You're only supposed to run horizontal cable that's unterminated through conduit.
So were you involved in the city's camera system, let's say purchase or installation?
Yes.
How so?
Basic overview, make sure that what the vendor specified met what our requirements were, our goals were.
So we selected an outside vendor to do this work.
Yes, we did not do this install ourselves.
Can you speak to how the vendor was vetted?
It's a vendor that we have used for other projects here. I've worked with them at a different municipality for similar work that they did there as well. They're also unions, so they have to meet basic union certifications, BICSI certifications. So they're not just a, hey, I decided I'm going to do networking out of my garage company.
So the city, so the network system so the network system, the camera network system that the city chose was installed by a vendor or contractor, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So the contractor made recommendations as to the installation that was necessary to meet the city's needs?
Yes, depending on the type of install, we'll either give them a Google Maps image or take pictures of a site ourselves and send them kind of, hey, we want things here or here, and they'll come back with a quote, or we'll actually meet in person and do walkthroughs.
Okay. So Dr. Ford testified to a risk index evaluation. Is that something that we did as part of our process?
To a degree, I think he's thinking of much higher value things such as classified data centers. As a local municipality, we don't have the money to do the types of installs he is stating with locking jacks and things. Those aren't required.
Okay.
So we fully meet minimum requirements for electric code.
Okay. So are you familiar with the BICSI installation standards?
Yes.
So can you explain to this commission the 30,000-foot view of the BICSI installation standards?
So BICSI, they develop the code. They put together things on best practice for whether it's electrical network, cameras, PA systems. They put together the standards that everybody else uses, both North America and multiple other countries.
Okay. So as long as the installation meets BICSI standards, it'll meet the city's requirements?
Yes, because local electric code is based on BICSI.
Okay. So what's cable certification?
Cable certification is what you're supposed to do after you do any kind of install. You certify the cable to make sure that there's continuity on all 8 conductors, that there's no EMI interference from...
What do you mean by EMI?
Electromagnetic interference from, say, fluorescent lights, overhead ceiling speakers that could be in hallways if you ran the cable too close to it, things like that. So it certifies that the cable has continuity, that it falls within the distance requirements. You can't run over 100 meters for a cable. If you do, it won't certify. It'll say the distance is too long. So there's near and crosstalk, far and crosstalk. There's a whole slew of things that it has to test to certify a cable. And then it puts together a report at the end of, here's the site, this is all the cables we certified.
Okay.
This was their test results.
And so that was done for this, when I say this installation, I mean across the city for putting the cameras in.
Okay. As far as I know, yes.
Okay. So in terms of metal to metal connections, we've talked about that. Dr. Ford has spoken about it. What does metal to metal connections mean?
So in the picture here in front of me, example F.
So do me a favor, can you refer so that way the commission can know what you're looking at?
Yep. So
what exhibit number is that?
F.
Okay, city's exhibit F.
You've got a jack that is crimped on or punched down to the yellow cable, and then you've got the blue pre-made cable that's got a modular jack on it. There's 8 pins in each. When it's fully inserted, they'll overlay and they'll make a connection that provides your connection for the cable. If the jack is too far out, they won't connect.
So basically, if you don't have that metal to metal connection, then if one 7 out of 8 are connected, then you will not have a good signal.
Correct.
You're trying to tell us.
Correct.
Okay. So another question I have for you, if you look at Exhibit B and C, city's Exhibit B and C, Dr. Ford testified that the connection that's there is basically wrong, and that the rubber boot needs to be on top of the plastic connection.
So I would disagree with that. Yes, the rubber boot is designed and meant to go over the plastic tab, the clip. But that is only really for if you're pulling cables out of a rack or something, it should be on top. In this instance, it's providing extra support so that tab can't be depressed or wiggle loose.
So if you're pulling cable, then you want to reverse them, so that way if you're pulling cable, you don't grab the clip. But in this case, is that because the connection is just you're not pulling cable in this connection, so you're just putting it up there, making the connection as the way it is in City's Exhibit B and C?
Yes.
Okay. So what's an intermittent connection?
An intermittent connection would be whether it's partially out or there's damage to the cable somewhere. Somebody nicked a cable maybe when they were putting something else in. It would be where your signal goes up and down.
So you would notice that you have an intermittent connection. There's the signals going up and down. Is that what you're testifying to?
Yes. So like in the Uptime Kuma photo that you guys have mentioned earlier, rather than seeing green then yellow then red where it drops, you would see a constant green red.
So if the connection were loose, or the connection were loose in any of these across the city, because they're installed in various fire stations, you would see in Uptime Kuma, you would get an indication that the connection is loose.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So when you install or make a network connection, how do you know you have a good physical connection?
So, I mean, certification's obviously the first thing you would do. When you plug a patch cable into a jack, you typically listen for that click. That indicates that the modular end of the cable is fully inserted and that you're getting that metal on metal connection. If you don't hear the click, then either there could be something in there that's not allowing it to be inserted all the way. There could be a problem with the cable where you need to re-terminate it, things like that.
I believe Dr. Ford said that you can still have the click, but not have a good physical connection where you get, I guess, a signal, but you actually are not connected because it's still loose. Is that, do you agree with that?
I would agree with it in the sense that it's extremely rare. It pretty much has to be a manufacturer defect.
Okay. So have there been any other issues with loose connections at any of the other fire stations in the city?
No. And in this sense, since it was up for close to 2 months and then it happened, I would say that it wasn't a loose connection or anything like that. It's been solid for close to 2 months.
So in your opinion, does it make sense the apparatus bay camera was loose prior to Captain Flagg bumping it on May 1st, 2025?
I would say no.
Okay. So if you're seeing a good camera image, can the assumption be made that you have a good connection?
Yes.
That the click was good,
yes,
for lack of a better term. So at the time Captain Flagg is in the apparatus bay, you saw the video, yes?
Yes.
And he's working in the apparatus bay. Then at all that time that he's there until he disconnects the camera, does that mean that there was a good signal?
Yes.
So when the camera picture freezes, what does that mean?
That means there's a loss of signal.
Okay. And again, when it comes to the connection vibrating loose, what are your thoughts?
Since it's a new install, it would be my opinion that if it was going to vibrate loose, especially on the coil in Exhibit F, the picture, as he stated, that it would have vibrated loose within the first few days to a week, not close to 2 months later.
And is that based? What do you base? Why do you think it would vibrate sooner? Vibrated apart a lot sooner.
Because typically if it's a loose connection, it's gonna happen right away. It's not gonna stay solid in there with the trucks moving in and out, the overhead doors going up and down,
Okay.
causing that vibration.
What powers that camera?
So all these cameras are powered over PoE, power over Ethernet.
Where does that
So,
go? Sorry.
That means along with the video signal being transmitted over the network cable, it also draws its power over that. So it doesn't actually plug into like a wall outlet.
I have nothing further. I pass the witness.
I just have one point I'd like to get to. In the Uptime Kuma system, we saw a graphic that shows the tick 1 per minute. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then there's either a green, yellow, or red light, depending on the status, correct?
Correct.
Do we know what the yellow tick means?
So green is good. Yellow indicates there's a problem, most likely a loss of signal. And then the red indicates there is a loss of signal. Usually you'll see the yellow at least once before it goes solid red, indicating there is a problem, but it's not fully committed to a full loss.
And for those ticks to be green, yellow, or red, is it sensing a constant signal, or is it sending a signal out once a minute and retrieving whether or not it is gaining a signal?
So it sends a signal out approximately once a minute to basically say, hey, are you still there?
Okay.
And then you get that response back that, yes, the device is still up.
So the Uptime Kuma system doesn't constantly monitor the connection. It sends just a momentary signal out just to see if there's a connection in that moment.
Correct.
Okay. So would you say that the system, with it only sending a signal out once a minute, that there could be disconnections within that minute and then kind of regaining connection as it sends out that signal? Could there be intermittent loss between those signals that are sent out?
Not in a single minute. These cameras take a while to boot once they go down and then come back up. So it would probably be closer to 3 to 5 minutes before the camera became fully up and it was able to respond. So no, it would stay yellow or red.
Okay. No more questions?
Okay. Mr. Davis, do you have anything based on the cross?
Nothing, ma'am.
Okay, all right. Any commission questions?
There was a certification process, you say?
Yes, yes, there was.
Is there documentation of a click on this particular camera?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
Is there a documentation of a click that passed
Of
the
a
test
click?
on this particular camera?
Well, the certification wouldn't be just of an audible click. It would be a device that actually does multiple little mini tests. Like I was saying, the near and crosstalk, far and crosstalk, continuity of all 8 conductors, distance. So the certification is a test that usually takes a few minutes to run on each cable.
Well, my question is there a record of a click on this particular device?
That would be up to the vendor that did the install to provide the certification results.
So you don't know if there was a click that showed a good connection on this particular camera?
Since I didn't do the install or wasn't present with them, I can't speak to that.
Did HR involve you in this investigation?
Not until just recently.
After the determination of the discipline was made?
Yes.
Okay. So is the manufacturer's recommendation that the plastic be above or below the blue tab? You have the document, you have the device there?
The manufacturer's recommendation is most likely that it's above. I've seen and worked with multiple vendors and companies where they've put it below once it's fully seated to help ensure that it doesn't wiggle loose.
And in this particular case, it was below. correct?
Correct. Which I wouldn't say is necessarily wrong. The blue jacket is just to protect the tab when you're pulling the cable through, say, a network rack or something, that it doesn't get caught.
So I have.
All right.
I have a question. You had talked about this coil.
Oh, Exhibit F picture?
Yes,
Yes.
of the number of fire stations that we have, do you know how many of them have this coil?
I haven't walked through all of them and looked at the apparatus bays. I would assume they were all installed the same.
Okay.
It's fairly standard to leave us some kind of service loop, whether it's a few feet or 8 or 10 feet.
And how many of them have conduit?
Close to them.
Yeah, and have a cable either under or over the conduit?
Again, without walking through every station and looking at them, I couldn't say.
Okay. And then how many of them have the connection, I guess, hanging down like that? Maybe on Exhibit F.
Right. I would assume all of them would have it hanging in some position, since these are brand new cables, jacks, patch cords. I don't see a problem with that the way it is.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
One more question.
Yes.
Is there any source, you did mention the electromagnetic interference?
Correct.
Okay. Was there a electromagnetic source around that could have interfered here?
Not around this. I mean, some people may be concerned with its proximity to the conduit, but if the conduits ran properly and it runs all the way back to the breaker panel, the conduit acts as a ground. So any kind of EMI, electromagnetic interference that would ride within that conduit should be grounded out at the breaker panel.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Was there any pictures taken of the install?
There may have been. I didn't take any pictures. Working with multiple vendors over the years, it's rare that somebody would take a picture of every single jack they did. Like I said, some sites I've done have had over 500 lines, so that could be 1,000 pictures. So a lot of people will just take a picture of the rack when it's done, rather than every individual jack.
Okay. Any other questions from the commission? All right. Anything else?
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you. All right. Brewer, Mr. Davis, does anyone have any other witnesses?
No, ma'am.
City has no further witnesses.
Okay, we can proceed to final argument. Do either party, do you want a brief break before you proceed to your final argument?
No, ma'am. I'm good.
All right. Mr. Davis, do you want a break before you proceed to final argument?
Give me half a second and I'll give you an answer.
Okay.
We are ready.
Okay. All right. Mr. Davis?
Thank you.
Members of the Fire and Merit Commission, again, I want to thank you for taking time out of the day to hear this very serious matter. You have busy schedules and we appreciate your time for making time for this. The city is asking this commission not to reverse Chief Dale's decision of a 3-day or 24-hour suspension. The city has shown there was no possible explanation for the Fire Station 4 camera going offline except by the actions of Captain Flagg. The city installed apparatus bay cameras in a goal to protect millions of dollars worth of city assets that are stored at the various fire stations throughout the city. Fire engines and ambulances are very valued anywhere from $500,000 to well over $1 million, and the city has a vested interest in protecting those assets. The city conducted a thorough investigation, and that process was complete and led to the only possible conclusion. Matthew Riggs, the city's IT public safety administrator, testified to the installation process and why the cameras were chosen. The city was not going to choose a connection which would require constant maintenance for all the fire stations in various locations throughout the city. It doesn't make sense. And so why would the city choose a connection that requires a scissor lift to reach or some other device to get 30 to 40 feet up in the air? For a connection that could easily come apart, for that type of use, it makes no sense. Riggs explained why the connections were chosen as opposed to others. He discussed the connections that fit and how that was an integral part of the decision to choose that particular connection. He testified if the connection were loose, no signal would have been received. The camera would have been offline prior to Captain Flagg's actions. Remember, the camera was fully functioning until Captain Flagg disconnected it. Riggs also testified that Uptime Kuma, you may recall that Uptime Kuma is a system the city uses to ping or message each camera. That pinging is what lets the IT department know the camera is still online and is still functioning. Riggs told you that if the connection were loose, the signal would be lost and IT would have received an alert as it did after Captain Flagg disconnected the camera. It also received that same signal on April 19th of 2025. Riggs also testified that after the signal was lost on May 1st, 2025 at 10:25, he visited the fire station. He testified that it appeared from the ground that the connection was intact. However, after Chief Sullivan had inspected the connection up close, he told Riggs the connection was loose and that it was unclipped. The commission has given a sample of that connection, ones that are used throughout the city. If you do examine the connection and the strength of that connection, you will see that it's not one that when bumped becomes easily disconnected. To remove a properly seated clip, one must push down on one part while pulling on another. And of course, that's not an easy task. And it was designed and chosen for that reason, to ensure constant connectivity. The strength and design of that connector demonstrated that it cannot be bumped loose. Chief Sullivan testified to his actions on May 1st of 2025. He stated that when he arrived at the fire station, he got on the scissor lift and he inspected the camera connection. He testified that he found the connection to have been disconnected. He took pictures of that connection to document what he saw. He reconnected the line and then the camera went back online. Next is the testimony of Wayne Belock, the Human Resources Director, who has done numerous investigations. He interviewed the witnesses, which included the shift personnel, as well as Dustin Flagg, who he interviewed at least 2 times. The effort was to establish a narrative for the events. Once he had that narrative, he tested it through a reenactment, because how else do you establish what happened that day other than to interview potential witnesses and then verify what's been said? The station personnel who were interviewed could not corroborate Captain Flagg's account. Firefighter Holt was the only person on the floor when Captain Flagg was on the scissor lift. Firefighter Holt was doing rig checks and not working with Captain Flagg, as Captain Flagg has stated in his interview. Firefighter Holt left the apparatus bay floor at 10:12 a.m., which was 13 minutes prior to Captain Flagg disconnecting the camera. Captain Flagg at that time was alone on the floor. Captain Flagg also stated in his interview that he was on the scissor lift to search for a continuous power supply, and that he had tools with him to check for that continuous power supply. And that makes sense. However, as we see in the video, Captain Flagg drives the scissor lift back into the bay, heading towards the center area. He then positions the scissor lift in such a way that he's partially visible from the waist down. And he's positioned it so that he's facing the camera, but he states in his interview that he's reaching for the electrical box, which is clearly behind him. The reenactment demonstrated that what he states he was doing was not physically possible. Captain Flagg would like us to take him at his word and believe that he was working on the scissor lift and then he bumped into the connection and disconnected the camera. However, that story doesn't make sense when you consider the devices installed were to protect the city assets, the fire engines, and the ambulances which are in the fire station. And again, it's not logical for the city's IT department to install something that can be easily knocked loose. Examine the connection and decide for yourself, is that a connection that could be easily knocked loose? And also recall in an email that Captain Flagg sent to the rest of the members of his station that he was annoyed at the installation of the camera. He's the only one that actually took some action to deal with the camera situation in Fire Station 4. So the explanation of the connection was bumped and loose is not consistent with the connector design, the physical evidence, nor the testimony presented. It's also worth noting that no other fire station in the city has experienced any similar camera outage or disconnection. Both outages at Station 4 occurred during 8-shift hours, and the only outage for which a responsible individual was identified occurred when Captain Flagg was the only person in the apparatus bay and the only person in reach of the connection. This context is important when determining which explanation is most consistent with the evidence. Credibility is a proper and important factor for this commission to consider. The physical evidence, the video, the reenactment, and the testimony were all used to test whether the explanations offered aligned with what was possible at the scene. When weighed against the physical evidence, those explanations do not align. For a member holding the rank of captain, accuracy, judgment, and integrity are essential expectations of leadership. If the commission finds that the explanation offered is not credible when viewed against the evidence, that finding supports not reversing the chief's decision. The investigation findings were referred to Chief Dale, and he had to review the investigation and decide how to handle the matter. He had several things to consider. Captain Flagg's actions on May 1st were very serious. They were criminal in nature. Indiana Code 3543.12 states a person who recklessly, knowingly, or intentionally damages or defaces property of another without the other person's consent commits criminal mischief, which is a Class B misdemeanor. However, the offense is a level 6 felony if there is damage to a public record. The Indiana Access to Public Records Act, Indiana Code 514-3-2, defines a public record as any writing, paper, report, study, map, photograph, book, card, tape recording, or other material that is created, received, retained, maintained, or filed by or with a public agency, which is generated on paper, paper substitute, photographic media, chemically based media, magnetic or machine readable media, electronically stored data, or any other material regardless of form or characteristics. The city has various cameras throughout the city, and these recordings are a public record because they are kept in the ordinary course of the city's business and are disclosable under APRA. Anyone that interferes with the recording would be damaging the record, and such violations can be referred to the prosecutor for criminal charges. As we know, a conviction of crime would lead to further discipline up to and including dismissal. Under Indiana Code 36A 3.5, 17, and 19, the chief had a couple of decisions. First, he could have referred the matter to this commission for discipline, but he chose not to take that route. Secondly, he could issue chief summary discipline, which allows the chief to suspend a member without pay for up to 5 working days or 40 hours. The chief chose the latter and suspended Captain Flagg for 3 days or 24 hours. The statute allows under Section 19 that this commission should recognize the chief's deference, be able to issue some level of discipline for certain infractions that are under the chief's purview. Thirdly, Captain Flagg had just been promoted to captain in March of 2025. Under the merit rules, promotion was probationary for a year. The chief could have recommended that the promotion be rescinded and Captain Flagg remain a lieutenant. Chief Dale chose not to do that and let the promotion stand. The chief took this matter seriously and he weighed his options before him and decided to issue the punishment he felt was appropriate, and this commission should not reverse that decision. Remember something though, we're here today not because the city asked for this hearing, we're here today because Captain Flagg is making what he calls a big deal out of this issue. The chief issued the discipline to Captain Flagg, and Captain Flagg is turning this hearing into the big issue that he describes. Remember, Captain Flagg faced more serious consequences, and the chief chose not to seek those alternatives. Therefore, the city is asking the commission not to reverse the discipline of a 3-day or 24-hour suspension for Captain Flagg. Thank you.
Commissioners, thank you for your time and attention. Thank you for the time and attention you've devoted to this hearing. You've listened carefully to every witness, reviewed a large volume of exhibits, and observed how the facts have unfolded. At this point, the central question before you is straightforward. Has the city proven by a preponderance of the evidence that Captain Dustin Flagg intentionally unplugged a camera cable? Or was it shown that misconduct was assumed from the start and everything that unfolded thereafter was a targeted validation of that assumption? From the very beginning of this case, the direction of the investigation was determined before the investigation itself began. You heard testimony that the video file was labeled "Firefighter Unplugs Fisheye Camera" before anyone interviewed Captain Flagg, before anyone interviewed any firefighter, before any reenactment was conducted, and before any technical analysis was done. The label was not the outcome of the investigation. It was the starting point of one. Once that label existed, it shaped the rest of the process. Instead of gathering facts and letting the evidence guide the conclusion was set first, and the investigation attempted to justify it afterwards. When we examined the contents of the investigative file, the problems became even clearer. 3 critical interviews, both IT interviews and the initial interview on May 1st with Captain Flagg, they're all missing. There are no transcripts, no audio recordings, and no good explanation for their absence. 10 firefighter interviews were transcribed and produced, but the interviews most central to the technical and factual questions of the case, they don't exist for the record. Even the dates of the transcripts that were produced do not align with reality. We are presented with transcripts labeled May 13th and May 15th, but the investigator confirmed that there was no interview on May 15th. This inconsistency undermines the basic reliability of the investigative timeline. We also saw how evidence was selectively included and excluded. The investigative report included an email from March. Meanwhile, the May 1st email from Captain Flagg to Division Chief Noah Lace, the email documenting the very maintenance work he was performing that morning, was excluded in its entirety. Division Chief Lace even confirmed that these communications were normal, expected, appropriate, and helpful. He even confirmed that he thanked Flagg for sending the photos. Yet this crucial piece of evidence, which directly supports Flagg's explanation, was not included in the investigative report. We also heard contradictory and technically inaccurate statements from the investigator. In the interview, he referred to the connector as a coaxial cable. He told Captain Flagg that an RJ45 connector cannot provide a signal unless the clip is fully engaged. Later in the interview, he acknowledged that a connection can exist without the clip engaged. He offered technical opinions on networking hardware despite having no training, no certification, and no expertise in that area. In contrast, our IT expert testified that the connector shown in Exhibit U2 was improperly installed. The snagless boot was wedged under the locking clip instead of over it. This prevented the connector from properly clipping into place. He further testified that an RJ45 connector can maintain a connection without the clip engaged, that a connector with an improperly positioned boot is inherently unstable, that the connection can drop from vibration, tension, movement, or even without any physical contact at all, and that the installation shown in the exhibit does not meet the acceptable industry standards. And without pictures of the initial installation, we have no way to know if it was installed properly. Crucially, there is no evidence that the connector was ever clipped in before the feed dropped. There's no network logs, no system records, no technical diagnostics, no physical evidence demonstrating a deliberate unplugging. The city's technical theory rests entirely on an assumption, the assumption that the connector must have been secure. The physical evidence disproves that assumption. The expert testimony disproves that assumption, and the city produced nothing to support it. You also saw the reenactment relied heavily upon by HR cannot be validated. There is no documentation showing that the lift was placed in the same location as it was on May 1st. There was no adjustment made for the height difference between Chief Sullivan and Captain Flagg. The reenactment relied on a fisheye camera, which inherently distorts distance, perspective, and angle. The investigator offered no method by which the reenactment can be considered reliable. In the absence of accurate replication, it cannot be considered for proof of anything. The video itself does not show misconduct. It does not show Captain Flagg's hands. It does not show him touching the connector. It does not show him manipulating anything. It does not show an unplugging. It shows a firefighter performing routine station duties in the same general vicinity as an improperly installed cable. That is all. Proximity is not proof. Suspicion is not proof. And when discipline must be for cause, assumption can never stand in the place of evidence. And even though firefighter Holt never reappeared on camera, it does not mean that he could not have re-entered the bay from another door and or simply have re-entered after the camera had gone offline. Firefighter Holt also indicated in his interview that he did in fact assist Captain Flagg by flipping switches, but could not remember the date. As May 1st was the only day that Captain Flagg was on the scissor lift, it must have been on May 1st. You also heard from Division Chief Lace that the work Flagg was performing on May 1st, the fascia measurements, the damaged Plymouth vent blower, the paint issues, the drop-down plug planning was normal, expected, and appropriate. The photos, messages, and communications between Flagg and Lace were exactly what a station captain should be doing. They aligned perfectly with Flagg's explanation as why he was in the lift and what he was working on. There is no evidence of misconduct. There's no evidence of a hidden motive or purpose. There is no evidence of tampering. The evidence reflects a firefighter performing his duties. Meanwhile, the reaction from the city was disproportionate. Within 1 hour of the feed dropping, Flagg was removed from duty without a single question asked and without any preliminary investigation. He remained off duty until July 18th, even when the investigation report was completed and even after the discipline was issued. The extended removal cost the taxpayers nearly $30,000 in overtime and caused other firefighters to be mandated to work and lose time with their families, all without any established wrongdoing. When you apply the 7 tests of just cause, the standard used across labor relations and disciplinary review, every test fails. 1, notice. The 2003 policy manual is invalid, and the other Class 1 violation is completely misused. 2, a reasonable rule. The tampering with city records rule is meant for falsifying documents and drawing fraudulent benefits from them, neither of which occurred here. 3, thorough investigation. The investigation is missing interviews, has wrong dates, omitted evidence, and contradictory technical claims. 4, fairness. There is no fair consideration of all the evidence. Proof, number 5, there is none. And consistency for number 6, no other application of administrative leave even comes close to being relative. 7, proportionality. Captain Flagg was removed from duty for months. Recommendations were made for termination and demotion, and a 24-hour suspension was applied. Every requirement of just cause points not towards discipline, but towards reversal. These proceedings matter. Fair treatment of the firefighters of Elkhart matters. You are the safeguard for that. Your role is to ensure that discipline in this city means something, that it is grounded in real cause, real proof, and a real process. For these reasons, we respectfully ask that you reverse the 24-hour suspension, remove it from Captain Flagg's record, and reaffirm that the integrity of the just cause standard in the city of Elkhart. Thank you.
All right. Period. Next. I know everybody wants to finish today, and she tells me that we need something about it because there's a council meeting, correct? There's a council.
That's correct. There's a council meeting tonight. At 6? Yeah.
You have options. You can either deliberate today or set it for the next Fire and Merit Commission meeting and make it an agenda item. It's your call.
Well, the testimony is fresh in my mind,
Yes.
and I would like to try to get it done.
The preference. I do want to have the opportunity to review the exhibit. No, apparently it was not. That was the issue. I'm sorry, I didn't realize I had pressed the button off. Thank you. Okay. Okay, I am thinking I would like a few minutes just to review the exhibits. I want to read through kind of the conversations that were submitted. I do want to finish today. I would like to, I don't want everyone to have to sit and watch while I read through these. I don't know, do my fellow commissioners want a few minutes to review the exhibits as well?
I don't need any additional, I don't think, to make my comments.
Okay, well then I can kind of review, if you want to start with comments and,
Okay, I can do that.
all right?
Number one, I think the HR department, made a good faith effort to try to figure out what happened. I would fault them for maybe not contacting that IT guy from the city. I don't know your name. You're sitting out there. What's your name?
James Gerald.
The guy next to you? What is it? Okay. So I don't fault the
Just,
process.
if you read the investigating report, he talks to James Gerald and he also talks to Matthew Riggs. That's the IT interviews that he had on May 1st.
Okay.
So he did talk to IT, he talked to the director and then the head of IT security for the fire stations and police stations.
Well, I guess my point is that I kind of would have looked for technical explanation of what happened first. And I don't think that happened. Maybe there was technical investigation later, but the first action, the first thought process was not, hey, something must have gone wrong with a system that's only 2 months old, is what I understand. Is that right? So it's not like its reliability had been tested for a really long time. It was only in place for 2 months, and okay, something went wrong. What the heck was it? I look at exhibit, whatever they were, before the way it was supposed to be, and the way it was. There's not a heck of a lot difference between the two. And there's no certification that okay, it's exhibit C is the way it was supposed to be, and exhibit B was as found. And there's not really much difference there. And so I'm wondering if there was a click. And it appears to me, just by looking at it, just the naked eye, it looks like you could have a metal on metal connection, just the way those inside metal things, that the female part of it, so to speak, those connections seem to be out there that you could have a connection before the click. I don't know, maybe not, but that's kind of the way it looks to me. And the manufacturer said you're supposed to have the blue on top of the plastic. That to me is Well, there's evidence to that effect. I think your IT guy, who was the last person to testify, said that was the manufacturer's recommendation, was that the blue be on top of the plastic. So the installation was contrary to the manufacturer's instructions. That's why I heard it. Maybe I heard it wrong, but is it? I think that's what he said.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so
That is correct. That's what he said. The word he used was recommended.
and then I guess I listened to Mr. Flagg. He sounds like a professional, dedicated public servant to me. And so he said he didn't do it. And Chief Dale did not demote him from captain to back down to whatever he would have been demoted to. The conclusion of the investigation was that he lied. And if that was the conclusion, I don't know why he would stay in that position. So I think that's a testament to some belief in his integrity. So those are the kind of the high points of what I've observed. I think, again, I think the decision to do what was done was based on the HR investigation. I don't, for the resources that were available to Mr. Belock, I don't criticize him at all. I think he did the best he could, but I don't think he had a lot of technical support. And so that's what I see.
I guess I'm just having a hard time trying to figure out exactly how it disconnected, even with vibrations, after just actually having a physical cable. And I'm assuming that's the same one that's up, right? And we were having problems pulling at it regardless of how it was. I'm just really having a hard time seeing it coming apart without anyone physically touching it. That's kind of where I'm standing right now. I'm just trying to figure out how that would come apart. Even with hearing what you're saying as far as a recommendation, that's all understandable, but I just can't see it pulling apart still yet.
Yeah, I guess I would say if there was no click, and I don't know that there was a click because they did a certification, but there was no proof in the certification that they observed the click on this installation. So if there was no click, then it wasn't secure and vibration could happen. Because it is it's an active environment and a lot of stuff going on in a fire station.
Well, and that's one of the things for me is, you know, we had testimony, it works until it doesn't. You know, and I think we've all had that experience, especially when it comes to IT stuff, that, you know, you're clipping along, it works until it doesn't. And I understand new systems, if it's not completely tight, if it doesn't click, if you've got somebody up working in the area, if you've got garage doors, if you have trucks, if you have any number of things, vibrations, whatnot, then yeah, it can disturb cables. And so I do understand, especially if you have someone with, I think, a PhD who says, you know, that's the area where I have my knowledge base. I work on these things all the time. Yes, it's completely plausible, especially with this type of a connection, that can work free. Especially if it wasn't properly installed as the manufacturer recommends. Okay. To me, that's a very plausible explanation. So I agree with Jim. I think that it probably worked itself free, and, you know, when the pins disconnect, it works until it doesn't. I don't think that this was something that was intentional. But then I also come back to statute and the chief's discretion. And the chief has the discretion to administer discipline up to 5 days. And it's a different animal when it's the chief's discretion and we're tasked with reviewing it versus when it is something in excess of 5 days. And I have to look at, did the chief abuse his discretion? And that's a different standard under the law versus if it's discipline in excess of 5 days. And so when it's an abuse of discretion, under the law, I don't get to substitute my decision for the chief's. I had Chief Dale testify, he's been a firefighter for 29 years. I have to defer to his authority and his discretion, and I agree. I don't think Captain Flagg did anything wrong. I think it was a completely plausible explanation that Dr. Ford gave. I think that this was discipline that, based on what Chief Dale was presented, the investigation that HR conducted, which is what was presented to the chief, and I'm not faulting HR. I think that, you know, they kind of did the best they could with the information that they had, and maybe they made some technical conclusions. Maybe not having a complete knowledge of the situation, and maybe kind of a perfect storm, if you will. And I think that the chief, given all of that information, came to a conclusion. But when it comes to what I'm tasked with doing under the law is, you know, I have to review for an abuse of discretion. And like I said, that's a different legal standard. And so my view, as Jim knows, it's, okay, is there anything in the record to support the chief's decision? And I think there is.
Well, that was my initial question, you
Yeah.
know, it's, when we first started, is it an abuse of discretion? Is it, who's got the burden of proof on preponderance of evidence?
Mm-hmm.
And it's still not clear to me, from the law, who it is. I mean, the chief got the report. He relied on the report. Doesn't sound to me like the chief was too involved in the investigation. He relied on the HR report and what the HR person did. We got quite a bit of evidence about. And so could you say the report was an abuse of discretion? I don't know. I'd like to, I hate, if it's an abuse of discretion, I don't intend to run the chief's department. Okay, that's not my, I don't consider that, and I don't want to second guess the chief if it is totally within his discretion. And so, but I'm not comfortable with the decision either. So I guess I'd like, maybe we need some briefs to say what the standard here is. Is it, are we looking at it de novo? I'm using that term again. You think it's abuse of discretion?
Because the commission cannot substitute a decision for the chief.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if you want proposed findings of fact and conclusions.
No, I don't want to propose findings. I don't want to, you guys got too much work to do.
Yeah.
That takes too much time. I don't want you to do that.
Mm-hmm.
But I, you know, a 2-page brief on the law and whether or not, because if we were looking at it, I was looking at it both ways. If it's abuse of discretion, it's kind of hard to upset the chief's
Mm-hmm.
decision. But if it's a preponderance of the evidence and we're looking at preponderance of the evidence, so which is it? And I'm not comfortable. I would like to see some law on that, I guess.
In the statute.
I don't know the statute. I mean, I don't know what we're talking about statute wise.
Do I have a motion?
I would move that submit short legal briefs on whether we're doing abuse of discretion, on what the standard of review is.
Do I have? Okay. Sounds like I have a motion from Commissioner Byron that the parties submit briefs.
Legal briefs, not factual briefs. I understand you both have your arguments.
This is getting out of hand, and I don't mean to sound like being sarcastic, but legal briefs on something that is simple as either upholding or reversing the chief's decision. The statute says it's preponderance of the evidence and it's abuse of discretion, the abuse of discretion review. So it should be pretty straightforward is what I'm getting at.
I don't know what statute you're talking about.
It's the merit system statute.
I have a second.
I don't know the statute.
There's a motion. Do I have a second on the motion?
It's a motion for the legal brief.
I was going to say.
Yeah, a short legal brief.
When you say short, what's short?
I would say 2 pages ought to do it.
Because you guys are adverse in this area when it comes to
2
these
pages,
legal
double
briefs and
space.
so forth. So.
2 pages, double space.
Okay.
Ought to do it.
There's a motion by
I mean, I asked the question to begin with.
Mr. Byron. Yep. Do I have a second on the motion?
I guess I can second so you guys can see
Okay.
what you need.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Then we'll have both sides submit it for our next meeting.
Okay.
And then.
The next meeting is Monday. That's not happening.
Okay. Whatever you tell us what your schedule is.
I mean, I have other things going on. And so, I mean, we're talking like probably 30 days to have that brief done.
That's okay.
So that would be your, like, 2 weeks into January, your first meeting?
Yeah.
January?
Yeah, whatever your schedule is. I've spent the whole day here, so I don't think
Yeah.
it's too much to ask for a short explanation of what the
Yeah.
law is.
Yeah, 2 pages in a week, double spaced.
Doesn't seem very
I
difficult.
did too.
Yeah.
Mhm.
We can have it done in a week if you would like.
Yeah.
Well, I don't want to
Yes.
press either side. If your schedules don't permit it, it's whatever your schedules allow.
Mhm.
We're in November on something that took place in July.
Mhm.
So,
Your next regular meeting that's on the calendar is for a week from today. If not, after that, it's the second Monday in,
December?
no, it's a week from today. I'm not looking at a calendar. Yes, it would be the second Monday in December would be the next one after that. So we've got
Okay,
you've got a
that's
meeting,
fine.
you have a meeting this coming Monday, but then you have one the second Monday in December.
okay. So maybe is
We'll do the second Monday in December.
Second Monday in December here.
Yep.
The
Yeah.
8th.
Okay.
Okay. Then do I have a motion to adjourn?
move to adjourn.
Okay.
Second.
All right. All in favor?
Uh,
All right. We'll stand adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mhm.